Meet this little girl who was summoned to be the daughter of an evil father, whose father attempts to steal her grandfather's wealth. To avoid a tragic fate, she must see through all the conspiracies and protect her grandfather. The story begins with a girl sitting alone at her doorstep, playing on her phone. When her neighbor approaches, the neighbor asks if she is waiting alone again, for them to return, and suggests she wait at the neighbor's house. The teenage girl insists it's fine and that she'll read a novel while she waits. The neighbor enters her own home and mentions to someone inside that the girl's uncle is quite a case, even though she's not his biological daughter, implying that giving her a key is the least he could do. The girl reflects on how accustomed she is to this situation. She finds it a bit strange to say it out loud. Then she thinks about novels and how wonderful they are, that no matter how difficult the process, there's always a happy ending. She thinks the novel she's reading is exceptionally well written and deservedly popular. After finishing it, the system suggests she read the prequel. She wonders if a prequel to this story even exists. She clicks to read it, but a message appears saying the content she's looking for doesn't exist. She comments that she knew it, as she had never heard of a prequel to the story of the fallen heiress. Suddenly, she slumps to the ground, feeling drowsy, and wonders how much longer she has to wait. Next, she inexplicably finds herself outdoors, wondering if she's dreaming. In this place, a little blonde girl is peacefully drawing on a piece of paper on the grass. Suddenly, a red-haired boy appears, shattering the girl's peace by shouting that the pencil and paper are his. He angrily snatches the pencil from her hand, demanding to know who allowed her to touch his things and calling her a thief. The distressed girl calls him brother, but he cuts her off, forbidding her from calling him that and pushing her away. He declares that she's just a cursed girl who brought death to her parents. He screams at her to get lost and leave his house, leaving her in shock. He then stomps on her drawing and leaves, muttering that even trash he throws away is not allowed to be given to her. The maid, Agata, confirms she understands. Suddenly, it starts to rain, and a little girl stands there silently. She looks at her drawing, where she and her parents are all getting soaked by the rain. She is stunned, and it takes her a long moment to realize it's raining heavily. This little girl is Tracy de Viana, the granddaughter of the Marquis of Viana. When Trace was 3, her parents died in an accident. The Marquis sent her to live on the estate of his eldest son, Gus de Viana, her uncle, to be cared for by him. Trace overheard people gossiping about her, questioning if she was mute, saying she brought bad luck and was cursed, possibly under black magic, which was a very ominous sign. She wasn't physically abused, nor was she threatened in any way. She was simply unwelcome and uncared for. However, whenever her grandfather, the Marquis, visited, her uncle would pretend to care for her. During one visit, the Marquis asked Trace if she wanted to go with him, to live with him, and Trace remained silent. Her grandfather asked why she wouldn't speak to him, wondering if it was because she didn't want to go. But she did want to go, she just couldn't express it. The words wouldn't come out. Trace mustered all her courage and ran to the Marquis, grabbing his clothes, pleading for him to take her so she could leave that place. Her grandfather trembled, realizing her desperation to escape. He knelt down and apologized, then held her in his arms, promising to take her home. In that moment, the morning sun seemed brighter than it had in years. And for the first time in a long while, Trace smelled the fragrance of daytime flowers. Later, Trace overheard her grandfather and uncle arguing. Her uncle complained that his father should have let him take control of the family business, and that if he had been allowed to help, he wouldn't have fallen ill from overwork. The Marquis questioned what he meant by handing over control, asking if it was so he could ruin everything the family had built. He asked his son if he thought there was anyone else, as he was his only living son. The Marquis began to scold him, but started to cry. Just then, they heard the sound of a train crash. Trace walked in worriedly, saying she heard a scream. She asked her grandfather if he was okay. He reassured her, telling her not to worry, that he would be fine, and told her to go back to bed. She said goodnight to her grandfather, and he responded in kind. Shortly after, the Marquis staggered, clutching his head, while his son screamed. Soon after the Marquis's death, Trace was completely neglected. Rumors of black magic and bad luck soon surrounded her. Her uncle, Gus, locked her in her room, while her grandfather's coffin was carried away. Trace knew the sorrow in her heart would never cease. As she looked out the window, as usual, the red-haired boy appeared and gestured for her to follow him. 6 long years passed, and Trace was finally released from her small room. Upon her release, Uncle Gus informed Trace that the arranged marriage her grandfather had agreed to before his death was still valid. He told Trace's intended fiancé that if he lent him money to pay off his debts, he could take Trace to marry into the UBS family right away. The man questioned if she was only 16 and whether Gus was just trying to get his hands on the UBS family's wealth by marrying her off in a hurry. He pointed out that the marriage contract was made when the two families were of equal standing, but now Gus was selling off the family's women to pay for his expenses. He declared that Gus was less than trash in his eyes. The man stood up angrily, turned to Gus, and stated he would never marry a useless woman like Trace. Gus pleaded with him to reconsider, but his cousin only confirmed that he had always known she was unlikable. Uncle Gus and his cousin had failed to properly manage the family estate, accumulating massive debts in just 7 years, leading to a citizen uprising. In desperation, they appealed to the royal family and the people. Gus used Trace, who had been imprisoned for years, as a scapegoat, accusing her of being a cursed girl who brought misfortune, causing the deaths of her parents and grandfather. She became the perfect tool to divert attention from the estate's disasters. A man with silver hair and red eyes, holding a long sword, approached Trace, staring at her menacingly. He raised his sword, declaring that she could atone for her sins through death and the mercy of God. Trace was only 16 when she was sentenced to death. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and heard someone say it was time to wake up. She sat up in confusion, placed a hand on her neck, and sighed in relief, realizing her head was still attached. Looking at her hands, she wondered what had just happened, and if it was a dream, though it felt incredibly real. She soon realized her hands were those of a child. Confused, a maid holding a dress told Trace that Lord Gus wanted her to put on the dress and wait for him in his office. Trace was shocked to hear the name Lord Gus, and it wasn't until she saw her reflection in the mirror that she realized in disbelief that she had been transported into the body of 6-year-old Trace de Viana. The maid noticed Trace's lack of response and thought that while she was the Marquis's granddaughter and might disregard formal etiquette, her behavior was testing her patience. She repeated in a colder tone that Lord Gus wanted her to change into the dress. Trace thought to herself that although there was no physical violence, this treatment felt even more suffocating and oppressive for a 6-year-old. The maid asked if she could dress herself. Trace trembled and hesitantly answered yes. But remembering the life the real Trace had lived, she looked up, stared coldly at the maid, and stated firmly that she could. The maid shivered under Trace's gaze. Trace looked her in the eye and told the maid she could wait outside. The maid silently placed the dress on the bed and left without a word. However, as she reached the door, Trace spoke again, telling her to close the door on her way out. Startled by Trace's commanding tone, the maid complied, wondering what had just happened after closing the door. She had never seen anyone with such a calm, yet unquestionable demeanor. She felt a sense of unease. Meanwhile, Trace reflected on her transmigration. She still retained her original memories and realized that the Viana family was the family of the female lead in a novel she had read. She wondered if this meant she had transmigrated into the world of that novel. The novel's heroine, Isolde, eventually discovered her tragic past. She had lived in poverty, but learned she belonged to the respected Viana family. Isolde then took revenge on those who had orchestrated her family's downfall, eventually establishing a powerful new territory and winning the admiration of 4 male leads. However, Trace had transmigrated into the character of Trace de Viana, a girl who died long before the novel's plot began, before Isolde came power. Isolde had vowed to avenge them all: her grandfather, her mother, her father, and her cousin Trace. Trace suspected that her death in her previous life was the beginning of Isolde's grand story in the novel. She considered herself just a minor character, mentioned only briefly in dialogue as background information. Despite her insignificant role in the novel, she had lived a short and lonely life. If doing nothing meant sharing the same tragic fate, she refused to accept it. Even if it meant ruining the protagonist's story, she would not remain passive or be used as a stepping stone. She resolved to become a new Trace de Viana and survive. As Trace was walking, an orange rolled to her feet. Ahead, a boy's shout was heard, complaining about the taste of the orange orange and questioning if a maid could do anything right. Tracy saw a maid on the floor being kicked by the boy. The maid apologized to the young master, Oleg. She resolved to become a new Tracy to Viana and survive. As Tracy was walking, an orange rolled to her feet. Ahead, a boy's shout was heard, complaining about the taste of the orange and questioning if a maid could do anything right. Tracy saw a maid on the floor being kicked by the boy. The maid apologized to the young master, Oleg. He called her a clumsy idiot and loudly demanded to know if she couldn't remember anything unless he disciplined her. He called her a clumsy idiot and loudly demanded to know if she couldn't remember anything unless he disciplined her. He continued to kick her, demanding to know if she understood now. She sobbed yes, admitting she was wrong. Suddenly, Tracy intervened, calmly stating that the maid had already said she understood. Oleg stopped kicking, his foot still raised, and looked at Tracy in surprise, asking if she was talking to him. Tracy remained silent, her expression conveying that she would rather not speak to him. She turned to the maid, extended her hand, and asked if she was all right. The maid was surprised at first, but then slapped Tracy's hand away with a look of disgust, telling her not to touch her, and calling her a curse girl. Tracy was shocked and began to tremble. Remembering that everyone hated her, it explained the maid's earlier behavior. She must have been afraid of her cursed touch. The maid stood up and declared that young Master Oleg was disciplining Olga. Very well. Oleg pointed at the maid and asked Tracy if she saw that, asking if she was crazy. Tracy then announced that if the young master dared to hit the maid, and the maid was willing to be hit, then he could continue as he pleased. She walked past them, adding that she realized she had meddled and apologized for the inconvenience. Oleg clicked his tongue in anger and stuck out his foot, tripping Tracy, causing her to fall and feel a jolt of pain. He walked over to her and asked why she was acting so insolent, reminding her that she was just an unwanted orphan. He pointed to himself, asking if she knew what this was, declaring it was proof that he was the heir to the Viana family, as only the successor was allowed to have it. He proclaimed that her father adopting her was an act of charity, making them her benefactors, so she should learn to know her place. He told her never to forget that her wretched curse had killed her parents, and that anyone who was nice to her was doomed to suffer misfortune. Tracy was shocked, realizing he had truly taken advantage of her quiet and docile nature, as she stood up and said that she really should keep her distance from him in the future, worried that she wouldn't be able to control herself otherwise. He became confused. He didn't understand her words until she grabbed his shoulder and told him not to move. Then, she reached out and slapped him hard across the face. His cheek was red and marked, and he couldn't believe his cousin's audacity. Even the maids were stunned. Oleg gritted his teeth in fury, turned with a scowl, and yelled, asking if she wanted to die. However, Tracy backhanded him across the other cheek, leaving a mark there as well. He turned to her, tears welling up in his eyes, while she said she was worried she wouldn't be able to stop herself from hitting him. Oleg tried to hold back his tears, but failed and began to cry loudly, alarming the maids who rushed to his side. A maid yelled at Tracy, calling her disrespectful and barbaric, and asking how she could do such a thing. Tracy looked at her hand, thinking it was a pity a 6-year-old's body was so weak, or she would have hit him until he didn't dare to cry. The maid warned that if the Marquis and Lord Gus found out, she would be finished. Just then, a voice asked what they could find out, startling them. The Marquis had arrived and was beside his son. Seeing her grandfather, Tracy's eyes lit up as she remembered the warm moments the real Tracy had shared with him. The maid quickly said that Tracy had suddenly hit young Master Oleg. Tracy trembled, wondering how to tell her grandfather. The Marquis looked at Tracy and asked if she had hit someone. As she was about to answer, the maid quickly interjected. She said they were having a normal conversation with young Master Oleg when Lady Tracy suddenly appeared and hit him for no reason, and that she had even accidentally hurt herself while protecting young Master Oleg. The Marquis asked if she was saying that Tracy hit Oleg for no reason. Gus told his father that Tracy hadn't yet recovered from the pain of losing her parents and was emotionally unstable, but that she would get better with time. He reassured his father not to worry, saying it was normal for Tracy to be young and not know any better, and that he would teach her well. The Marquis said it was fine that since he had made a promise, the child needed to learn slowly, so they should be patient. Gus agreed, telling his father not to worry. Tracy couldn't stand these lies. She decided to take action. She turned to her cousin, bowed in apology, and said she was wrong. Everyone was surprised by her sudden change in attitude and respectful demeanor. She declared that everything Oleg said was correct, and she shouldn't have lost her temper over such a small matter. A confused Oleg asked what he had said that was correct. The Marquis asked what Oleg had said. Trace turned to her grandfather and said that Oleg had said she carried evil luck, which caused her parents' deaths, and that everyone she loved would die. Oleg tried to defend himself, but Trace cut him off. She declared that she had thought about it, and he was right. Her grandfather, with a sad expression, asked why he was right. She replied that it must be true because her uncle, the maids, and everyone in the world said so. After she finished speaking, a silence fell over the scene. The Marquis turned angrily to his son, Gus, who panicked and said that Trace was emotionally unstable and often misunderstood others' hostility. However, the Marquis yelled at him to open his eyes and look, asking how she could possibly be emotionally unstable. Gus looked at Trace, who was looking back at him with a faint, bitter smile. Panicked, Gus suddenly turned to his son, slapped him, and asked how he could say such things to his older sister. The boy, Oleg, was stunned, unable to comprehend his father's reaction. Even the maids were concerned by the sudden turn of events. The Marquis declared that Gus had promised to take good care of Trace, which made Gus tremble. The Marquis continued, reminding Gus that he had said Trace would stay with Oleg so the two could keep each other company, which was why he had allowed Gus to raise her. Gus stammered, telling his father he didn't know about that promise and blaming the misunderstanding on the servants. The Marquis questioned if Gus understood how much damage these rumors could do to the family's reputation. If news of a girl bringing misfortune to the Viana family reached the church and the royal palace, he asked if Gus realized the consequences of his staff's lack of discipline, or if allowing servants to bully a young lady was acceptable. He declared that any one of these reasons was enough to prove their incompetence. Gus apologized profusely to his father, promising to dismiss the current servants and find more competent replacements. Silence fell again, until a worried maid nervously asked how this could have happened. Meanwhile, Oleg was confused, realizing that this was the first time he had ever seen such an expression on his father's face. Trace noticed the brooch on Gus's clothes, a part of the Viana family's heritage, just like the one Oleg wore in her past life. She knew the Viana family business was ruined by Gus's incompetence. A chill ran down her spine as she felt her grandfather's gaze upon her. She wondered when he had started looking at her with such a scrutinizing gaze, as if doubting her feigned innocence. She turned to him, intending to call him grandfather, but called him Marquis instead out of nervousness, wondering if her strange expression had given her away. Even if there was no other way, she needed to seize this opportunity to get her grandfather to take her with him. She initially tried to act extremely pitiful, attempting to get it just right, but regretted that she couldn't produce any tears. The Marquis instructed Gus to have Trace's belongings packed, as she was coming with him. Trace was confused. She hadn't even had a chance to properly display her pitiful state. Gus tried to argue with his father, but the Marquis stated firmly that from that day on, she would live with him. In her past lives class, someone shouted that the classroom funds were missing, that they had been stolen. A boy instructed everyone to search around, to see if they could be found. Then, a girl opened her bag and discovered the stolen class funds inside. Another girl immediately accused her, pointing out that she was an orphan and had heard that the uncle who took her and never gave her any allowance. It was implied that this was why she stole the money. The accused girl protested her innocence, but a boy retorted that she was caught red-handed and asked if she still wanted to make excuses. Another student commented that she looked like the type to do something like that. The teacher instructed her to stay after school, warning her to clean the entire classroom by herself and reflect on her actions. Later, the girl took her shoes from her locker and found them soaked. A few girls appeared, and one of them commented that it looked like she'd have to go home in wet shoes. The girl snickered, and another hinted that she knew who did it. The girl then walked over to the group, picked up a bucket of water, and threw it at the feet of the girl who had been mocking her. The furious girl screamed, grabbed her clothes, and asked if she was crazy. A short while later, outside the school, the bully pushed the girl into an alley, and the other girls started hitting her while one of them filmed the scene. The bully demanded to know who the girl thought she was to act that way towards her, ordering the others to teach her a lesson. After the beating, the girl called out to the bully, Lonson, and asked if she was the one who put the money in her bag and ruined her shoes. Lonson asked, and the girl then questioned why she did it. The bully remained silent, just staring at her, trembling under her gaze. Instead of answering, she ordered the other girls to keep hitting her until she wouldn't dare look at her like that again. Later, as she was about to open the door to her home, she overheard her uncle's wife asking why they had to raise someone else's daughter, complaining that her uncle was annoying. He just told her to wait until she graduated from high school, as there was only 1 year left. She opened the door and announced she was home, but no one paid her any mind. Her son told his mother not to be angry. The girl then went back to her room, sat on the floor, and cried in sorrow. She wiped her tears, calmed down a bit, and took a voice recorder out of her pocket. She played the recording, which revealed the bully admitting to stuffing the money into her wallet and soaking her shoes. The recording was played in front of a police officer and her teacher. The teacher was stunned. She also revealed a recording of the bully ordering the others to beat her up. The bully's face twisted with hatred as she called her a bitch. The girl just stared back at the bully with a grim look. Yes, she thought she was a bitch because she never had anyone she could trust and she had learned to protect herself. Back in the carriage, Trace reflected that the days of allowing her family to bully a 6-year-old were over. She had left Gus's mansion about a year earlier than the real Trace did in the original timeline. At Gus's mansion, no one cared for Trace. She was neither treated well nor fed properly. Decent clothes were only provided when her grandfather visited. Although she had anticipated her grandfather's potential visit when she saw the dress, she hadn't expected her first attempt to be taken away to succeed. She had thought she would have to cry and complain about the daily abuse to convince him to take her. She hadn't expected it to be so easy, but she knew this was just the beginning. She acknowledged that due to being in a 6-year-old's body, she had limitations, but if she didn't fight back, she would die. She tried to calm herself, telling herself everything would be all right, that she could do it, that she had to do it to protect herself. She was used to living this way, anyway. Suddenly, she was startled to hear her grandfather ask if she was satisfied now. She asked what, and her grandfather explained that in the past, whenever he visited, she was always quiet, but today was different. It was as if she were a completely different person. She worried that he might have figured something out. He continued, saying it was almost as if she wasn't really 6 years old, that he noticed she didn't want to live with Gus, that she wanted him to take her, and asked if she was trying to tell him they had been mistreating her. Trace felt as if he could see right through her, almost as if he were probing her for information, but trying to do so gently. Her goal was not only to leave Gus's mansion, but also to make her grandfather realize that the rumors about Trace were damaging the family's reputation. However, there was another reason, one she couldn't tell him. She shyly said that she really wanted to live with him. The other reason was that even though she was a different soul from the original Trace, Viana, she had completely absorbed her memories and emotions, as if they were her own, and her grandfather was the only source of light in their lives, the one person they didn't want to be hated by. The Marquis told her he was sorry, that he shouldn't have said those things. He said she must have been through a lot. Trace was confused, wondering why just hearing those words brought tears to her eyes. She told her grandfather it wasn't his fault. Suddenly, he pulled her onto his lap and declared that from now on, Grandpa would protect her. Trace's eyes widened with emotion, and tears began to fall onto her grandfather. He lovingly wiped away her tears, telling her not to cry anymore. Overcome with emotion, she lay on her grandfather's lap and couldn't stop crying. She felt so warm and wondered if this was what it felt like to be held. But she had one thing wrong. This time, she would be the one to protect him. Meanwhile, watching the carriage depart, Gus cursed his father for being a damned old man. He muttered that soon he would take over the family territory, and then see who would dare to lecture him. A memory flashed through Tracy's mind, her uncle arguing with her grandfather. She saw her grandfather die and be buried, the raging sea swallowed by flames, and everything turning to nothing. She woke up in terror, realizing it was just a nightmare, but the feeling was terrifyingly real. Then she recalled that the original story took place in the Lesson Kingdom. While the old king was bedridden, the queen joined forces with the church to control the kingdom. Although the kingdom appeared peaceful on the surface, power struggles and conflicts were brewing in the shadows. Nobles who supported the king were being suppressed, and among them was the Viana family. The Marquis's eldest son, Gus, was incompetent, selfish, and stubborn. The second son's family was only mentioned in passing, but his daughter, Isolde, the heroine, survived. The third son and his wife, Tracy's parents, died in an accident. Although Marquis Viana was very skilled at managing the family territory, even he could not change the family's fate. According to Tracy's memory, he would die in 2 years, and the eldest son, Gus, would immediately take over as the new marquis, and soon after, the family would head towards ruin. Tracy's memories were limited, but it could not be a coincidence that all the capable family members met with untimely deaths one after another. If the Viana territory fell into Gus's hands, it wouldn't take long for everything to be destroyed. If she wanted to save her grandfather, she also needed to protect their territory. She decided to replace Gus and become another option for her grandfather. Suddenly, a maid lunged at her, asking if she was all right. Tracy was confused and wondered what was happening. She asked the maid who she was. The maid hugged her, telling her not to be scared and that the nightmares would fly away. Tracy then remembered that she had moved to the Viana estate yesterday. The maid introduced herself as Vin, explaining that she had been assigned as Tracy's personal maid and would take care of her and all her needs from now on. Tracy said she didn't need a personal maid. However, Vin held her tightly, repeating that the nightmares would fly away, and kept repeating the phrase. After a moment, Tracy felt she was more afraid of being strangled than of the nightmare. She wondered how this person could be so strong and even worried if she was an assassin. Tracy tried to get out of bed, and Vin offered to help, but Tracy insisted on getting down herself. She intended to wash her face and hands, but couldn't reach the basin. Vin insisted on helping her. Shortly after, she climbed onto a chair to get a dress, and ended up falling with the dress in her hands. She complained as she left, wondering how such a weak body could become another option for her grandfather. In the carriage, she reflected that if she wanted to strengthen the family, she needed to investigate the current situation within the territory. The original Tracy never possessed this kind of knowledge. Outside the carriage, she saw a maid talking to a man. When they noticed her, they both stared at her, which made her feel uncomfortable. The man approached the carriage and introduced himself as the butler, Nylan. He said he heard she wanted to go shopping in the city. She asked if there was a problem. He said her dresses were already ordered, but if she insisted on going to town, he would be happy to take her to buy some ready-made clothes. His only concern was that the ready-made clothes would be outdated by the time the custom dresses arrived, and he said with a deadpan expression that he doubted the Marquis would approve if he found out. Tracy wondered what he was really trying to say. She caught the words insist, concern, and outdated, and wondered if he was implying she was stubborn, ignorant, and wasteful, and whether her grandfather would dislike her for it. Although he was just a butler, she noticed he was wearing a military uniform. Unlike her grandfather, he exuded a fierce and oppressive aura. Most importantly, he looked down on her. But the butler, Nylan, was actually very friendly to her in Tracy's previous life. So she wondered why he was acting this way now and what had changed him. Tracy then said that if he was done talking, he should let them get into the carriage. He became angry and started to retort, but before he could speak, she instructed the coachman to move on, thinking there were some things she had to clarify now. The butler followed her into the carriage. Tension and discomfort filled the silence until Tracy broke it, saying that if he had something to say, he should just say it. He began by saying that he felt that after living in Lord Gus's house for 3 years, Miss Tracy had become very similar to them. He called her stubborn and reckless, as if she hadn't inherited any of the Marquis's or her father's good qualities, which was very disappointing. She thought, so that's it. How dare this bastard say that? She retorted that since they were going to buy ready-made clothes anyway, she asked if they could just cancel the custom ones. He asked what she had just said, explaining that nobles in this country always use custom-made personal items. But she retorted, didn't he just say her grandfather wouldn't approve? He stammered that that wasn't what he meant. Tracy sighed, acting indifferent, and said she understood what he meant. He became nervous, and she continued, saying that he never wanted to ask her anything in the first place. He probably thought her grandfather shouldn't have brought the girl back, and asked if that was what he thought. Nylan flinched, but remained silent. She observed that he didn't refute her words, and then said he was right. She was indeed stubborn and reckless. If she weren't, her grandfather wouldn't have brought her back to the main estate. But he got one thing wrong. She was not like her uncles Gus or Oleg. She said she knew her grandfather was not like most other nobles. He had led armies in battle for years, and now he single-handedly ensured the family's prosperity. He made good use of what he had and disliked unnecessary luxury and waste. Nylan trembled and asked how a 6-year-old child like her would know such things. She said she wasn't the only one who took her grandfather's teachings seriously, and that even she would laugh at those teachings. but she didn't want a maid to serve her. She asked if the people who served him before had bad attitudes. Then she asked how long he planned to maintain this attitude, making him swallow nervously. He quickly stood up, hitting his head on the carriage roof, and apologized to her, saying he had made a mistake and was prejudiced. He claimed to hold the Marquis's teachings as his life's motto, that he didn't mean to hurt her, and sincerely apologized. Tracy thought this was more in line with an island from her memory. He was an honest man who put the best interests of his grandfather and the Viana family above all else. He wasn't the sharpest, but he was trustworthy. He even spoke his mind without hesitation, completely disregarding the feelings of a 6-year-old child. She thought he was a straightforward person and decided not to dwell on it. So she told him not to let it happen again. And he promised. The carriage moved on, while Nylan was lost in thought. He became restless, wanting to say something, but holding back. Realizing this, Tracy felt a little annoyed, thinking she had just told him not to do it again. Then she asked what the problem was this time. He said, slightly anxious, that it was nothing. He tried to find a way to express his thoughts, until he honestly said that he had never seen such a smart 6-year-old. And Miss Tracy had truly opened his eyes. Tracy was surprised. She had thought he was going to say something else, so she felt relieved. She looked out the window at the scenery, thinking this was just the beginning. After a while, Tracy and Nylan were told they had arrived at Lakeside City. Tracy looked out the window, impressed. This was the city within the Viana territory. When the carriage stopped, she was eager to get off, but the butler stopped her, saying there was something he needed to remind her of. He said she was the smartest child he had ever met, but he had to ask her to hide her intelligence in public. She asked why, and he replied that there was a good reason the Marquis hadn't brought her to live with him before. There were some terrible people in this country. He didn't know where to begin explaining to her. So he looked away and said that being too smart was not necessarily a good thing. It was for her safety. However, just then, he realized she was no longer in the carriage and shouted, asking where she had gone. He immediately jumped out of the carriage and chased after her, telling her to wait for him. Meanwhile, Tracy thought that she was already aware that this situation always came with danger. The Viana territory had the most advanced trade in the country. However, due to the king's long illness, the queen had monopolized most of his power. Her grandfather refused to bow to her, so the nobles loyal to the queen isolated and suppressed him. Maintaining business was not easy for the Duke of Lakeside City. When Tracy and the butler arrived, Lakeside City, the pearl of the Viana territory, was a bustling scene. Tracy, as a child full of new life, excitedly pointed to a corner far in the market. However, the butler tensed up, his one good eye fixed on the same spot. With growing unease, the butler watched in alarm as Tracy began to walk away. A knight, observing the scene, stepped forward. He advised, "Butler, I suggest you go no further. Has something happened?" He stopped, exchanging a worried glance with the knight. The knight leaned closer, his voice low. "Someone's been hanged over there." The butler's concern turned to raw fear. "Don't tell me it's," he whispered, quickly moving to block Tracy's view. "Miss Tracy, let's go look somewhere else first." His urgency was palpable. Tracy, confused, tried to peer around him. "What on earth is going on?" she demanded, her voice laced with suspicion. But before the butler could respond, she saw it, a dark silhouette hanging limply from a makeshift gallows. The vibrant market scene instantly dissolved into a nauseating sea of red. The image burned itself onto her retinas as she stumbled back, a wave of sickness rising in her throat. "Miss Tracy," the butler cried, his voice choked with panic. He swept her into his arms, his own face pale. He quickly carried her back to the carriage, the bustling market now a distant, nightmarish memory. Later, back in the relative safety of the carriage, the butler's voice was gentle. "Miss Tracy, are you feeling better now?" The image of the hanged woman, a brutal testament to the darkness lurking beneath their world's facade, lingered in Tracy's mind. A memory of her own execution flashed before her eyes, the cold gleam of a long sword, and the crimson stain spreading across her dress. She shuddered, pulling herself back to the present. "But what happened to that woman?" she asked, her voice still trembling. The butler fidgeted, avoiding her gaze. "It's due to the growing witch hunts in the territory," he explained, his tone unconvincing. "On every full moon, the church hunts for so-called witches. It's all for the safety and stability of the territory. Miss Tracy, please don't be afraid." Tracy saw through his clumsy lie. She rubbed her eyes, feigning childish innocence. "Are you saying someone gets hanged every month?" The butler shifted uncomfortably. "Basically, yes. Tracy's expression turned cold, the innocent facade vanishing. "Then this isn't a witch hunt," she declared, her voice small but unwavering. "It's the queen using the church to display her power and intimidate grandfather." The butler's eyes widened. "Miss Tracy, you can even understand this?" "Yes," Tracy replied, her gaze steady and direct. "So just tell me directly, without worrying about scaring me and without lying." The butler hesitated, then sighed heavily. "These methods are to force the Marquis to submit," he confessed. "But whenever the Marquis takes one step back, they advance 10 steps like this," he continued, his voice low. "They eventually took all of the Viana family's businesses and territories." Tracy's mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. "But it's not a full moon now, is it? Today isn't a witch hunt day. So why did the church kill that woman?" The butler's face was grim. "Miss Tracy," he said, turning grimly towards the city. "The knight explained that the church had heard that the Viana family's granddaughter had returned to the estate and deliberately moved the witch hunt day forward. Miss Tracy was Lord William's daughter. When Lord William was alive, he caused a lot of trouble for the church, so they hated him to the bone." The knight standing nearby spoke cautiously. "The church is deliberately targeting Miss Tracy." Tracy sat in stunned silence as the weight of those words sank in. "Butler," the knight whispered, his voice tight, "what's worse is that they've already executed one woman. But after hearing of your visit, they've captured another." "Another one?" the butler exclaimed. The knight confirmed grimly. "They've captured the woman's daughter and are waiting for Tracy to arrive, so they can execute her in front of Miss Tracy, forcing her to witness it." Fear washed over Tracy. "Are you saying there's a girl captured right now, waiting to be executed?" The knight stepped forward, his hand gripping his sword hilt. "Butler, if you want to save her, I can take some men." "No," the butler interrupted, his expression resolute. "Half the citizens in our territory believe in God. If we fight the church, we become the enemy. Their real goal is to force the Marquis to take a stand." His voice trailed off as the weight of their predicament settled over them. "But if we do nothing, that girl will surely die. There's nothing that can be done about it," the knight said, his voice hollow. The butler sighed in frustration. "Either way, we can't stay here any longer. I'll take Miss Tracy home first and then report to the Marquis. If nothing can be done, why tell grandfather?" Tracy asked, her unexpected pragmatism startling both men. "Do you want to provoke him for no reason and worsen his health?" The butler stared at her, speechless. "Miss Tracy." Tracy's gaze was unwavering. "Butler Nyland," she said, stepping out of the carriage. The butler followed, his brow furrowed. "Miss Tracy, I still think this is too risky. The church is too arrogant. It's best not to provoke them." Tracy stopped and turned to face him. "Nyland's got it wrong again," she thought. "We're not provoking them," she stated firmly. "They're provoking us." Just then, a priest in ornate red and gold robes approached them. "Father Seth of the Church of Truth," he introduced himself. "I heard the Viana family's granddaughter has returned. I am here to request that you both witness God's miracle." Tracy observed the priest, carefully keeping her expression neutral. "He's really sick in the head," she thought, "to call hanging a little girl God's miracle." The butler was visibly anxious, muttering, "Miss Tracy." Suddenly, Tracy's face transformed, a childlike excitement replacing her previous seriousness. "God's miracle?" she gasped. "Wow, Tracy wants to see." The butler stared at her, dumbfounded. The priest, charmed by her enthusiasm, chuckled. "That's wonderful. Then please allow me to lead the way, Miss Viana." He offered his hand. Tracy, masking her true feelings with a cheerful smile, took the priest's hand. The butler followed behind them, his mind in turmoil. Tracy is actually looking forward to this? They reached the gallows. The executed woman swayed lifelessly, a grim silhouette against the cobblestones. The crowd parted to let the priest and the small girl through. Tracy looked up at the gruesome sight, and despite her preparation, her small hands clenched into fists. "Even though I was prepared, this scene still sends a chill down my spine." "Are you all right, Miss Tracy?" the priest asked, a smug smile on his face. "Look at that smug expression," Tracy observed. "As expected, he wants to scare me." As the priest reached for her hand again, she dodged it, pointing to the hanging figure. "Is that the witch?" she asked, her voice filled with curiosity. The priest, taken aback by her question, stammered. "Miss Tracy," he asked, his smug look fading, "aren't you scared?" Tracy tilted her head, a sweet, innocent smile on her face. "Did you want Tracy to be scared?" The priest frowned, caught off guard by her unexpected response. "What did you just say?" Tracy's smile widened. "Tracy means," she began, her voice clear and bright, "that hunting evil is justice. This is God's grace, and since it is God's grace, why should I be afraid? The priest was speechless for a moment, just staring at her in confusion. That's right, he finally recovered. He pointed dramatically at the gallows. Then, let's bring up the other witch as well. Nylan watched the scene, his eyes wide with surprise. He wondered what on earth she was planning. Before all of you here, the priest announced, his voice booming with authority, let us have the young lady of the Viana house witness this divine blessing. A small girl, hands bound and mouth gagged, was dragged forward and forced onto the platform beneath the noose. There are two of them this time, someone in the crowd whispered. They're the ones who brought misfortune to this town. Another murmured in fear. Isn't this terrifying? Thank goodness the priest has been protecting us from these witches. A third exclaimed. The little girl trembled, silent tears streaming down her face. Tracy's gaze locked onto the girl. Stop crying, she thought fiercely. I won't let them hang you. The girl on the platform sobbed, her fear overwhelming. Tracy turned to the priest with wide, innocent eyes. Tracy is curious, she said, tilting her head. How did Father know they were witches? The priest, recovering from his surprise, smiled smugly. Hey, don't you worry about that. We have irrefutable proof. He held up a stack of papers. This girl, who has never had a formal education, was able to write so many poems. This is proof that she gained her wisdom through a deal with the devil. Tracy blinked, her expression unreadable. Is that all? She asked, a note of disbelief in her voice. Nylan watched the exchange, his brow furrowed in confusion. Is that not enough? The priest asked, his tone condescending. Then what about the testimony of God's servant? The priest pressed, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Or do you dare to doubt my judgment? A murmur went through the crowd. It's true, one person said, the priest is God's chosen servant. His words and actions are under God's will. He can't be lying. And how else do you explain our failing businesses, if not for these witches? Another added. Tracy turned to the priest, her face a mask of innocent curiosity. Of course, Tracy also believes she must be a witch. The priest beamed, pleased with her apparent agreement. But Tracy continued, her voice turning cold. According to the holy scriptures passed down by the church, trial by fire is the only way to identify a true witch. Those who survive the ordeal of fire are the real witches. The priest's smile froze. Tracy's gaze swept over the crowd. Those who do not burn must be staked through the chest with a cross and buried to prevent resurrection. The priest's face darkened. So Tracy took a step closer, her sharp gaze fixed on him. So, she said softly but firmly, Tracy is young, and there are some things she can't figure out no matter how hard she tries. Is it Father's fault that the witches haven't been caught until now? Tracy continued, her innocent expression never wavering. Do we have to conduct witch hunts every month because Father has failed to properly follow the Holy Scriptures and eliminate the true witches? Nylan's eyes widened in realization. The priest's face contorted with rage. What did you just say? A wave of discussion erupted from the crowd. She's right, another whispered. That makes sense, a third exclaimed. Nylan, realizing Tracy's plan, grinned. That's right, we should burn her to see for ourselves, he declared, pointing at the little girl on the platform. According to the Holy Scriptures, those who do not burn are the true witches. You can't, the priest shrieked, his face red with fury. Trial by fire hasn't been practiced in 100 years. Nylan turned to him, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Is it because you're afraid that those accused of witchcraft will die instantly in the flames? He held up the so-called evidence the priest had presented earlier. The priest gritted his teeth, barely containing his rage. Nylan, you bastard. Our Lord is merciful, the priest finally announced, regaining a sliver of composure. He pointed at the girl. Let's remove her gag and give her a chance to clear her name. If she can clearly explain the source of her wisdom, she will have a chance at pardon. A guard removed the gag from the little girl's mouth. Huh, she sobbed, staring in terror at the hanged woman beside her. The sight horrified her. She trembled, looking desperately at the crowd. She lowered her head and choked out, I don't understand poetry. I just wanted to write down my feelings. I'm sorry. I'll never dare to write anything recklessly again. I'm sorry. Tracy watched the girl, her face stiff with anger. Since she is willing to repent, the priest announced, seizing the opportunity, we will allow her to be pardoned. Yes, the knights said, loosening the noose and releasing the girl. I assume you two have no further objections? The priest asked, his gaze sweeping over Tracy and Nylan. Since the accused has promised never to use the wisdom granted to her by the devil again, I can give her a chance at pardon. She will join a convent and dedicate her life to serving the Lord in repentance. Let's end it here. I'll let you off this once. Tracy stepped forward, blocking the priest's path. Do you really think this is over, Father? She asked, her voice dangerously low. She's a witch. Who can believe the words of a witch? What did you say? The priest roared, his face a mask of fury and disbelief. How could you possibly believe the words of a witch? Tracy stood her ground, staring back with a defiant expression, challenging his authority. Tracy seized the opportunity, stepping forward with a flair for the dramatic. I'm so scared, she cried out exaggeratedly, clinging to Nyland for protection. You absolutely cannot let her go. He then said in a placating tone, his voice filled with false comfort, Miss Tracy, do not be afraid. The priest, thoroughly exasperated, threw his hands up in frustration. You claim you don't want to save her, but I can't hang her. What do you want? Tracy, barely suppressing a laugh at Nyland's over-the-top performance, said in a clear, firm voice, we must burn her. That's the only way we'll truly know if she's a witch. Only when she's burned at the stake will I feel safe. The priest protested vehemently. We can't burn her. The Lord is loving and willing to show mercy even to witches. Burning at the stake is too cruel, and the practice has long been abandoned. Nyland turned to the priest, his expression full of mockery. So, it's not because you're afraid she'll die instantly when she's set on fire? And how will you explain it if she does die, Archbishop? Or will you finally admit that the church has been executing innocent girls every month? What will your faithful followers think? The priest sputtered, his face turning a dangerous shade of purple. The priest, regaining some composure, warned Sir Nyland, watch your words. He glared at Nyland. Are you going to insist on proving me wrong, even if it means a gruesome death for an innocent girl? The little girl at the center of the conflict cried out from the platform. I'm not a witch. I'm truly innocent. Sir Nyland, I beg you, spare me. I thought you were an upright man like your master. For an honorable gentleman like you to commit such a cruel act. What about the Viana code you follow so diligently? Tracy, feigning fear, tugged on Nyland's sleeve with calculated innocence. Didn't Uncle Nyland promise to protect Tracy no matter what? Tracy is very scared right now. Nyland, playing along with gusto, roared in a tone of exaggerated concern. Did you all hear that? Miss Tracy is terrified. He then turned to the crowd, his voice booming with a firm command. Go find some firewood and build a pyre immediately. Someone in the crowd shouted, burn her. Soon, a pyre was built, and the little girl was placed on top. Her sobs echoed. How could this happen? You saved me from the gallows just to burn me at the stake? The priest was now screaming frantically at Nyland. Sir Nyland, have you gone completely mad? You'd better not regret this decision. Aren't you afraid the church will retaliate for you daring to defy me like this? Nyland ignored him, his gaze fixed firmly on the stake. Tracy peeked out from behind Nyland and snorted defiantly. Tracy is not a witch. The priest retorted with a sneer, Miss Tracy, that can't be proven with mere words. Tracy smiled, a cunning glint in her eyes. No, but Tracy can prove it. Tracy will also undergo the trial by fire. The priest was stunned, speechless. What did you just say? Tracy straightened up, her small frame exuding an unexpected confidence. She declared in a clear and powerful voice, if Tracy dies in the fire, it will prove that Tracy is not a witch, and you must never again say that Tracy brings misfortune. The priest, terrified, shrieked at Nyland. Aren't you going to stop her? Nyland puffed out his chest, striking a heroic pose. As expected of a lady of the Viana family, she is willing to sacrifice herself for the honor of the Viana name. She will bring eternal glory to the family. The priest was hysterical at the side, unable to believe his ears. Are you all mad? The desperate little girl on the pyre cried out. But Miss Tracy, I'm not a witch, I want to live. Tracy ignored the girl's pleas and walked up the steps of the pyre with a steady gait. She looked down at the terrified girl and said softly, I know. The girl looked at Tracy, her eyes a mixture of confusion and a spark of hope. Nyland dramatically produced a torch. With a shout, he grandly presented it to the priest. I invite the great Father Seth to light the fire himself, so we may witness a divine miracle. The priest hesitated, his gaze darting nervously between Tracy, Nyland, and the increasingly restless crowd. Since this young lady is so determined to die, then I shall grant her wish. He snatched the torch from the night and turned towards the pyre. The priest's face was set in grim determination, but he hesitated. His eyes flickered nervously over the pyre. He sensed something was wrong and muttered to himself. This firewood. Tracy tilted her head, feigning innocence as she asked, "Is something wrong, Father?" She asked sweetly. The priest leaned in closer, examining the wood more carefully. His eyes widened in alarm. Tracy let a subtle smile play on her lips. The priest looked up at Tracy, stammering as he tried to regain his composure. "No, there's absolutely nothing wrong." Nyland stepped forward, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Great Father Seth," he began, "if she dies, she is innocent. If she does not die, she is a witch, a fact revealed by God. But what does it mean if the pyre cannot be lit at all?" The priest's face turned deathly pale. "If dry wood cannot be lit by a blazing fire, it must be God's grace that has set them free." Nyland chuckled, his voice full of mockery and contempt. "God's grace again." The priest's hands were visibly trembling. "Watch your tone. It is God's protection that has allowed them to live." Nyland flashed a triumphant smile, his eyes glinting with victory. "So, what you mean to say, Your Grace, is that not only are they not witches, but they are favored by God?" Tracy beamed, her smile filled with triumphant joy. When the priest saw Tracy smiling, he acknowledged through gritted teeth that she was, in fact, correct. Nyland excitedly turned to the crowd, asking if everyone had heard that Miss Tracy was favored by God. Anyone who said she brought misfortune would face divine punishment. The people began to chant Tracy's name and hail Miss Tracy. As the people chanted either Tracy's or Nyland's name, he turned to the priest and laughed. He said it was preposterous that his grace had mistaken God's favor for witchcraft and told him he must repent sincerely to avoid incurring God's wrath. The priest handed the torch to Nyland, saying grimly that he would remember this. He then threw the girl's written poems into the air, telling Nyland he had better not regret it. Nyland sent the knight to lie low for a while, dismissed the crowd, and disposed of the firewood from the estate. He ordered a proper funeral for the woman. The girl was still in distress, unable to believe she had survived. She asked if she was truly chosen by God, truly under his protection. Tracy came over and asked her if she really believed there was a God in this world who would allow such despicable things to happen. The girl was surprised to see her there. The girl said that if it wasn't for God's grace, how could the fire have gone out without burning them to death? Tracy replied that in this world, there are neither gods nor witches. She sighed before continuing, then said, "But it must be admitted that demons do exist." She said that most demons disguise themselves as humans, pretending to act according to human standards. It is those demons who should have been watching her hang from a rope. The girl questioned that even if that were true, what could they do? She was not like Miss Tracy. She was just an ordinary commoner girl with no power to fight back against. The church. She began to tremble, thanking Tracy for saving her today. If it weren't for her, her timid self would have long since accepted her fate and died. Tracy just stood there quietly, watching the girl silently until she said that she was now the girl favored by God. She had the power to influence countless people around her. She then returned the girl's diary, but the girl said she had sworn never to write again. But Tracy told her not to misunderstand. What she decided to do was none of her business. Frankly, she was protecting this territory for her own and her grandfather's selfish interests. She only saved her because it happened to suit her purpose. She said the church would continue to target the girl, and the girl should just keep submitting, even if it meant the slaughter would continue. But in her opinion, thwarting that philosophy was a matter of survival. She would not tolerate anyone who stood in her way. She said she was neither a witch nor an ordinary commoner. Although the name Tracy of Viana would forever be remembered as that of a villain, she would make this territory so powerful that no one would dare challenge it. She told the girl not to mind how timid she was. She should at least fight with all her might. At least give herself something worth protecting and a reason to live. Then the girl left. Afterwards, the knight picked up the diary from the floor in the carriage and asked Sir Nyland what had happened today. The butler was lost in thought, recalling what had happened earlier. He remembered Tracy asking for his help, telling him to prepare the firewood for the pyre and soak it with water. Then the knight asked him what he thought, but the knight said he wouldn't have asked if he knew. Tracy reflected that in this world, it was common knowledge that wet wood doesn't light. Viana's forestry was expanding, and its most common pine trees were known for their deep charcoal color. This damp, dark firewood would be unnoticeable without a thorough inspection. The knight said that even if no one else noticed the wood had been tampered with, the great Father Seth surely did. What he didn't understand was why the great Father Seth didn't expose their scheme. Tracy reflected that it was because he couldn't. Witches cannot be burned. If the great Father Seth had replaced the wet wood and burned the girl to death, not only would it prove he had framed the girl, but it would also make the citizens question their judgment. The faith of the populace is the key to the church's influence. The church cannot afford the price of being questioned by them. If one considers that the person who would have been burned was the Marquis's granddaughter, the issue would have erupted throughout the kingdom. To avoid this, they no longer burned people at the stake. So despite knowing their scheme, the great father had no choice but to swallow his anger and play along. Nyland and the knight were lost in thought, until the knight said to Sir Nyland that he had a strange feeling Miss Tracy had seen through it all from the very beginning. Finally, the butler shouted, asking if he was a fool. She was just a 6-year-old child. How on earth could she have planned all this? He said he had planned it all, and it had absolutely nothing to do with Tracy. The knight was confused. He said no offense, but asked if that wasn't highly unlikely. He screamed, asking if he would believe a 6-year-old could come up with this on her own. As they argued, Tracy felt tired and yawned, and Nyland said it had nothing to do with Miss Tracy anyway. The knight said he understood, but asked if the Marquis was involved. The butler said he had to inform him of the truth. That was obvious. The knight asked how he should relay it. He told him to just say that an unparalleled genius had been born into the Viana family. As Tracy slept soundly in her carriage seat, a man came before Gus, who asked what the situation was now. The man replied that the great Father Seth had gone to the lakeside city as planned today, but Nyland had saved the girl who was supposed to be executed. Now the residents of the city were all praising Miss Tracy, saying the girl was a child of God. This made Gus extremely furious. The man said that on top of that, he was terrified because it meant the church's hands were tied. They could no longer use the witch hunts to pressure the Marquis. Gus slammed his fist on the table, cursing. The man said they had warned the church the moment Miss Tracy left the estate, yet they had made this level of preparation in less than a day. It was as if someone had laid a trap in advance. Gus asked what he was implying. Was he saying the church had betrayed him and colluded with the priest? The man said the great Father Seth had told him that if Lord Gus could not prove his usefulness, he would be eliminated just like his brothers. In the Marquis's residence, the maids were gossiping about Miss Tracy being favored by God. They had heard the rumors that the great father himself had confirmed the news that spread throughout the city. The Marquis must have not only heard this, but he also heard today that the church had mistaken a girl favored by God for a witch and nearly executed her. She also heard that it was Mr. Nyland and Miss Tracy who saved her, and others were saying they were both amazing and that the Marquis would surely be proud when he heard. When Tracy arrived at her grandfather's office, he said she had done an outstanding job today and asked what reward she wanted. She said she just wanted to live happily by her grandfather's side, and that was enough. But her grandfather said absolutely not. He would not shortchange his dear granddaughter. He shouted to the guards, ordering them to retrieve the inheritance crest from Gus and Oleg. He was going to give the crest to Tracy. He picked her up and said that from now on, she would help him manage the family's affairs, handling matters big and small. She told her grandfather coquettishly that it was too much, that her uncle and his family would be angry. Although this was all Tracy's fantasy. In reality, she was trying to sleep, and after stopping, she felt she really shouldn't have let her imagination run wild like that. But embarrassingly, she couldn't help but feel excited. On the other hand, an angry Marquis told Nyland that he didn't recall giving him permission. Nyland bowed and apologized sincerely, saying he had made a grave mistake and that he should have reminded the young lady to stay away from the Marquis. He asked if he understood what a dangerous game he was playing. He said he understood. However, he hadn't felt this happy in a long time. The Marquis asked him what he meant by that. He didn't even say that if he remembered the old days when the Marquis fought alongside them all over the world, they could do as they pleased, saving whomever they wanted. He said they had faced danger. He had felt free. Miss Tracy's actions reminded him of how it felt back then. The Marquis said he understood that he was saying their current lives were suffocating and uncomfortable. Nyland said he understood the Marquis's difficulties. He also understood that the Marquis felt even more suffocated than he did. The Marquis said he was quite silver-tongued. Nyland smiled. The Marquis said his intention was not to blame him and Tracy, but as the head of the family, he had to be especially careful about the potential consequences. He was sure he understood his concerns. For every life they saved, the enemy would kill 10 in retaliation. It had been that way from the beginning. He was worried they wouldn't let this go so easily. The butler said he knew, and he was worried they would retaliate by harming the young lady, and asked him not to worry, as he had already quelled all the rumors and declared that it had nothing to do with Miss Tracy. The Marquis said the church would want a scapegoat to vent their anger on, and courage always comes at a price. He said some rumors had leaked out, saying he had been planning this incident for a long time. Then he said that as the head of the family, he would bear the consequences. The next day, Tracy woke up peacefully and said good morning to her bed. She was surrounded by maids who greeted her, much to her shock. Tracy shot up, covered in goosebumps, and shrieked, wanting to know what was going on. The butler entered her room and asked if she had slept well. She asked him furiously what was happening and if he had sent all these servants to spy on her. Nyland said it was a misunderstanding and that they were here to serve her. These were the best maids in the entire estate, and she could choose any one of them to be her personal maid. He said his custom-ordered items were finished and would be delivered this afternoon. He had personally ordered them under the Marquis's supervision. If there was anything she needed or wanted, she just had to ask, and he would accommodate her request in the best way possible, and asked if she understood what he meant. Tracy replied that she understood, but asked if he was sure he hadn't taken the wrong medicine or something. She reflected that just yesterday he had called her stubborn and reckless, and today he was giving her special treatment. He must be mad, yet his expression was so kind. The butler took something out of his pocket, saying the Marquis had also instructed him to give this to her. When he opened the box, she was surprised to see it was the inheritance crest. She leaned in to examine the intricate details, sensing something was off. "The name engraved here isn't Tracy," she said, her brow furrowing slightly with a hint of subtle sorrow. Nyland stepped forward, his usual stern expression softened by memory. "It was your father's," he explained softly, his voice low. He continued, his voice tinged with clear pride. "Lord William was once the first in line to inherit, the true pride of the Viana family." Tracy thought that being first in line meant being destined to inherit the title of Marquis. After William's tragic death, Gus and his son had unfortunately taken his place as first in line. Nyland held out his hand. "Miss Tracy, allow me to put it on for you." "I refuse," Tracy said firmly, cutting him off mid-sentence, her voice clear and decisive. She carefully closed the box, her usually bright face clouded with a pensive expression. "It has no practical use for me at the moment," she stated firmly. "It's better to keep it safe as a precious memento." She turned to Nyland, her eyes shining with newfound resolve, and continued confidently, "I ask you to tell grandfather that I will rely solely on my own abilities, and thus I will earn a crest engraved with my own name." Tracy nodded decisively, a confident smile playing on her lips, and turned to leave. "If there's nothing else, I'm going into town. I have much to do." She swept past the line of maids with a new sense of purpose, leaving Nyland and the servants in stunned silence in the wake of her determined departure. Nyland's hand shot out and grabbed her dress with surprising force. "What on earth are you doing?" "Butler Nyland," Tracy cried out, her usual noble composure broken as she turned, her violet eyes flashing with clear annoyance. She tugged, but Nyland's unusually strong grip held fast. "I informed the Marquis that Miss Tracy possesses a true, once-in-a-century talent that needs to be nurtured." He released her dress and gestured grandly towards the doorway, where a newcomer stood, beaming. "The Marquis ordered the best tutor in the entire territory to be brought here overnight," Nyland announced proudly. "Miss Tracy, let us be comrades in knowledge," the tutor said cheerfully, his eyes twinkling behind round glasses. Tracy, however, was speechless, not with excitement for learning, but with utter shock, her gaze fixed on the tutor's shiny, bald head. "I just performed a great service yesterday. Is this how you repay me? I'm only 6 years old." Nyland was unmoved, stating calmly, "A 6-year-old should certainly start with the basics of Viana etiquette." He gently pushed her towards the beaming tutor, who was encouraging her cheerfully. "Leave it to me." Outside, overlooking the lush gardens, two maids were chatting in low voices. One sighed mournfully, "Poor Miss Tracy. Butler Nyland is forcing her to study desperately day after day." In the Marquis's office, Tracy was persistently tugging on her grandfather's sleeve. "Grandfather, Tracy wants to go to town." The Marquis replied with a gentle smile, "My dear, you should finish your studies first," echoing Nyland's apparent educational zeal. Back in the hallway, the maids continued, "She's just a 6-year-old child. What's wrong with wanting to play at that age?" One whispered, to which the other responded, "I heard Miss Tracy boldly requested a crest of her own." A personalized crest essentially means the holder is fully qualified to inherit the Marquisate. A deep voice suddenly interrupted them. It is indeed brave for Miss Tracy to have such an ambition, but isn't it fundamentally impossible for a girl? If that weren't the case, Lord Gus would be sweating bullets by now, wouldn't he? His cousin, Valero, followed with a sneer, adding sharply, if it weren't for the unfortunate early deaths of those two late young lords, Lord Gus wouldn't even be in consideration as an heir. Suddenly, Gus swung his hand in fury, the sharp crack of a slap echoing down the hall, startling Tracy and making her pause in her studies. Please have mercy, Lord Gus, the slapped maid pleaded desperately. We sincerely apologize. We didn't know you would be here today. Gus, his face red with rage, ignored her completely and roared, it seems the servants in my father's estate are as useless as my own. What right does he have to say I'm incapable of disciplining my servants? I'm firing you right now, get out. He shoved the maid forcefully, sending her crashing painfully into a nearby table. Tracy observed from the doorway, thinking, like father, like son, what a complete disaster. Returning to her lesson, she interrupted the tutor. Teacher, Tracy has mastered today's lesson. May I be dismissed early? Just as Tracy announced her intention to leave, she encountered an unexpected visitor. Her red-haired cousin, Oleg, sauntered in, a complex look of curiosity and unease on his face, and awkwardly sat in an armchair, staring at her. Oh, there you are, Oleg said, his voice unusually sharp. I haven't seen you in a while. I see you've finally started your lessons, despite your special status. Tracy met his gaze directly and stated formally, Oleg Amori Viana. You've only been living here for a mere 2 days, and you've already caused quite a bit of trouble for the church. Tracy blinked, retorting, so what? Father already told me. He mumbled. He said that when you went into town to buy things, you made the church very unhappy with your demands. Your father certainly has a way with words. He straightened up slightly, pointing at her as he declared, I suggest you wise up and stop causing trouble for our family. Tracy tilted her head, smirking as she said, speaking of causing trouble, how could I possibly compare to you and your father? Oleg's eyes widened. What did you say? He yelled incoherently, jumping up and lunging towards her, at which point a white bag tied with a yellow ribbon fell. Inside was a beautifully wrapped new doll. Tracy was inwardly confused about the doll. Don't get the wrong idea, Oleg blurted out. I just heard a lot about this doll and bought it purely to see if it was worth all the fuss. The door opened and Nylan walked in, oblivious to the tense atmosphere. He noted, it seems you've already given your gift to Miss Tracy. Nylan beamed. Young Master Oleg bought it for you at the market this morning. Mortified, Oleg stammered, that's only because grandfather said I had to apologize if I ever wanted to set foot in the main house again. Tracy raised an eyebrow, thinking, so that's what this is about. Nylan tried to smooth things over. Young Master Oleg, if you put it that way, the apology loses its meaning. Oleg burst out, whatever. I've apologized, so just take it. He shoved the doll towards Tracy. Take it, and let's get along from now on. Tracy took the bag, looked at Oleg, then at Nylan, and finally at the nearby wastebasket, which she opened and began to lower the bag into. Oleg watched in horror, and Nylan froze. Tracy unceremoniously dropped the doll into the trash with a thud. Just as I thought, Tracy said calmly. You don't even know how to apologize properly. She turned to retrieve her book. Oleg stammered, what on earth are you trying to do? Tracy replied, since you've already given it to me, there shouldn't be a problem with me doing this, right? She said, gesturing to the trash can. Nylan exclaimed, Miss Tracy, that's the trash can. Oleg, his face a mask of fury and disbelief, could only sputter incoherently. She turned to Oleg, instructing him to watch closely, declaring that this was her answer and that in her world, there was no principle stating one must accept a forced apology or an unwanted gift. She apologized for her abruptness, turned to announce her departure, and intended to make up for the missed lesson tomorrow. As she reached for the door to leave, Oleg stammered for her to wait, insisting she accept his gift. Suddenly, the door was thrown open, and Gus burst in, brushing past, and bumping into Tracy in his haste. Tracy turned in surprise to see Gus striding towards Oleg, and slapped him hard across the face. The furious Gus bellowed insults, calling Oleg a despicable, useless fool. Oleg collapsed to the floor, his legs giving out. Tracy froze, terrified and bewildered by the sudden outburst. Gus continued to scream, berating Oleg for being utterly incompetent and unable to do anything right. He raised his hand again, preparing to strike the boy once more, declaring that Oleg was a complete waste of food and money. Just then, Nylan intervened, gently stopping Gus's Gus's hand and pleading with him to calm down. Gus turned his fury on Nylan, demanding to know if the Marquis was trying to humiliate him by forcing Oleg to apologize to Tracy. Nylan quickly assured him that the Marquis had misunderstood and had no such intention. Gus angrily shook off Nylan's hand, turned to Oleg, and curtly ordered him to go reflect on his incompetence. Gus then strode towards the exit, forcing Tracy to make way. As he passed her, Gus's gaze lingered for a moment, filled with such palpable hatred that it sent a chill down Tracy's spine. Her eyes widened, and her heart hammered her chest as she felt the full force of her uncle's malevolent stare collapsing to the floor. Still reeling from the encounter, Tracy reflected that Gus had looked at her as if he wanted to kill her. She glanced at Oleg, who was still on the floor, and their eyes met. Both seemed to share the same unsettling feeling. Embarrassed, Oleg quickly looked away. Tracy remained bewildered, struggling to make sense of the volatile situation. Shortly after, a maid approached Tracy and mentioned some whispered rumors that Lord Gus's temper had worsened since his arrival at the main house. She murmured that he was tirelessly pestering the Marquis, demanding that young Master Oleg be invited to live in the main house as well. Tracy asked if Gus was truly that desperate for Oleg to live there. The maid confirmed it, but added that the Marquis had refused, stating that Tracy's permission must be obtained first. Tracy then realized that this was why Oleg had suddenly appeared with an apology gift, a clumsy attempt to get on her good side. And then Gus had hit him, calling him a pervert. Gus banged on her father's office door, shouting that he needed to talk to him. Nylan informed him that the Marquis had decided to let Oleg move into the estate. Gus turns to him in anger, saying he's had enough of him and questioning what right he has and who gave him the authority to oppose him, to stand between him and her father. Nylan calmly responds that it is a right he earned by fighting alongside the Lord since he was 9, a loyalty forged in countless battles. He recounts their shared history, mentioning their early days chasing butterflies in a desolate garden, a stark contrast to their current predicament. Gus, even more enraged, grabs Nylan by the collar, insisting that he is the first in line to be the next Marquis. Nylan remains silent for a moment before bowing his head slightly to ask for forgiveness, admitting he had overstated his role. Gus, slightly placated, declares that Nylan knows his place after all before finally leaving. He shouts that he will be back in a few days. Inside the office, the Marquis observes the tense confrontation, taking mental note of it, and lets out a long, weary sigh. A week later, the estate's employees are busy unloading the luggage of young Master Oleg. Tracy, absorbed in a book, notices the commotion and asks Nylan the reason for the unusual activity. Nylan explains that Lord Gus has ignored the Marquis' explicit orders and had young Master Oleg's belongings sent to the main residence. Gus declared that if Tracy is allowed to live in the main house, then Oleg, as an heir, should be entitled to the same privilege. Tracy asks about her grandfather's whereabouts. Nylan informs her that the Marquis left early in the morning and will not return until late at night. Tracy understands Gus's strategy. He intends to sneak Oleg into the mansion while her grandfather is away. He's so shameless, Tracy mutters, her voice filled with contempt. Nylan, surprised by her sharp assessment, admits that Gus's actions are indeed excessive, considering he is still the Marquis' eldest living son and heir. But Tracy counters that it is precisely because of his status that Gus is so utterly shameless. Nylan concedes, admitting she might be right. He reiterates that the Marquis' position remains firm. Oleg can only live in the main residence with Tracy's express permission. Tracy says she understands, realizing what this means. If she refuses to yield, her grandfather will be forced to order Oleg's belongings to be removed. To those unaware of Gus and Oleg's manipulative intentions toward Tracy, this would make her seem like a selfish and arrogant child, abusing her grandfather's affection to make things difficult for her cousin. Gus is deliberately putting her grandfather in a difficult position. Tracy also wonders if Gus has considered how Oleg would feel being so easily discarded and disliked. Nylan interrupts her thoughts, asking for her decision. Just then, Tracy is surprised to notice the doll she had thrown in the trash. As Oleg's luggage is being brought in, the doll is inexplicably among the items, seemingly retrieved from the trash, and even rewrapped. She wonders if Oleg is planning another clumsy attempt at an apology. Nylan, noticing her contemplation, asks what she plans to do now. He asks if she will forgive young Master Oleg. Tracy retorts, why should she? Nylan then suggests simply having the staff remove Oleg's luggage and send it back to Gus's residence. Tracy hesitates, realizing that doing so would further damage her reputation. Nylan then proposes waiting for the Marquis to return, but Tracy vetoes the idea, unwilling to bother her already exhausted and bewildered grandfather with such a trivial family dispute. Nylan, at a loss, is asking what to do when suddenly Oleg himself appears, speaking directly to Tracy. He announces that he is moving into the main residence too and defiantly asks what she's going to do about it. Tracy meets his gaze with contempt, and an awkward silence falls between them. Oleg looks awkward and tries to explain his previous actions. He stammers, struggling to find the right words. Before he can fully articulate his thoughts, Tracy cuts him off, asking if he remembers their grandfather's rule. Oleg needs to earn her forgiveness to be allowed to move in. She points out that his and his father's actions directly defy her grandfather's wishes, and the Marquis will likely be furious when he discovers their blatant disregard for his authority. Oleg, flustered, stammers back a question. Tracy just shrugs dismissively, indicating she doesn't care about his excuses. She gets up to leave, stating that he shouldn't expect her help when the time comes, leaving a cryptic warning in the air. Oleg, indignant and frustrated, shouts after her retreating back, I wasn't expecting any. Later, Tracy wakes from a nap in her room and asks if Oleg has left. A maid informs her that he is still there, practicing his swordsmanship with great vigor in the courtyard. He has even summoned 2 apprentice knights from the order to spar with him, showing he has no intention of leaving that day. Tracy thinks to herself that even after her clear warning, which clearly labeled him an idiot, he remains unfazed. She decides to go and observe the situation herself, heading to the courtyard accompanied by Nylan. They observe Oleg training with intense determination, striking the knights with surprising force. One of the knights falls dramatically, declaring Oleg the winner of the first round and acknowledging his superior skill. However, Tracy can see that the knights are losing on purpose, clearly going easy on Oleg. Despite this, she notes that Oleg's crouching attack is not entirely clumsy. Oleg, basking in his false victory, arrogantly tells the knights that with such mediocre skills, they can't possibly think they are worthy of being knights of the Viana family. He calls them useless trash and declares that training them is a waste of food and money. He dismissively waves them away, saying he will have his grandfather replace them, leaving the 2 knights looking worried. Tracy feels a surge of anger, marveling at how every word Oleg says manages to infuriate her. Meanwhile, Oleg continues his tirade, humiliating the knights and reiterating their incompetence. The humiliated knights apologize profusely, begging him not to be angry. Tracy is suddenly reminded of Gus's earlier comment that raising Oleg was a waste of food and money. An idea flashes in her mind. At that moment, Tracy turns to the butler, who asks if she has come up with a solution. She asks Nylan if he trusts her, and he readily affirms his wavering faith. Tracy then suggests that it might be beneficial if Nylan were to tell Oleg that the Marquis had witnessed his recent behavior. Nylan is confused, pointing out that the Marquis left early in the morning and won't be back until late at night, doubting that even the foolish young Master Oleg would believe such a blatant fabrication. Tracy, however, remains silent, a subtle smile playing on her lips. A moment later, Nylan, now understanding, eagerly approaches Oleg. Oleg, surprised by Nylan's sudden approach and serious expression, asks what's wrong and if Nylan is feeling unwell. As Tracy watches from a distance, Nylan relays to Oleg that the Marquis had indeed observed his training with the knights from his office window. Nylan further explains that the Marquis witnessed Oleg's treatment of the knights and wishes for him to reflect on his conduct. As a means to encourage this reflection, the Marquis has instructed Oleg to memorize the Viana Knights Code and to recite it fluently at breakfast the next morning, in front of the entire household staff. Since Oleg is required to memorize the entire code in one day, he is permitted to stay the night, further cementing the illusion of the Marquis's direct involvement in upholding his authority and thus avoiding further disputes. However, Tracy thinks to herself that there are no perfect solutions, and every action has a price. She sincerely hopes that Oleg will at least learn some valuable lessons from this experience and understand that actions have consequences. While the rest of the mansion sleeps, Oleg remains awake, studying diligently. Yet he lets out a frustrated scream, declaring that the one thing he hates most is studying. Tears well up in his eyes as he thinks about the daunting task of memorizing the entire code, but he yearns for his grandfather's approval. He resolves that if this is what must be done, he will endure it. The next morning at breakfast, Oleg is unusually subdued, his head bowed low, his nervousness palpable. The Marquis, noticing Oleg's uncharacteristic silence, looks directly at him and asks the reason for his presence. At that moment, Oleg abruptly stands up and begins to recite the Knight's Code, his voice trembling slightly at first, but growing stronger as he continues. The Marquis is stunned, clearly bewildered by the sudden performance. Oleg continues his recitation, unflinchingly detailing the virtues and principles of a Viana knight. Outside the dining room, the gathered maids peer through the crack in the door, witnessing the spectacle and struggling to stifle their laughter at Oleg's earnest recitation. In contrast, Tracy remains composed, calmly enjoying her toast, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding drama. Finally, Oleg concludes his recitation, announcing that he has completed everything his grandfather asked of him, and emphasizing that he stayed up all night to memorize the lengthy code. The Marquis, still perplexed by the entire situation, turns to Tracy, realizing this is all her manipulation. She simply gives him a sweet smile. He chuckles, wondering what to do with such a cunning granddaughter. The Marquis turns back to Oleg, putting on a serious face, and asks him to explain why he was instructed to recite the Knight's Code. Oleg, guided by Tracy's carefully orchestrated script, explains that it was because he had been arrogant and behaved improperly during his training with the Knights the day before. The Marquis's stern expression softens into a smile. He praises Oleg, saying that recognizing one's failings is the first step toward maturity, and expresses that he was impressed by Oleg's efforts that day. Oleg's face lights up with joy, and he declares that the Marquis is right and that he will reflect deeply on this valuable lesson. The Marquis, then, invites him to sit and enjoy breakfast. However, Oleg suddenly freezes. He remembers that the Marquis was away all day yesterday and didn't return until late at night. Confusion clouds his face, and he questions how the Marquis could have possibly witnessed his training session if he wasn't there. A look of suspicion dawns on his face as he whips his head toward Tracy. She simply responds with a mocking chuckle. Suddenly, the butler and the maids erupt in a burst of laughter, confirming Oleg's realization. He has been thoroughly played. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Oleg bursts into tears, begging them to stop laughing at him. After breakfast, Oleg intercepts Tracy, demanding that she stop her manipulations. When she ignores him and tries to walk away, he grabs her arm, insisting she explain why she deceived him. In an internal monologue, Tracy considers the various reasons behind her actions. Perhaps it was because Oleg and his father would squander the family fortune in the future. Perhaps it was revenge for their bullying and imprisonment of the original Tracy. Or perhaps it was simply because they were both responsible for her untimely death in her past life. Ultimately, she concludes it's a combination of all these reasons, coupled with her firm resolve to never be a victim again. Tracy angrily shakes off his arm and retorts in a cold voice that she remembers the atrocities Oleg and Gus committed in her past life and knows they are likely to repeat them if left unchecked. It's also, she says, because she will never tolerate being used, nor will she remain silent in the face of their arrogance and sense of entitlement. Oleg, still reeling from the public humiliation, insists that he was genuinely embarrassed and that all the servants were laughing at him. Tracy coldly questions if he truly believes the servants don't usually laugh at him behind his back. Oleg, confused, asks her to explain. Tracy explains that this was likely the first time in years Oleg had received genuine praise from their grandfather, and instead of complaining, he should be expressing gratitude. Overcome with emotion once again, Oleg bursts into tears and collapses to the floor, wailing about why Tracy is being so cruel to him now. He pleads that he just wanted to apologize. He stresses that his grandfather won't let him move into the main residence without Tracy's permission. He reveals that since Tracy's arrival, his father has changed, beating him constantly. He confesses that he doesn't know what else to do. He begs Tracy, insisting that she is the only one who can save him now. Tracy observes his desperation, finally acknowledging that it seems Oleg is beginning to understand his true situation. He asks her to state what she wants. Tracy remarks that he's finally realized she's the only one who can save him. Tracy knows Oleg won't forget the humiliation he suffered, nor the underlying truth. Without her approval, the Viana inheritance crest is meaningless, as useless as that discarded doll. Despite all his flaws, Oleg possesses one small advantage. He is a legitimate grandson of the Viana family, even if he is just a pawn in Gus's grand scheme to weaken the Marquis and seize control. Gus is simply using Oleg to sow discord and damage the Marquis' reputation. Tracy thoughtfully places a finger on her chin and speaks directly to Oleg. She declares that if he truly desires her help, he must obey her commands without question in the future. She hints that if he proves obedient, she will not only allow him to stay in the main residence, but he might even receive praise from their grandfather every week. Oleg, momentarily forgetting his tears, eagerly asks if he could really get their grandfather's praise every week, his voice filled with hopeful disbelief. He then asks how she could possibly guarantee such a thing. Tracy simply points out that it has already happened once, which is proof of her influence. However, Oleg, remembering his father's warnings, expresses his concern, saying that Gus claims Tracy is his enemy, someone who will usurp his rightful inheritance. Tracy waves away his concerns, calling them useless worries. She emphasizes that he simply needs to make a choice. She gives him two clear options: stay in the main residence and win their grandfather's approval, or return to his father and continue with those manipulative schemes. She reiterates that he himself has already admitted that only she can help him. Oleg, with newfound determination on his face, stands up and announces that he has made his decision. Tracy, with a cunning smile, calls after him that his first command is to memorize the entire geography of Viana within a week. Oleg stops in his tracks, a look of horror on his face. He protests loudly, declaring that he did not choose to obey her. Tracy retorts that his protest is meaningless if he chose wrong, and that she would be more than happy to reveal to everyone how he cried, and beg her to save him, questioning if he truly doesn't care about his honor. Utterly shocked and cornered, Oleg can only scream in frustration, calling Tracy purely evil. Gus's butler informs him that, as expected, young Master Oleg was allowed to stay in the main residence and even receive praise from the Marquis. Gus scoffs, saying his father lacks the courage to expel Oleg, and that a little girl who only knows how to cry poses no real threat. Meanwhile, Tracy is leisurely enjoying a lavish dessert. Nylan emerges from behind a nearby bush, revealing that he now finally understands Tracy's entire plan. He realizes she cleverly fabricated the supposed order from the Marquis for Oleg to study, thus saving Oleg from punishment for his earlier outburst while manipulating the situation to her advantage. He marvels at her cunning, commenting that her words can be as sharp as a dagger, yet he believes her heart remains as soft as a dove's, evidenced by her consideration for the young man's family. Tracy just smiles mysteriously and asks if he truly believes that. Just then, Oleg appears and calls out to Tracy. Approaching, he sees her enjoying dessert and announces that he wants some too, seemingly having forgotten their earlier animosity. Tracy, however, maintains her newly established dominance. She instructs him to first go and copy the Viana dictionary 3 times. Oleg is instantly deflated, then changes the subject, excitedly pointing to a nearby swing set and urging Tracy to look at the new swing. However, Tracy feigns disinterest and quickly kicks the swing, causing Oleg to lose his balance and fall flat on his face. "My turn," she declares arrogantly, instructing him to go memorize the Viana dictionary. As Tracy is about to get into her carriage, Oleg appears again, running up to ask if she's going town and expressing his desire to accompany her. Tracy simply stares at him with a serious and firm gaze. Oleg, understanding her silent refusal, turns and retreats dejectedly, muttering that it's fine. He hasn't finished memorizing the Viana dictionary yet and will go do it now. Nylan, who witnessed the exchange, is stunned by Tracy's masterful manipulation. A smug smile touches Tracy's lips as she enters the carriage. Inside, Tracy asks Nylan if he still believes she harbors any familial consideration for Oleg. Nylan, now seeing her true nature clearly, urges her to simply forget about kinship, declaring that both he and Tracy see Oleg as nothing more than a pawn in a game. He then playfully wonders what kind of man could ever please Lady Tracy. Tracy, feigning innocence, pokes her head out of the carriage window and asks if he was just speaking ill of her in his mind. Nyland hastily denies it, claiming he was merely pondering what kind of man could meet Lady Tracy's demanding standards. Meanwhile, in town, a nobleman is surrounded by a group of adoring women. He glances in a certain direction with a smug smile, just as Tracy is in a dress shop, carefully selecting a gown for the upcoming Mamba Festival. The festival, held next month, is the most important event in the city of Linza. The Viana estate will host a grand banquet, and preparations are underway throughout the domain. The shopkeeper explains that the Lord will formally introduce Lady Tracy to numerous nobles from all over the kingdom. Proper attire and lavish gifts are essential to present the extraordinary and precious young lady of the Viana family. The shopkeeper shows Tracy a dress, commenting that it is indeed very lovely. Nyland, however, despairs internally, lamenting that his exceptionally intelligent and perceptive Lady Tracy possesses such questionable fashion sense. The shopkeeper, sensing Nyland's hesitation, offers to fetch some other, more exquisite styles from the back. Nyland sighs inwardly, thinking that the short dress Tracy is currently considering is completely inappropriate for such a grand event. He knows he will receive a severe scolding from the Lord if she wears it. Suddenly, Tracy speaks up, commenting that Nyland should be able to understand her intentions by now, which completely confuses him. She further explains, a shrewd glint in her purple eyes, that the dress's length is perfect for concealing and quickly retrieving any item she might need. Nyland's mind races, and he stammers, asking if she intends to hide something under her dress. Tracy clarifies with an innocent smile that she certainly doesn't plan to hide sweets and candies. Instead, she explains it's perfect for concealing something long, slender, and foldable, something that doesn't require much force to effectively pierce a body, like a knife. Nyland gasps, a wave of panic washing over him, just as the shopkeeper returns with a selection of more ornate dresses. She is completely unaware of the chilling implications behind the 6-year-old's seemingly innocent fashion choice. Upon her return, the shopkeeper notices the strange tension in the air and asks if anything is wrong. Tracy quickly regains her composure and announces that she adores the dress. The shopkeeper, relieved, beams and comments that everyone is eagerly anticipating seeing the Lady of Viana at the upcoming Mamba Festival, adding that it has been many years since such a grand banquet was held. She does mention, however, that a Mr. Patrick is causing a stir over the event, advising people not to attend. Tracy finds the name Patrick vaguely familiar and asks if he's a family member and why he is discouraging people from attending. The shopkeeper speculates that perhaps he is just being overly cautious, worried the festivities might get too rowdy and someone could get hurt. After all, she emphasizes he is the kindest man in the country. Tracy is taken aback, wondering what the shopkeeper means by the kindest man. The shopkeeper elaborates that he is a renowned local healer, claiming there is no illness he cannot cure. She speaks of how he has traveled far and wide for his research, his fame spreading across the land. People come from afar just to seek his expert diagnosis, and in her eyes, he is as perfect as a messenger from God. Tracy, shocked by such excessive praise, wonders if it's an exaggeration. Nyland interjects, stating dryly that while he may not be a messenger from God, Patrick is certainly a major nuisance at the moment. He explains that Patrick has ominously predicted a terrible accident will occur during the Mamba Festival. But when they sent someone to investigate his claims, he was vague and offered no concrete evidence to support his dire warnings. Now Tracy remembers. Patrick was a minor character in the original novel, a doctor who occasionally assisted the protagonist with barely any significant lines. She wonders if his role has been magnified in this transmigration. A cold thought then crosses her mind. They should just capture Patrick and force a confession out of him to determine if he is merely an alarmist or if there is actual substance to his assertions. She muses that if he truly possessed prophetic abilities, why haven't the powers that be seized him? He would not only be invaluable to their family, but could also generate wealth through others' businesses. Hearing Nyland mention business, the shopkeeper turns to him, raising a curious eyebrow. Nyland laughs nervously, dismissing Lady Tracy's words as a joke. However, Tracy interjects that she wasn't just joking. Just then, a piercing cry for help shatters the calm of the shop. Nylan instinctively grabs Tracy and pulls her close, urgently asking what's happening outside and if it's an earthquake. The shopkeeper rushes to the window, her eyes wide with horror as she observes the scene outside. She reports that it's the workers preparing the festival decorations, and one of them has fallen from a roof. Panic spreads through the shop as she describes the chaotic scene, everyone rushing toward the injured worker. The shopkeeper's voice trembles as she says that perhaps Mr. Patrick's warning is no longer just a warning, and a palpable sense of fear grips everyone. A chill runs down Tracy's spine as she wonders if the Mamba Festival is truly fated for disaster. Something feels very wrong. She walks to the window, joining the shopkeeper, who points to the chaotic scene below. The injured worker lies motionless on the ground, a piece of wood impaling his abdomen. The shopkeeper's voice, a mixture of hope and despair, says that someone has gone to fetch Mr. Patrick, assuring everyone that everything will be all right once he arrives. Tracy observes the injured man, realizing the severity of the wound. Such a penetrating injury would likely have been fatal in her original world, even in this world without magic or modern medicine. She knows that while they could try to stop the bleeding, the risk of infection is extremely high, effectively a death sentence. She recalls the shopkeeper's earlier description of Patrick as a messenger from God, wondering if it implies he possesses abilities that can even defy death. Suddenly, a collective sigh of relief erupts from the panicked crowd as Patrick arrives. He calmly makes his way through the worried onlookers and kneels beside the injured worker, speaking to him in a soothing tone, promising that nothing will happen to him. Patrick quickly inspected the wound, and then to Tracy's utter astonishment, he reached out and effortlessly pulled out the huge block of wood piercing the man's abdomen. He skillfully and calmly bandaged the wound with swift movements. He then took out a small vial and instructed the injured worker to drink its contents immediately. The worker, having absolute trust in Patrick, readily complied. Almost instantly, a look of visible relief washed over the injured worker's face. He declared that he felt much better and that the pain had completely disappeared. Tracy stood frozen, completely stunned. Patrick, this insignificant extra from the novel, had just performed a healing feat that could only be described as a miracle. The worker, overwhelmed with gratitude, thanked Mr. Patrick profusely, stating that thanks to him, the preparations for the Mamba Festival could continue. He stressed that the event must not be postponed. However, Patrick's expression suddenly turned grave as he gripped the worker's arm, his tone serious and urgent. He declared that if the man continued to participate in matters related to the Mamba Festival, he would die. The worker recoiled in fear, his face turning pale as worried whispers rippled through the surrounding crowd. The worker, his voice trembling, asked Patrick if he was truly implying that this year's Mamba Festival would end in tragedy. Patrick, his gaze firm, retorted, asking if he looked like he was joking. He explained that his warning was purely out of concern for everyone's safety and lamented that no one was taking his premonition seriously. He then asked the man if he understood how heartbroken he was to now witness these things happening with his own eyes. The worker, now clearly in a panic, nervously apologized. Patrick softened his stern expression with a gentle smile. He simply stated that if the bandage came loose within 3 days, the man would die, leaving the worker to cry out desperately after Senior Patrick. He was left confused, unsure if the man was being serious. Meanwhile, Tracy observed the entire exchange with intense curiosity, her mind racing. He had healed the injured worker, seemingly defying the natural course of a fatal injury. She had initially considered the possibility of magic, but quickly dismissed it, as she remembered the original novel made no explicit mention of magic. Unless, she mused, some aspects of the story had quietly changed, or she had simply overlooked something crucial. She noted that Patrick's statements were deliberately vague, making it extremely difficult to tell truth from fiction. However, if he truly possessed some kind of extraordinary ability, then his warning about the Mamba Festival was likely not without merit. She noticed some in the crowd were convinced by Patrick's warning, declaring their intention to heed his advice and forego attending this year's festival. Tracy's curiosity intensified. Who exactly was this Senior Patrick? Suddenly, Patrick's gaze shifted, attempting to lock on a Tracy from across the bustling street. A faint, knowing smile played on his lips, sending a jolt of shock and confusion through Tracy. She widened her eyes in disbelief and bewilderment. How was this possible? This sudden connection and Patrick's unsettling awareness made her feel extremely uneasy, the most uncomfortable she had felt since she had transmigrated. Suddenly, Nylan, unaware of the silent exchange taking place in the crowd, realized Tracy was no longer by his side in the shop. He let out a desperate cry, calling for her in a panic. He passed a similarly worried woman. The woman recognized him, greeted him respectfully, and mentioned that she and her family had decided to heed his warning, leave town, and forego this year's Mamba Festival. She urged him to leave quickly as well, stressing that if a tragedy was truly imminent, he needed to prioritize his own safety, and wished him well. Tracy quietly followed Patrick, hiding as he entered a building. As she approached the entrance, she noticed a sign with patterns of various medicines on it. Realizing that this was likely Patrick's clinic, driven by curiosity, she decided to investigate further and quietly slipped inside. The clinic was dimly lit and eerily empty. Puzzled by his sudden disappearance, Tracy called out softly, asking where he was. Her gaze then locked onto a briefcase lying on a nearby table. She wondered if the mysterious potion he had given the injured worker was stored inside. Tracy cautiously looked around, making sure she was alone. After confirming no one was in sight, driven by intense curiosity, she climbed onto a nearby bench, her heart pounding with nervous anticipation. She climbed from the bench onto the table, her small hands reaching for the briefcase, convinced that the secret to Patrick's abilities lay within. As she opened the briefcase, a calm and familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. "Weren't you the one who wanted to use me for profit and force me to help other merchants?" Tracy jumped, caught red-handed. She whipped around, her heart in her throat. Patrick stood there, a faint, slightly melancholic smile on his lips. Suddenly, Tracy lost her balance on the unstable tabletop and fell backward, heading for the hard floor. But before she could hit it, Patrick leaped forward with lightning-fast reflexes and caught her in a fluid motion. Holding her securely, he spoke to her in a gentle tone. "Little girl, aren't you being a bit careless, following me so openly?" Tracy, now safe in his arms, finally realized the incredible speed and agility with which he had just moved. This man was definitely not ordinary. He knew what she had said about him in the clothing store. He knew she had sneaked into the clinic. He hadn't intervened, hadn't made a sound, just let her be, observing her every move. A brilliant and very charming smile bloomed on Tracy's face. She put on the guise of an innocent child and sweetly called him Big Brother. "Big Brother, are you a magician?" she asked, her purple eyes twinkling with feigned wonder. "Were you serious when you said something bad will happen at the Mamba Festival?" He said she was no ordinary child and asked who she really was. She introduced herself as Tracy de Viana, the granddaughter of the Marquis of Viana, and that she was almost 6 years old. He repeated her words in disbelief, asking if she was really only 6 years old. She confirmed that she was. He clarified that he was just an ordinary doctor, not a magician. Tracy realized he was being vague again, and asked if he could at least tell her what would happen during the Mamba Festival, suggesting that perhaps they could figure out a way to stop it together. Patrick said he found it hard to trust her, pointing out that she was eager for information about him, but had only given him a pile of lies. Tracy smiled and suggested that if he didn't believe her, she could take him to see her grandfather. She reiterated that she was the granddaughter of Marquis Viana and that her grandfather would surely help them. However, to Tracy's shock, Patrick suddenly moved close, swift and silent, and grabbed her by the neck. He demanded to know if she was really Tracy de Viana, causing her to swallow nervously in fear, wondering if he had somehow sensed her identity as a transmigrator. Patrick proposed a deal. If she told him the truth, he would tell her what was going to happen on the day of the Mamba Festival. Tracy was confused and hesitating when she was interrupted by Nylan's frantic screams. He was looking for her, shouting that if she didn't show up immediately, he would mobilize the entire Order of Knights to find her. Tracy seized the opportunity, telling Patrick it seemed it was time for him to leave. He asked if she was already in a hurry to run away. then tossed something at her, telling her to take it. She was surprised to find it was a folding knife, and even more shocked that he knew she was planning to hide a knife under her dress. She questioned his judgment, remarking, "Giving something so dangerous to a 6-year-old doesn't seem very wise." Patrick simply told her to forget it if she didn't want to talk, but reiterated that something dangerous would happen at the Mamba Festival, urging her to heed the warning. Tracy laughed, questioning his contradictory stance. He didn't trust her, yet he was worried about her safety. If he was truly worried, she asked why he didn't just reveal everything he knew. Patrick suddenly changed his tune, claiming he was no longer worried, his expression turning cold. Tracy retorted with equal force, saying she had never seen someone change their mind so quickly. He cut her off, laughing that it was just a joke, while she internally expressed her intense dislike for him. Meanwhile, Gus asked the butler if his father intended to formally introduce Tracy to the nobles at the Mamba Festival. The butler confirmed this, adding that while the Marquis was moving quickly, it was believed that Tracy possessed the factor of the Southern God, and the Marquis planned to put her forward as a possible heir by formally introducing her during the banquet. Gus angrily declared this was absurd, asserting that as long as he was alive, his father needed no other heir. However, he fell into thought, seeming hesitant. He then instructed the butler to send an invitation to the Rubbs family on behalf of the Viana family. The butler clarified that this was the family to which Lady Tracy was engaged. Gus confirmed this, stating it was time to remind his father that Tracy was just a 6-year-old girl who would still require a great deal of nurturing upon reaching adulthood. He declared that no one but himself was fit to inherit the Marquisate of Viana. Tracy, engrossed in her reading, reflected that in all existing materials, there was no mention of magic in this world. But if magic wasn't involved, how could Patrick be so sure of her identity and the impending disaster at the Mamba Festival? Nylan approached Tracy and asked if she wanted to visit the carpenter who was injured yesterday. She confirmed, expressing concern for his injuries. Nylan told her that Patrick had already taken the carpenter away, much to Tracy's surprise. He explained that Patrick claimed to be starting a medical tour to save patients, and concerned that the carpenter's injury might worsen. He had taken a man with him. Tracy realized Patrick acted quickly. She understood that if she had investigated the carpenter's injury, she might have discovered some clues about Patrick's abilities. Nylan asked sharply if she was with Patrick when he left yesterday. This sent an involuntary shiver down Tracy's spine. She quickly put on an innocent smile, lied, and asked what he was implying. Nylan clarified that Patrick had specifically sent someone to deliver this message, as if he had anticipated she would ask about the carpenter. He implied that Patrick was indirectly confirming their meeting, although the meeting itself was not as important as her deliberate denial of it. This situation completely flustered Tracy. Nylan pressed on, asking if she had done something she was afraid to admit. Tracy was nervous, cursing Patrick inwardly, realizing he had set a trap for her. She thought quickly, wondering if this meant he had already left Lakeside City, which was the perfect opportunity to investigate his past. She ran off, while Nylan shouted angrily behind her. She ran off, and Nylan shouted angrily behind her, demanding to know if she was trying to escape without answering. She angrily ordered Morton Monal to stop grabbing her by the scruff of her neck, considering it disrespectful. However, when she turned around, she was shocked to find it was her grandfather who had caught her. A sense of panic washed over her. Her grandfather apologized for his rudeness. She obediently sat down to talk with him. He told her there was a limit to how far she could run, and that Nylan had nearly mobilized the entire Order of Knights to find her yesterday. Tracy tried to stay calm and told her grandfather not to be angry. She explained that she had heard rumors of a disaster during the Mamba Festival and had rushed to investigate. Her grandfather stated that the Mamba Festival was a major event attended by all nobles and couldn't be canceled just because Patrick had made some ominous remarks. Tracy asked in surprise if her grandfather knew about it. He confirmed this, adding that Patrick had already spread the news widely. He stressed that real disasters are rare, and most so-called disasters are man-made and therefore avoidable. He assured her that he would send people to investigate, but that was a responsibility for adults. She didn't need to get involved or cause unnecessary panic. Tracy pretended to be angry, complaining that she had tried so hard only to be accused of causing trouble. She thought to herself that Patrick's identity was truly a mystery, and he might even know about her past life. She couldn't tell her grandfather about this. She needed to investigate on her own. Tracy promised not to run off again and pleaded with her grandfather for another chance. But he refused flatly, without hesitation. She was confused, wondering why this was the first time her grandfather had so decisively refused her request. She wondered what had happened and if she had really gone too far this time. The Marquis stated that, regardless, he had an important task for her. For the next week, she had to stay home and behave. She was grounded. Tracy wondered if her grandfather was truly angry. Tracy had a month to investigate Patrick's past and thoroughly analyze what he meant by the disaster. She couldn't believe her grandfather had grounded her at such a crucial time. Although she was sometimes mischievous, she had never done anything truly harmful or caused any major problems. So her grandfather had always been lenient with her. She thought that maybe she had said something that made him change his mind. Her thoughts were interrupted by a voice calling her name, pulling her back to reality. Oleg, who was studying beside her, asked what she was spacing out about, mentioning that he had been calling her, but she hadn't noticed at all. He asked if she knew how to answer a question from the homework their teacher had assigned, expressing his desire to finish quickly so they could have afternoon tea. He read the question to her. If Dad gives me 14 apples and Mom gives me 1, how many apples do I have in total? Tracy answered immediately, 15 apples. Oleg was impressed, declaring she was very smart and admitting he couldn't even understand the question. He eagerly asked another question, but an irritated Tracy just replied that she didn't know. Suddenly, a voice cut in, suggesting that perhaps this type of question was indeed challenging for a child. Tracy recognized the boy who had just arrived. He was the man who, in Tracy's previous life, had declared he would never marry a worthless woman like her. Nylan told Tracy that this was young Master Cal Rubbs, the second son of the Rubbs family and her fiancée. Cal walked toward Tracy and commented that, in other words, this was the important task the Marquis had mentioned. He explained that since young Master Cal would be staying as a guest for a week, the Marquis had asked Tracy to look after him. Tracy suddenly grabbed Nylan, pulled him close, and angrily whispered, asking if it was Gus who brought Cal here. A flustered Nylan confirmed it, adding that, as expected of Lady Tracy, she had figured it out too. She called him an idiot and demanded to know if he thought this was the right time for such things, and ordered him to get rid of Cal quickly. However, Nylan pointed out that Cal was already there. Nylan explained that Lord Gus had, for once, enthusiastically suggested that instead of meeting for the first time publicly at the Mamba Festival, Tracy and Cal, as the engaged couple, should meet beforehand to get to know each other better. He asked if strengthening the relationship between the Viana and Rubbs families wasn't important and suggested they should enjoy each other's company. An angry Tracy cursed Gus as an idiot, asking if this was how he manipulated her grandfather, and stressed that she was only a 6-year-old child. Nylan then asked if she intended to pursue the succession. She asked what he meant. He explained that the Marquis had said that if she completed this task, he would reconsider her succession. Furthermore, he was planning to make a major announcement during the Mamba Festival. Tracy's heart pounded with hope, wondering if this meant her grandfather was finally ready to consider her as the heir. Suddenly, a shout broke the silence. Oleg demanded to know what right Cal had to claim the problems were difficult for them. He told Cal that he was the one being spoken to and that he shouldn't be ignored. Tracy felt a sense of despair, wondering what this idiot was doing. Cal reiterated that he had said the problems were challenging for them and asked Oleg what he meant by that. Cal clarified that he meant exactly what he said. While he had learned this material at the age of 4, it was indeed challenging for ordinary children. An angry Oleg slammed his fist on the table, demanding to know if Cal was implying he was smarter. Cal answered in the affirmative, retorting if it wasn't a nationally known fact. Thoroughly provoked, Oleg began to roll up his sleeves, calling Cal arrogant and challenging him to a competition to decide who was superior. A worried Nylan tried to intervene, reminding Oleg that Cal was a guest. But an angry Oleg told Nylan to shut up and said what was on his mind. Cal remained calm and asked if this was how the Viana family educated their children, expressing his confusion. Oleg retorted that there was one thing that would confuse Cal even more, and that was the true terror of the Viana family. He then yelled at the top of his lungs, summoning Tracy, demanding her immediate assistance in teaching Cal a lesson. Tracy sighed inwardly, realizing Oleg had mentioned her, silently cursing him as an idiot and thinking that his arrogance had escalated to the point of relying on her. Tracy stepped forward, gracefully lifting her skirt, and performed a perfect curtsy. She sincerely apologized for Oleg's behavior on his behalf. Cal stated that she shouldn't shift the blame to a random person, but to the heir. Cal was confused, so Tracy declared that Oleg did not represent the entire family. Tracy was shocked, because he accused her of shifting the responsibility to one person, arguing that an heir's actions do not define the entire family. He then asked if she really thought he lacked understanding in this matter. Seeing her confused expression, he reassured her that there was no need for such a horrified look, as he wasn't petty enough to be offended by a child's actions. Considering the engagement arrangement and the need to uphold the honor of both families, he proposed they pretend the unfortunate incident never happened, believing it to be the best way to resolve the situation. He assured her that he would not complain about her behavior or lack of effort. But there was one thing he wanted to tell them both. Ignorance is humanity's greatest disaster. Oleg angrily asked who this idiot was calling ignorant. Tracy reached out to stop Oleg, telling him to wait. She reflected internally that, yes, this was the kind of person Cal was. In Tracy's memory, he had made similar condescending remarks, implying she was only after his family's wealth, which was exactly why Gus was so eager to marry her off. He was always so arrogant, thinking he could see through everyone, speaking without any consideration for others' feelings. Tracy said something that shocked young Master Rubs, because he hadn't realized it. He put his hands on his hips and asked what it was. She explained that the defining characteristic of those who cannot recognize ignorance is arrogance. He became furious. As she passed by him, she declared that the wisest course of action this morning seemed to be to maintain a respectful distance from their esteemed guest, thereby avoiding any further unfortunate provocations. Nylan asked her to wait. She told Nylan that she had intended to be a well-behaved young lady who would stay home and entertain their guest, but that was clearly impossible. She said Tracy didn't have the energy to pretend to be friendly with someone she despised. She despised him, yet still thought she was amazing. Oleg despised Cal, and Oleg thought Tracy was amazing, saying she was really good with words. He asked if she had seen the guy's face and said that he, having grown up in a privileged environment, had probably never been spoken like that before. Tracy said it was too frustrating and told him to go copy his language lesson 3 times. Oleg announced he would go copy it immediately. The man accompanying Cal expressed concern. Cal told him not to worry, saying he didn't care, and asked if they could request that the butler, Nylan, escort them to their guest room. Nylan breathed a sigh of relief and said of course. Nylan asked them to follow him, and they headed in the opposite direction from Tracy and Oleg. Meanwhile, Tracy was reflecting that the kind of reward that could only be obtained through flattery was something she didn't need, and she could live without it. Back in Tracy's room, she angrily started punching her pillow. She thought to herself she had shown him a little respect, but he wanted to walk all over her. Sooner or later, she was going to cancel this engagement. The thought that he had let his previous 3 fiancés die and still ended up as the male lead made her blood boil. That villain Gus really knew how to push her buttons, daring to invite such an unpleasant person. And on top of that, she had been punished by her grandfather. She looked out the window, thinking about her punishment, but then remembered she had just promised Mr. Nylan that she wouldn't go anywhere. But she was a villainess, after all, so she thought, isn't it natural for a villainess to lie? So she made a rope out of bed sheets and threw it out the window at dusk. The butler told Gus that young Master Cal of the Rubs family was still staying at the main residence, but hadn't spoken to Lady Tracy again after their first meeting. Gus said that was to be expected. The Rubs family was one of the 3 most powerful families in Les, and that child, Cal, was a once-in-a-century genius. It would be unusual for him to spare even a little thought for Lady Tracy. The butler asked if he hadn't invited the young master to the main residence because he intended for the young lady to form a connection with the Rubs family in the future, and that if they didn't get along, their plan would fail. Gus said, either she wins the favor of the Rubs family and maintains the engagement, or she gets taught a lesson and is scorned. In either case, as soon as young Master Cal leaves, he will spread the story of their interaction for the whole country to know. Once the rumors start to spread, his father will surely be forced to make a decision. The butler asked what that decision would be. Gus said confidently he would have to think carefully about how to introduce Tracy at the Mamba Festival, as the fiancée of the Rubs family or as trash discarded by the Rubs family. A week later, Oleg remembered Tracy saying that the greatest characteristic of those who cannot recognize ignorance is arrogance. He was so lost in thought that he couldn't eat. While washing dishes, he was deep in thought. Even while reading a book, he was deep in thought. The man asked if he was still thinking about Lady Viana's words. He answered yes. The man said that he had always been introspective, but this was the first time he had seen Cal so upset. Cal said he had no rebuttal for her. The man said that for a 6-year-old, the little lady of the Viana house was indeed articulate. However, they were returning to the Rubbs estate tomorrow, and he advised Cal to relax. After all, that was Shay. He was cut off at this point. Cal asked who she was and if she was his fiancée. He said the engagement was arranged by his grandfather when the Viana family was at its peak. Interests change, and engagements naturally change with them. Besides, he hated children. They lacked critical thinking, were ignorant, stubborn, and undisciplined. Her behavior that day only confirmed this fact. Before going to sleep, he told the man that he was grateful for the reminder and had been overthinking things. He had fulfilled his duty, and they had to leave early tomorrow morning. He wouldn't give the matter any more thought. In any case, she was just a child who couldn't even answer what is 20 plus 30. Outside the room, the man thought to himself, who would have thought? There was a child in this world who could embarrass the young master. Suddenly, Cal came out of the room with a book, and the man asked him why he wasn't asleep yet. Cal said he couldn't sleep and was going out for some fresh air. The man smiled to himself, thinking that Cal had just said. He wouldn't give the matter any more thought. Tracy was climbing down from her room using the rope made of bedsheets. Cal was sitting outside, quietly reading a book. It wasn't until Tracy jumped down and made a sound that it caught his attention. He turned his head and saw her. Cal was sitting outside, quietly reading a book. It wasn't until Tracy jumped down and made a sound that it caught his attention. He turned his head and saw her. She was extremely shocked and asked him why he was there. He said he couldn't sleep and was looking for a quiet place to read. She yelled that if he wanted a quiet place, he should have stayed in his room instead of sneaking around. He claimed it was absurd to say he was sneaking around. Suddenly, he stared at her clothes and noticed something unusual. She was wearing a shorts outfit that exposed her legs, which was unusual. She felt embarrassed that he noticed her attire, while he said she was the one sneaking around while pretending to be innocent. Tracy started laughing and asked what he was talking about. She claimed she was just playing hide and seek, but he called her out on her lie, saying no servant would play hide and seek with her at this hour, and with the dim light, sneaking around the courtyard risked being mistaken by the patrolling guards and possibly killed. He concluded that the entire estate must know she was playing hide and seek. Tracy, realizing she was cornered, admitted that no one knew she was playing secretly. He asked if she had prepared such an elaborate outfit without the help of a servant, pointing out her plain clothes, shoulder bag, and money pouch, making it clear she was leaving without permission. She told him to stop joking. The place was heavily guarded even late at night, and she asked how she was supposed to get out. But he replied that, no, it was precisely late at night. When employees ended their shifts, the guards would be busy checking them as they left. That would be the perfect time to scout the situation. Tracy set an alarm that even if she could sneak out, where could she go? The estate was so large, she couldn't possibly leave on foot. He continued his point, saying that when the servants went home, they would take a cart full of the estate's leftovers to sell in the city. It was possible to leave by hiding in that cart. She suddenly stood up and asked where he was going. He said he was going to see if the cart was out back. She yelled for him to wait. He realized the cart was indeed there. So he turned to her and, feigning ignorance, asked if she had anything else to say. Tracy said he was overthinking it and that it was purely a coincidence. She said she was only 6 years old, and he said she was right. She was indeed only 6. He was a genius, so it wasn't difficult for him to observe the patrol patterns and worker schedules to deduce the best and most likely time to sneak out of the territory. He said she was only 6, 2 years younger than him, but her intelligence was on par with his. She could even come up with a believable lie in such a short time to counter his deductions. He declared that Tracy de Viana was. But just then, she looked behind him and, feigning horror, said her grandfather was there. He turned his head to see if it was Marquis Viana. However, while he was distracted, Tracy quickly grabbed her bag and lunged at him. A guard heard the commotion and asked what that sound was. He decided to investigate. Tracy hid behind the bushes. The guard walked past, thinking he might have misheard or that they had run in another direction. Tracy, who was hiding, reflected that a child's body was indeed quite useful at times, but the problem now was Not only might she be unable to obtain the insignia of inheritance, but it could even lead to the two families breaking off relations. The next day, the employees were discussing Cal, who had been found by a patrolling guard without his clothes on, sleeping soundly. Cal was shocked to learn he had been unclothed. The person clarified that, strictly speaking, he was only in his underwear. Cal stared at the person in shock. He asked what happened next. The person replied that the servants began to gossip about whether he had a habit of standing naked in the moonlight. But Lady Tracy stepped forward to quell the rumors. Cal asked what she said. She screamed, asking how the young master could possibly be the kind of pervert who enjoys taking his clothes off in front of others, calling such behavior indecent. She claimed everyone knew his character, implying Cal was the victim of a prank, and said it was a pity they couldn't search for the culprit. Cal asked why they couldn't search for the culprit. The person replied that Lady Tracy declared that, without a doubt, the culprit must be a member of the Viana family. If rumors about this incident with young Master Cal were spread, the Viana family would be suspected of harboring such a disrespectful person. To protect the honor of both families, they would pretend this farce never happened. This, she asserted, was the best way to resolve the matter. Cal was speechless, realizing these were the exact words he had used before. On the day they met, he had said that leaving would damage the family's honor. He whispered that to shut him up, she would go to such lengths. The person commented that whoever dared to embarrass Cal had crossed a line. The Marquis was a reasonable man and would be willing to cooperate in resolving the matter. He suggested Cal tell the Marquis they needed to investigate and find out who this person was. But Cal refused. The person asked if he was planning to just let it go and return to the Rub's territory. Cal didn't answer and walked straight away. A servant asked where he was going and if they weren't returning that day. Cal, with a determined expression, spoke to Tracy. Tracy had just waited for the Rub's carriage to depart. She watched from the window, recalling his own words. The best way to resolve this situation was to pretend this farce never happened. She felt he truly embodied the image of the logical male lead from the original story. This must be the result of the Rub's family's excellent education, that he could endure such great humiliation. That night, Tracy once again escaped her room using a rope of bed sheets. But as she landed, she heard Cal's voice. He said he had been waiting for her for a long time. She was startled and asked what he was doing there, as she had clearly seen his carriage leave. He explained that it wasn't difficult for the carriage to circle around and stop at the back gate. A certain clever person hadn't observed his departure carefully, drew the wrong conclusion, and thus fell right into his expectations. She asked if the guards at the back gate had let him in, pointing out that she couldn't possibly not know if something like that happened. He clarified that, technically, the guards didn't let him in. He explained that he didn't want to cause trouble and wished to investigate secretly. The Marquis agreed and took the necessary measures. In return, Cal had to inform him of the investigation's results. Tracy stressed that she ended up slipping and falling hard while he just watched, motionless. She painfully commented on his rudeness, pointing out that she fell right in front of him, and he didn't even lift a finger to help. He replied that it was because she might knock him out again. He offered a hand to pull her up, but she slapped it away, questioning if he was accusing her of attacking him. She suggested that if he wanted revenge, he should just tell her grandfather the truth, asking if that wouldn't solve everything. But he replied that if he did that, he would lose the chance to negotiate with her. She asked in surprise what he wanted. He replied that he wanted to go with her. Tracy was clearly surprised and questioned Cal's intentions. Cal replied that she had an unusual way of perceiving things, and that her behavior was both assertive and eccentric. Tracy felt a flash of annoyance, interpreting his words as him comparing her to some kind of untamed creature. Cal continued to explain that as a member of the Rub's family, it was his duty to investigate the matter and decide whether the marriage engagement with the Viana family should be called off for precautionary purposes. Tracy retorted that she was under no obligation to listen to him, but suddenly his servant appeared before her, politely requesting that she follow him. As the Rub's family's carriage was waiting outside, Tracy turned her anger on Cal, demanding to know what this meant and if he was planning to kidnap her. He clarified that it wasn't a kidnapping. Describing it as a threat would be more accurate. He went on to say that he would inform Marquis Viana, and the continuation of her marriage engagement depended entirely on how she behaved from that moment on. Before she could respond, he asked if she really thought she could refuse him based on her actions. In the carriage, Tracy thought that if it meant ruining the relationship between the two families and ending everything before the Mamba Festival, she would be more than happy to have the engagement called off. However, it could put her grandfather in a dangerous position. She realized this man was more astute than she had initially thought. She understood she couldn't let him tell her grandfather and that she needed to change his mind before they returned. The Rubbs family was considered the third most influential family in Lewis, and Cal had always been praised as a child prodigy. However, she mused, what was so great about being smarter than others? When the carriage stopped, some children ran excitedly towards the carriage, shouting that Lady Tracy had arrived, happy about her arrival. They gathered in front of the carriage, and one of them exclaimed that she had come to carriage that day. Tracy, wearing a mask, smiled and carried a bag. Cal questioned what she was doing, prompting her to whisper and ask if he didn't know her purpose for coming to the city. A child then called out to Lena, announcing Lady Tracy's arrival. Lena, known as the favorite of the gods, greeted Tracy at the carriage door, asking if she could explain what was happening. Lena seemed a bit nervous, asking if she had told him to stay in the carriage. A child chimed in that he was a noble they had never seen before, asking if he was the lady's friend, but in his opinion, he looked like an inquisitor. Lena explained that Lady Tracy was the one who saved her when she was framed as a witch and nearly sentenced to death. She emphasized that Tracy not only saved her, but also financially supported the homeless children. When a child commented that Cal looked scary, Tracy took a bag of money and several loaves of bread from her bag, reassuring the children not to worry. She said this was the money and food she had promised, making the children cheer happily, shouting that they wouldn't go hungry that day. Tracy handed the bag to Lena, telling her to distribute it to everyone. Lena began to gather the children to hand out the items, but she expressed her concern for Tracy. However, Tracy assured her that she would see to the matter with Lena. Cal commented that she was playing her petty tricks again, implying she had sent them away on purpose to avoid any unnecessary interaction with him. Tracy retorted that these children wandered the city all day, and since her grandfather restricted her from playing in the city, she could only sneak out at night. He then questioned if she meant she went to all this trouble just to bring food to these children. She replied that she knew he wouldn't believe in her pure upbringing, the very upbringing that shaped him into an icon of reason and wisdom. She turned to him with an innocent expression, asking how the rational young master of the Rubbs family could understand the simple feeling of wanting to help others. He seemed confused, then suddenly demanded to know if this was another trick. Tracy affirmed it was the truth, saying to him, the one who claimed to see through any lie, that these children had lost their parents at a young age. Some were abandoned, others had nowhere to go. No one protected or cared for them, and no one educated them. Even if it meant resorting to what he considered petty tricks, she wanted to change their circumstances. She questioned him. With all his intelligence, what had he done? He only criticized and threatened others, even arguing with a little girl like her, rationalizing his own arrogance and selfishness as reason. She started to cry, demanding to know what kind of genius he was. Cal looked shocked, then averted his gaze, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, the children watched from a distance. A boy commented that he had made Lady Tracy cry, while a girl added that he was a bad person after all. Suddenly, Cal was stunned by the sight before him. All the children had returned and surrounded Tracy. Lena pulled Tracy, urging her to come with her, while a boy glared at Cal and announced they would ignore him. Lena guided Tracy, saying she would take her to a room to calm down, while the boys guarded the door, ordering Cal not to come any closer. However, Cal told them to wait, saying he had something to say to her. Tracy, feigning innocence, asked if he hadn't said enough already, declaring that she had conceded defeat and begging him to let her go. This left Cal speechless, unsure how to react. In the room, Lena told Tracy it was just the two of them now, offering to get some hot water for her, to wipe away her tears. But Tracy, with a perfectly dry face, refused, saying she'd rather get straight to the point. Lena admitted that, as she expected, the young lady would never cry from being bullied by others. Tracy declared that he had made a fool of her. If she'd had more time, she wouldn't have had to resort to such measures. She stood up, grabbed the cloth covering the table, yanked it off, and threw it aside, signaling for them to get down to business. Lena confirmed she had prepared everything as instructed. Once Patrick returned to the city, he would be under surveillance. 6 to 8 children would be stationed outside his clinic each day. Their schedules would be staggered to reduce suspicion, and because they were street urchins, their presence wouldn't seem out of place. Furthermore, since Lena was known as the chosen one of God. Hanging out with them wouldn't arouse suspicion. Tracy said all that was left was to wait for his return. Lena added that she had investigated his past during his absence. He moved to Lakeside City 3 years ago, but he was said to have traveled to many places, healing people wherever he went. Despite having no connection to the church, he had cured many nobles of terminal illnesses. Tracy reasoned that if he wasn't colluding with the church, the probability of him being an enemy was lower. However, she questioned how he could be called a messenger of God without any ties to the church. Lena affirmed that Tracy was correct, since she herself was chosen by God, and the church had gone to the trouble of rebaptizing her and bringing her into the fold. It was hard to imagine they would ignore Patrick, who was far more influential than her. In other words, his unusually clean record was another reason to suspect something was amiss. Outside, Cal asked his servant how long they had been inside. The servant checked his pocket watch and replied, "About 10 minutes." Cal expressed disbelief, saying his watch must be broken, and asked how it could only be 10 minutes. But the servant corrected him, saying it had been 7 minutes and 30 seconds, to be exact. Cal ordered him to have the family's newly made pocket watch checked, reiterating that he needed Tracy back. She declared that for Patrick, the top priority now was the potential danger that could disrupt the Mamba Festival. Lena reminded the children to be careful, explaining that the Eastern Kingdom's recent defeat in the war had led to a surge in refugees. She said these displaced people were now gathering and resorting to robbing homes, and many regions were suffering from these attacks. Tracy's thoughts turned to the Eastern Kingdom, Alexis, a country bordering Viana. Tracy turned to Lena, asking if she was implying these refugees might enter their territory. Lena clarified that she wasn't making assumptions, just sharing the information she had, with no guarantee of its usefulness. Tracy then pressed, with the Mamba Festival approaching, could these refugees possibly arrive as well? Lena replied that it was likely sensitive information and she would investigate further. Tracy praised Lena, admitting her talents exceeded her initial expectations. As Lena turned to leave, Tracy, observing her, asked what was wrong, noticing her blush. Tracy wondered if she was feeling unwell. Lena admitted awkwardly that she hadn't expected someone as seemingly insignificant as her to be of real help to Lady Tracy. Tracy dismissed this as nonsense, reminding Lena that she had just saved her a lot of trouble. She pointed out that the children had seen the Rub's carriage that night, and if word got out, it would cause big problems. She still needed Lena to handle the situation she had created. Lena reassured her not to worry. She explained that by providing food for the children and teaching them to write, Tracy had established her position as their leader. Lena guaranteed the matter would be kept secret. Tracy then asked if Lena had observed her handling of the situation to be at a master level, which surprised Lena. Lena, smiling delightedly, affirmed her understanding, declaring that Lady Tracy was truly amazing. Despite being only 6, she was more capable than most adults. Tracy simply asked Lena to proceed according to their plan. Lena smiled and confirmed her understanding, musing internally that Tracy might indeed be Viana's guardian angel. When Tracy opened the door to leave, the servant announced that she was finally out. He mentioned that the young master was growing impatient and requested she come over at once, as he had much more to say. Tracy demanded to know what was wrong with him, feeling his behavior was becoming increasingly presumptuous. The servant explained that no one had ever dared to provoke the young master, let alone completely ignore him. However, he suggested she judge the details for herself, as this was also the first time he had seen the young master so displeased. They walked towards Cal, and the servant announced Lady Tracy's arrival. Cal turned and abruptly asked if she had cried enough. Tracy was caught off guard by his words. She had given him a reason, even cried in front of him, and all she got was a "have you cried enough?" and a look of disgust and impatience. She thought to herself, how could such a cold-hearted person exist in this world? She told him she had no choice, but to ask him to state clearly what he wanted. Her only request was that he not tell her grandfather about her sneaking out of the estate. As long as he agreed to these terms, she didn't care if he wanted a public apology or to call off the engagement. She could bear those consequences. Cal ordered his servant, Jean, to give all the money he had brought to Lady Viana, which shocked both Tracy and Jean. Cal asked if this would help the homeless children. He also ordered the food prepared for their journey to be brought out and given to them, But Tracy told him to wait, wanting to know what this meant. Cal explained that he had thought about it, and it was her fault the situation had escalated, and this was his apology. Tracy felt he looked angry, yet he seemed to be trying to apologize. She said in confusion that she didn't understand. Jean dropped a briefcase full of money in front of her, leaving her completely stunned. Cal said it contained 500 gold coins, the exact amount of her allowance, and that she could use it to help more people in need. Tracy was even more shocked by the number of gold coins. If this was the wealth of one of the country's 3 great houses, it was an enormous sum, considering she only received 20 gold coins a month. She observed his fierce expression, thinking what kind of apology this was, and wasn't this a threat again? She refused, stating her purpose was not to ask him for a donation. Cal ignored her and ordered Jean to get the food from the carriage. Tracy insisted it wasn't about the food either, asking if he could just listen to her for a moment. Cal said he knew she didn't want him to tell Marquis Viana. Suddenly, he took off her mask. This startled her, and he looked at her closely, making her flustered. He then commented that she had clearly cried, but he saw no signs of swelling. She asked what he meant, if he was accusing her of fake crying. He retorted by asking if she was trying to hide the fact that she was out at night. If her eyes were swollen, how would she explain it to everyone? That was why he had asked if she had cried enough. Tracy was confused, realizing that perhaps he had been trying to help all along. So she asked him why he always had an angry look on his face. He slightly pulled down his own mask and said her eyes weren't very red, so she should be fine. She asked what he was doing as a sudden pulling of the mask hurt her, and she asked if this was his way of getting revenge. If he hated her so much, he didn't need to force himself to apologize. However, he blushed and looked away, saying it wasn't like that, which left her a bit confused. Cal stammered out an excuse, saying he didn't know why he was like this, saying he had never made such a mistake before, and perhaps that was why his thoughts were muddled. He reiterated that the amount of compensation should be sufficient and that he would return to the carriage first. As he got into the carriage, Jean asked if something was bothering him again. Cal came and sat in the front seat, and Jean asked why he was sitting there. Cal replied that it was too hot inside. A confused Jean pointed out that it was already autumn, wondering if anger had driven him mad. In Tracy's carriage, she reflected that the Rubbs family was one of the 3 most powerful families in Lewis, known for their reason and wisdom, but they were also the most arrogant of all. She had succeeded in keeping Cal Rubbs silent about that night, and had achieved her goal without any setbacks. But no, she couldn't be sure. She might have stirred up some trouble. The next day, Gus asked the butler if the second young master had really returned to the estate in the middle of the night. The butler confirmed it seemed to be a spontaneous decision and that he had stayed an extra day. Gus commented that, for a member of the Rubbs family, to change his plans meant this marriage might be a success. Now, they just needed to proceed as planned. He then ordered the butler to spread the happy news of their engagement. The butler replied that a press release had been prepared as per his instructions, and with his command, the news of the engagement would spread through the streets of Viana. Gus commented that it was always reassuring to have him around, and the butler thanked him for his generous words. Gus declared that soon everyone would realize that if Tracy had to take the Rubbs surname in the future, thus never being able to inherit Viana, it would actually be good news. He then ordered a bottle of champagne to be opened for him and sent to his father. Nyland informed the Marquis that young Master Rubbs had come to apologize. The Marquis asked if Cal had found the culprit. A slightly nervous Cal replied that it was all a misunderstanding and apologized for having stayed an extra day. The Marquis pressed, asking if it was really a misunderstanding, and if so, wasn't it a prank orchestrated by Tracy, which put Cal on alert. The Marquis continued, saying Tracy was quite lively. He had intended to apologize on her behalf, but now it seemed unnecessary. A blushing Cal asked for forgiveness for his impertinence, but pleaded with the Marquis to believe that Lady Tracy had done nothing wrong. He asked him not to pursue the matter. The Marquis relented, saying it would be as he wished. Cal took his leave and thanked him for his generosity. The Marquis asked him to send his regards to his father and grandfather. As Cal was about to leave, he stopped at the door. The Marquis then asked if he had anything else to say. Cal hesitated and said that regarding the imminent danger approaching their territory, he wanted to suggest they cancel the Mamba Festival immediately. Outside, Cal told Tracy's guard, Oleg, that it would be a long time before they met again. Oleg asked why that bastard, who was supposed to have left yesterday, was still here. Then Cal asked Tracy why she wasn't speaking and if she was still angry. An enraged Oleg asked Cal if he was ignoring him. Tracy, feigning innocence, said she was worried about upsetting young Master Cal again, and a shocked Oleg wondered if she had gone mad. Cal continued, saying he could understand her dissatisfaction with him, as he had made a grave error in judgment. He admitted he had acted forcefully, but in reality, she was both intelligent and cunning. And on top of that, she had a heart of gold. Oleg shouted in anger, telling him to listen to the nauseating words coming out of his mouth. But Cal declared he was just stating facts. He said Tracy was the first person to be beyond his comprehension, and the feeling was very new to him. He was more grateful for their engagement than ever before. They could take their time and get to know each other gradually. Everyone around them was shocked into silence. Only reacted after Oleg loudly demanded to know what he meant. The Viana family would never allow Tracy to marry such an arrogant fool, and he felt Cal needed to be taught a lesson. However, just as he swung his fist at Cal, Tracy grabbed his hand and stopped him. Oleg became frustrated and asked if she was siding with him. She angrily retorted that she wasn't siding with him, but Oleg, with tears in his eyes, asked if she was favoring Cal, then repeated that he was not on his side. Tracy told Cal she intended to ask her grandfather if they could visit the Rubs family together. Cal was delighted, saying that was wonderful and he was very much looking forward to it. After the carriage departed, Tracy went over to talk to Oleg, but he retorted that she had already sided with that man and asked why she was still talking to him. He loudly demanded to know if she really wanted to marry that detestable fool and declared he would ignore her from now on. However, she ordered him to shut up and made him copy The Art of Speech 10 times. He had to swallow his tears and said fine, he would copy that stupid book, but she still couldn't marry that detestable fool. Tracy replied that if he dared to say one more word about her remarrying, she would make him copy it 100 times. He commented that Tracy was very mean and that she was truly angry with him. Nyland, observing from the side, thought to himself that young Master Oleg just grumbled and walked away. Then Tracy addressed him as Marquis. The Marquis was sadly looking at a portrait of his late son, William. He was complaining about the current state of the domain. Just then, Tracy arrived and told her grandfather that the guests from the Rubs family had left. She jumped into his arms, declaring she was there to claim her reward. He told her that Cal was very impressed with her and that she had done well. Tracy pressed him, asking if he remembered about the reward of the succession right. He confirmed it, but his tone became more displeased. She pointed out that he had promised the succession right, questioning why it was now only a small piece of land and money. He retorted, asking when he had ever mentioned the succession right, clarifying that he was referring to the family assets. He explained that during the Mamba Festival, as the recognized betrothed of the Rubs family with the right to inherit most of their assets, she would undoubtedly attract the eyes of all the nobles. She then realized that the big news he planned to announce at the festival was merely this, and she asked him sarcastically if it wasn't wonderful. Suddenly, she told her grandfather that he knew what she truly wanted, but he only cared about marrying her off. She accused him of deliberately deceiving her with vague words. She questioned if he had ever considered granting her the succession right, and if he thought she was unqualified simply because she was a girl destined to marry into another family. He asked her where she had learned to speak like that. She pressed him on whether this was the truth, and said it didn't matter even if it wasn't. She needed to know if that was truly the reason. He asked her what she meant by perfect. She announced that now was the perfect time for her grandfather to cancel the engagement with the Rubs family on her behalf. In the carriage, Jean told Cal that the young lady of the Viana family had no idea what he had done for her. Cal asked if he was referring to informing the Marquis of Viana about the impending disaster. Jean nodded affirmatively, pointing out that Cal had extended a helping hand with no intention of canceling the engagement at all. Jean added that Cal always said the weak should be eliminated, but it seemed he had a good impression of the young lady of Viana. Cal admitted he couldn't deny that Tracy was indeed interesting. Although she was several years younger than him, she was already so clever, and she used her intelligence for charitable causes. If she received a proper education, she would become a very remarkable young woman. Jean was surprised, mentioning that Cal had directly confronted that young man from the Viana family named Oleg. Cal corrected him, saying he didn't see any problem with speaking to her directly, as they were engaged after all. Besides, she had also mentioned visiting the Rubs family. He believed that when his father met her, he would reconsider the Viana family's future potential. Jean suggested that if that was what he thought, perhaps it would be better if they didn't visit. Cal questioned Jean, and it was then that he heard about some rumors circulating among the Viana family's servants. Cal asked what the rumors were, urging him to speak plainly. Jean relayed that ever since the first day he arrived, the young lady of the Viana family had been trying to persuade the Marquis to visit the Rub's family for the purpose of canceling the engagement. Hearing this, Cal was utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Tracy was vehemently protesting to her grandfather, saying she didn't want to go anywhere and that she wanted to stay with her grandfather forever. The Marquis asked if she understood what canceling a wedding of this magnitude meant, stressing that it was not something to be taken lightly. She retorted that she had thought it through very clearly. After being recognized by the Rub's family as the young woman who would inherit the Viana family in the future, canceling the wedding would attract the attention of even more nobles. First cancel the engagement, then inherit the family. It was perfect. The Marquis lightly tapped her on the forehead and asked where she got such a terrible idea. He couldn't believe she would even consider using the Rub's family's name to seize power, finding the idea absurd, and stated that he could not cooperate with such a plan. At this, he asked if she hadn't heard him clearly the first time. But Tracy insisted her grandfather was being ridiculous, questioning why he had arranged the wedding for her in the first place. He explained that receiving assets was one thing, but inheriting the domain was another. Becoming a lord meant facing many terrible and challenging situations. The Rub's family was very powerful. If one day her grandfather was gone, the Viana family would not have enough power to protect her, but at least the Rub's family had the strength to protect his Tracy. Tracy was moved by her grandfather's words, wondering if this had been his plan all along. She had thought only she knew what the future held, but she hadn't realized that as a lord, her grandfather could also sense the dangers threatening the Viana family. She pointed to a document and mentioned that people from the Eastern Kingdom were flooding into Viana. The Marquis asked if she understood what this meant, and she recalled Lena mentioning people from the East the other night. The Marquis said Cal had given him these materials before he left. He explained that when Lacey went to war with the Eastern enemies, it was Ducabez who led the battle. In other words, the victory of Cal's father, Ducabez, led to the creation of many Eastern refugees. Although this wasn't supposed to be a major issue, as the Rub's family planned to send them back to the East and assist in rebuilding their nation, he continued to relate what Cal had mentioned, that someone among the refugees was inciting those from the East who were unwilling to accept the Rub's family's rule, suggesting they could seek protection within the Viana domain and thus luring them there. Hearing this, Tracy trembled in shock. The Marquis of Viana stated that the invitations for the Mamba Festival must be sent to the nobles next week. However, he worried that if Viana took in a large number of refugees, the nobles might decline the invitation, citing security risks. A grand banquet with no attendees would bring shame upon Viana, making it the laughingstock of the nation and severely damaging its prestige and reputation. Tracy, who was examining the documents, suddenly asked about the refugees' current whereabouts, surprising her grandfather. She reflected that the turmoil caused by the refugees was likely the disaster Patrick had warned about earlier. If they wanted the Mamba Festival to proceed smoothly, resolving the refugee issue was crucial and had to be handled before the invitations were sent out next week. The news was only just arriving, leaving no time to prepare. Tracy was indignant with Cal, cursing him as a bastard for having been in Viana for a week, yet only bringing up this critical issue now. His previous silence indicated he knew but acted indifferent, suggesting the Rub's family didn't genuinely care about Viana's well-being. She couldn't understand why he had a last-minute change of heart to warn them. She concluded that when he claimed to be investigating, he was serious. He was observing them from a high perch, judging their ability to handle the situation to decide whether the Rub's family needed to keep its distance. By seemingly passing his little test, it appeared he deemed her worthy of a little help. She felt so deceived that she wanted to laugh out loud. Tracy expressed her doubts, asking her grandfather if they could really rely on a family like the Rubs for protection. Seeing his confused look, she turned to him and announced she knew what she had to do: successfully resolve the issue of the Eastern refugees. If she could do that, her grandfather must help her break the engagement with the Rubs family and acknowledge her right as heir. The Marquis cried out in alarm, urging her to give up the idea of becoming the heir, stressing that belonging to the Rubs family was the surest way to guarantee her future safety. However, Tracy retorted that she didn't only care about that. She explained that her goal was not just to protect herself, but also to protect Viana. If she could prove her capabilities, he would have no reason to refuse her request. She proposed a bet, asking for just one chance, promising to create a miracle for him. Tracy realized the difficulty of settling the refugees while foiling the church's plans, understanding that this challenge could not be overcome with intelligence alone. She instructed her grandfather and Nyland to prepare emergency supplies. However, she considered the implications. Reallocating resources and labor would put a strain on Viana's population, potentially causing significant unrest, not to mention the possibility of refugees resisting resettlement. This required comprehensive planning, considering all aspects. Any problems that arose had to be addressed. If the church aimed to throw them into chaos, they had to steadfastly refuse to yield. Tracy eventually fell asleep while engrossed in formulating her plan. Nyland gently carried her to bed. As he did so, Tracy muttered about being granted the succession right, and Nyland was surprised by her strong determination. Nyland then went to the Marquis's office. The Marquis asked if Tracy was asleep. Nyland confirmed she was, mentioning she had been staying late in the library for the past few days and consulting with various teachers, so she must be exhausted. The Marquis expressed his wish that Tracy had someone else to rely on and reflected on how he had become like this. He mused that Tracy's father, William, had been just as stubborn in his youth, often arguing with him, which unsettled him. Nyland pointed out that the Marquis had also had disagreements with the previous Marquis, but back then, his own views were aligned with Tracy's current perspective. The Marquis asked Nyland what he meant, suspecting Nyland was also against him, and questioned since when Nyland had started using Tracy's words to rebut him. Nyland clarified that the Marquis had willingly accepted the bet and was clearly eager to witness Tracy's capabilities. He just didn't like Nyland voicing this observation. The Marquis commented that Nyland was usually stubborn and taciturn, but would speak his mind when necessary. Nyland then bowed and asked his lord to be patient. He stated that Lady Tracy's talent and ambition were indeed extraordinary, but for a 6-year-old child to fully grasp the complexity of this issue and solve it was incredibly impossible, no matter how clever she was. Nyland acknowledged that the Marquis obviously understood this, but still agreed to the bet, and asked what the Marquis had decided to do. The Marquis announced he would accompany her personally, treating it as a walk together. Nyland questioned this, asking if it meant the Marquis would help her. The Marquis replied that if she failed, she would have no choice but to accept the engagement, stressing that the protection of a powerful family was the best way to ensure her future safety. The Marquis then fell into thought, fully aware that her success was highly unlikely, but admitted that the look in her eyes had ignited a sliver of hope. He wondered what the miracle would entail. Meanwhile, Gus picked up a letter from the table. He recognized it as his weekly correspondence to High Priest 7. He asked Oak if it had been delivered. Oak replied that he had tried to deliver it as usual, but High Priest 7 was in a terrible mood, refused to accept it, and told Oak to leave. Gus asked Oak if he should go in person and wondered about the reason. Later, Gus arrived at the temple. He overheard a woman asking another if she had heard that Lady Tracy wanted to cancel her engagement with the Rubbs family. The other woman confirmed she had, and was surprised that someone in the world would actually refuse. The Rubbs family, praising the young lady for being brave. Gus asked Oak what the women were discussing. Oak explained that Gus had told him to spread the news of Tracy's engagement to strengthen the bond between Tracy and the young Master Cal Rubbs, hoping things would proceed smoothly. He had foreseen that news of Master Rubbs' admiration for Lady Tracy would spread. However, along with this news, there were also rumors that Tracy was eager to cancel the engagement. Gus was shocked by this development. Oak explained that the news of Tracy's refusal had mingled with the rumors they had spread. Master Rubbs seemed to have taken a liking to Lady Tracy, but she didn't seem to reciprocate his feelings. Gus froze completely, stunned. Oak continued, saying everyone was talking about it, and Lady Tracy's popularity was soaring. Gus told Oak to wait, saying he needed a moment to process. Then he shouted that this was absolutely wrong. Even if Tracy wanted this, her father wouldn't agree. Oak informed him that although the Marquis initially objected, they had made a bet over the issue of the Eastern refugees. If she could solve the problem, the Marquis agreed to help her break the engagement and grant her the succession right. Gus flew into a rage, demanding to know what else had happened. Oak said the High Priest 7 had invited Gus today to discuss this very matter. Upon entering the temple, Gus immediately confronted High Priest Seven, demanding an explanation. He asked if Seven was involved in the Rub's family's attack on the Eastern Kingdom, which led to refugees fleeing into Viana's territory. Gus pointed out that Tracy was using this situation to gain the succession right. He reminded the High Priest that he had promised to support Gus in inheriting the title, but there had been no progress so far, and with this new problem, Seven owed him a proper explanation. High Priest Seven scolded Gus, asking how he dared to raise his voice and question him over a trivial matter like Gus's succession. Gus was about to respond, but a subordinate interrupted him, commenting that after the witch hunt in Lakeside City, the Marquis of Viana had become quite peaceful. The subordinate added that Tracy had already made many sacrifices for Gus. This terrified Gus, who asked the church what they meant. High Priest Seven stated he had nothing to say about the past, but thanks to it all, he had gained wisdom and a clearer mind. He realized he had been too merciful to his stubborn father, the Marquis. Meanwhile, Oak, by the door, saw a symbol appear on the ceiling and looked confused. High Priest Seven asked Gus if he knew what had happened in the Eastern Kingdom. He explained that the ruler of the Eastern Kingdom was much like Gus's father, unwilling to follow the Lord's path, opposing the church, and even trying to expel them completely. Therefore, the Empress ordered Duke Ubez to conquer and rebuild their lands. Even after that, there were still some who stubbornly refused to be baptized. The refugees Gus spoke of were those who had fled. High Priest Seven revealed his plan to guide the refugees towards Viana and, under the pretext of purging them, strengthen the church's position within the Viana domain. He commented sarcastically that war, unlike a plague, only needed a little push to spread as easily as a fire. He mocked the Viana family's so-called power, saying they had bravely rushed to Lakeside City to save that girl, only to face future embarrassment. He warned that he would soon subject Viana to that same humiliation. If Viana persisted in its refusal to obey, its fate would be the same as the Eastern Kingdoms. Gus then told Oak they were leaving. As they left, Oak stared at the High Priest for a moment. Upon reaching the door, Oak bowed to the priest, while Gus loudly demanded to know why Oak was dawdling and if he needed to be escorted out. Oak told Gus to wait while he prepared the carriage. Meanwhile, Gus was inwardly fuming at the damned church. He realized they not only wanted to direct the refugees to Viana, but also intended to escalate the situation and make things worse. He recalled the priest, saying it would require a little help and asking if Gus was willing to cooperate. He understood that Seven not only wanted to create chaos in Viana, but also wanted Viana's heir to cooperate with the church. The high priest had told Gus that, given his current abilities, he had no choice, implying it would be difficult for Gus to lead alone, as he was nothing more than an opportunist. Seven had stated that if Gus understood this, he would be taken care of by them. In his anger, Gus resolved that he must become the heir, and it was his father's own fault for agreeing to that foolish bet. Gus went to confront his father, slamming his hands on the table as soon as he entered. He loudly demanded to know if Tracy would really have a chance at the succession, right, if she could solve the settlement issue and prevent the disaster. He angrily asked if his father had finally gone senile. Meanwhile, Tracy, hearing the shouting, wondered what was happening in the office. Gus continued to yell, questioning what a 6-year-old child could possibly accomplish and accusing his father of clearly looking for any excuse to credit Tracy, indirectly paving the way for her succession. The Marquis sternly told Gus to watch his words. Gus demanded to know if the Marquis was really going to grant the right to a woman, if he intended to lead Viana to ruin simply because she was William's daughter, accusing his father of spoiling her. He claimed his father had always been this way, always putting William before him, even though Gus was the eldest son and only had a chance to inherit the title after William's death. Passing maids whispered to each other, asking how Lord Gus could say such things. The Marquis rose in anger and ordered Gus to close the door before he left. But Gus asked if the Marquis felt guilty now. He questioned if his father wanted him to compete with a little girl for the succession, if he was really considering giving up the engagement with the Rubbs family. He demanded to know how much longer the Marquis would make such terrible decisions and cause harm. He accused his father of repeating the same mistakes, asking if William's death and the domain's decline weren't enough. The Marquis shouted that it was enough. Gus then left the office. Nyland commented that Gus really shouldn't have said those things. Gus retorted that he knew, but he felt too much had been said anyway. Just then, he saw Tracy walking toward him. She stopped in front of him, looking at him grimly. A worried Nyland told her to go away. Gus clicked his tongue and left, telling his father to think about his words. Nyland entered the office and asked if his lord was all right. The Marquis waved his hand, saying he was just a little dizzy, but more importantly, he wanted an update on the settlement preparations, asking if they were complete. Nyland confirmed they were ready. He reported that the knights transporting the supplies had already departed, and their carriages, being relatively fast, would rendezvous with the team already in Cat's Eye City, where the refugees were. Nyland estimated it would take another 2 days for the settlement efforts to be finalized. The Marquis said everything was proceeding as planned. Tracy reflected that her grandfather didn't seem deeply affected by the recent conflict, though she still felt worried. Seeing her concern, the Marquis told her not to fret. He informed her that he would accompany her tomorrow, and that she could proceed with her plans as she wished. He added that he had some matters to attend to at the moment, and asked her to leave and get some rest. He then had Nyland escort her back to her room. Nyland followed her out with a somber expression. Tracy wondered if she was mistaken, but it seemed her grandfather had sent her away on purpose. Suddenly, she heard a thud and stopped in alarm. The Marquis had stumbled and fallen, unconscious. A worried Nyland and Tracy rushed back, crying out for help in terror. Later, Nyland informed Tracy that the doctor said it was nothing serious, but recommended a few days of bed rest and avoiding overexertion. He apologized and explained that the Marquis would likely be unable to fulfill his part of the bet with her this time. The refugee issue would need to be managed by Lord Gus. Furthermore, for her own safety, she was to remain within the estate for the next few days. Tracy then wondered what that bastard Gus had done to her grandfather. In his delirium, the Marquis was talking nonsense, seemingly witnessing his son William's crash carriage. He asked how the carriage had rolled off the cliff, but in his memory, Nyland told him that based on the wounds on the bodies, the Lord and Lady had been dead long before being placed in the carriage, meaning they were murdered. The Marquis remembered Eris saving the woman who was nearly burned as a witch, but reflected that they had killed more than 10 others. He also recalled the rumors of a disaster during the Mamba Festival and Cal's advice to cancel the Mamba and Doug festivals for the safety of Viana and his family. In his delirium, he wondered if William's death wasn't enough and why he was still repeating the same mistakes. The Marquis broke out in a cold sweat and began to murmur, "No, Tracy." Tracy, who was in the room, worriedly asked if her grandfather was awake. Delirious, he apologized to William. Tracy was surprised, realizing that was her father's name. She remembered that when Gus left earlier, Nyland had mentioned that William's death was something Gus shouldn't have brought up. She hadn't expected it to cause her grandfather such profound pain. Gus knew this, yet he did it anyway. He clearly knew it would affect their grandfather. She felt a sense of déjà vu. This was the same tactic she remembered Gus using before. Gus was using this method to pressure her grandfather into giving up. The Marquis's apology was filled with pain. Something significant must have happened in the past. But no matter what happened, she couldn't let Gus get his way. If they gave in once, he would just exploit them again. With people like him, the more you yield, the more he takes. Eventually, Viana would collapse. She hoped she would never have to witness Viana's fall. She would not allow Gus to inflict such pain again. Even if Nyland refused to help, she would go to Cat's Eye City alone. She would stop everything the church had planned. A young Gus asked if everyone had received the decree. The Knights of Cat's Eye City faithfully carried out their orders. From that moment on, Gus intended to either cooperate with the church or meticulously sabotage their plans. He reflected that everything was finally falling into place as he wished. Priest Ox told Gus that Seven had sent his regards via his servant. Gus expressed surprise that Seven's efforts had produced such a pleasant and unexpected effect. Gus commented that Seven had finally grasped his true strength, and his former arrogant attitude had now settled into a calm composure. In any case, Gus declared that as long as it ensured he would succeed as the next Marquis of Viana, he was willing to cooperate with anyone. He instructed Ox to let his father recover slowly, signaling it was time for them to depart. Upon entering, Gus sneered, commenting on how incredibly weak his rival, Tracy, was, fainting after just a few shouts. He expressed disbelief that he had to compete with a 6-year-old child with such a weak will. However, Gus's shock turned to horror when he found Tracy already in the carriage, her gaze dark and intense. Tracy immediately confronted him, pointing out that his uncle was colluding with the church. Gus frowned, his face filled with alarm at her presence. But he quickly told her to go away, finding her intense gaze unsettling for a girl. Tracy retorted that, unfortunately, her anger had drained her of the energy to keep acting cute, although, she pointed out, she had never claimed to be cute in the first place. Gus demanded to know how much she had heard. Tracy replied that she had heard almost everything, though she added that it didn't really matter. Even if Gus hadn't openly flaunted his misdeeds, she had already pieced together what he had done. After all, she explained, on the day she left the estate, someone must have informed the church, leading to a second which being hanged that month, and that someone was Gus himself. Gus lunged forward in a rage and grabbed Tracy's hair. He asked if she was really a witch, an unsettling child, and demanded to know why she was in his carriage. Trace calmly explained that her grandfather was bedridden, and Nylan refused to let her leave. Since Gus's carriage was the only one heading to Cat's Eye City, she came to propose a deal. She asked him to take her with him, and in return, she would remain silent about his conspiracy with the church. Gus, still pulling her hair, asked if no one else knew she had entered his carriage, and noted that she suddenly looked really cute. He then questioned if she really thought she could threaten an adult with just a bit of cleverness. He clenched his fist, ready to strike, claiming that her dear uncle would kindly remind her of her place. He went on to assert that he had no need to negotiate with her, and that no matter what she did, everything would be covered up in darkness, unknown to anyone. However, Trace just smiled faintly. An exasperated Gus asked her why she was smiling at a time like this. Just then, Oleg appeared at the carriage door, shouting for his father. Gus angrily asked Oleg why he was there. Oleg, smiling, questioned how his father could sneak away with Trace and leave him behind, declaring that he would never allow such a thing to happen. Gus let go of Trace, yelling that this was nonsense, and ordering Oleg to go back to his room and sleep. But Trace intervened, telling Oleg that everything was fine and inviting him to come in and sit beside her. Oleg immediately did as he was told, which greatly confused Gus. Trace then asked Oleg if he had memorized the lesson about love and family. Oleg confirmed that he had, saying they would recite it on the way, and telling Trace to stop complaining and act a little more naive. Oleg then turned to his father, asking if it was true that Trace had promised to take him along if he could recite about love and family. The furious Gus, fuming, asked Trace if she had deceived Oleg using his name, pointing out that if that were the case, Oleg wouldn't have ignored his command to go back to sleep. He wondered what was wrong with Oleg, and if Trace's orders now carried more weight. The clueless Oleg asked Trace why his father wasn't saying anything. Trace replied briefly that Gus was just thinking and told Oleg not to worry and to just recite for her. Oleg cheerfully replied, "Okay." Gus's face twisted with anger. He thought to himself, she tells him to recite, and he actually says okay. He suspected Oleg had gone mad, as he had never been so obedient before. Trace then glanced at her uncle Gus and suggested he consider her previous offer. She promised that she was a child who knew how to keep a secret, but pointed out that her brother Oleg might not be. She suddenly threatened, asking if Gus was willing to bury them both. Gus gritted his teeth, mentally cursing her as a little brat and screaming internally that she would be gone sooner or later, even as the carriage continued to move forward. Still seething with anger, Gus mentally labeled Trace a little devil, thinking she was just as troublesome as her father, both trying to steal his inheritance by blackmailing their way to Cat's Eye City, and all just to win a bet. He scoffed at her for having such huge ambitions at such a young age. He thought there was no way he would let her have her way, but since she insisted on coming, he decided to let her see the despicable methods used by adults. On the other hand, Oleg watched his father's increasingly sinister expression with some concern. After a moment, Oleg looked out the window and said to his father and Trace that the carriage up ahead might be from that annoying Yuba's family. Young Master Cal's subordinate, Jean, confirmed to his young master that the carriage belonged to the Viana family. Both carriages came to a stop. Gus and Jean both lamented why Cal would be here. They complained that Cal was like a ghost, always haunting them with his arrogant attitude. Gus wondered what had happened just a few days ago to make Cal's expression so terrible. Jean explained to Miss Trace Viana that they were almost back to Yuba territory, but young Master Cal had asked them to turn back because he had some questions for her. He hadn't expected to meet them here. Cal pointed out that the direction they were heading was toward the Yuba territory of Cat's Eye City, asking if she was planning to solve the refugee problem. Trace was furious, but didn't show it. She smiled and said of course, while inwardly wondering about his provocative tone. Wasn't the refugee problem the Yuba family's fault in the first place? She then asked him why he looked so unhappy, and that since he felt it necessary to turn back such a long way, he must have a very important question to ask. Cal became somewhat dejected, remaining silent and looking awkwardly at the ground, while Jean sighed. Trace was confused. Jean then asked if Cal was too shy to speak. Jean tried to ease the tension, suggesting that it was just a simple question and that Cal would naturally feel ashamed about it. Cal then turned to Trace, but remained silent, seemingly unsure how to begin. Trace was baffled, puzzled by this strange behavior, and noticed Cal's servant, Jean, hiding and snickering to the side. She asked what was so funny. Suddenly, Cal grabbed her arm, claiming he would tell her in his carriage. Trace screamed for him to let go. He turned around, confusedly, staring at her, his heart pounding and nervous. Trace wondered if Cal had really come back on purpose. She found this troublesome, as now was not the time to argue with him over such trivial matters. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Gus quickly told the young master of the Yuba's family that he had come at just the right time, telling him to hurry up and take Trace away so the two adults could talk somewhere private. Cal was silent for a moment until he decided to let go of Trace's arm and apologize. He explained that he didn't mean to offend her and that he had been thinking that perhaps he could join them on their trip to Cat's Eye City, because the refugee problem was also the Yuba family's responsibility. Therefore, it was only right for him to do his part. He added that they could discuss other matters calmly in the carriage. Trace watched with a look of disbelief, wondering what this boy was mumbling about. Gus then intervened, saying they shouldn't bother the young master of the Yuba's family any longer. But Oleg chimed in, insisting that Cal was right, and if he was partly responsible, then he should help. Oleg then told Trace that she just needed to answer Cal's question, asking her why she was so embarrassed. Trace turned to Oleg, asking what nonsense he was spouting. Oleg explained that he understood her now. She wanted to ride in Cal's carriage, but was too shy to ask. Oleg then scrambled into Gus's carriage, calling her an idiot and declaring that he would never let the two of them be alone together. Trace screamed in anger, asking who he was calling an idiot. A short while later, Trace, Cal, and Oleg were all sitting in the same carriage. Trace wondered how things had turned out this way. Oleg then turned to Cal, called him an annoying bastard, and told him to hurry up and ask his question. Oleg pressed him, saying he really didn't understand what Cal wanted to ask that required avoiding Oleg. Cal ignored Oleg and just lowered his head in silence. Oleg continued to chatter on, and Trace felt a headache coming on. Cal clicked his tongue. Oleg shouted, asking Trace if she heard that guy complaining about him, and commented on how rude Cal was. Trace just told Oleg to shut up. Meanwhile, the silent Gus was thinking, why did another brat appear out of nowhere? Trace was making a fuss about canceling the engagement, yet she was such good friends with the Yuba family. He suspected that if the Yuba family was backing her, she could win over Oleg and threaten him openly. If that were true, Gus thought he would be a loss. If it was just a little girl Trace, she would be easy to handle, but if the Yuba family got involved, there would be nothing he could do. Suddenly, Ox stated that, with all due respect, such behavior might not be permissible. If Miss Trace exposed Gus's cooperation with the church, things would become very disadvantageous for him. Gus asked if Ox was trying to teach him what to do and who gave him permission to guess his thoughts. Ox apologized for overstepping. He explained that Gus's worries seemed to be troubling him, so he was just sharing a trivial thought. Gus mused that, from the sound of it, Ox either already had a solution or was exposing himself. Yes, Gus concluded, a little plan that would satisfy both him and the church. Gus noted that Cat's Eye City was located on the outskirts of Lexington, where all the refugees seeking help had gathered. Oleg pointed out to Trace that people were searching for food in the garbage heaps, exclaiming that it was disgusting. He commented that he would rather die than eat garbage. Oleg added that if other lords and nobles planned to enter Viana, most would pass through this chaotic area. If those coming for the Mamba Festival banquet saw refugees everywhere in such chaos, Vienna's reputation would be completely ruined. However, he quickly added that there was no need to worry too much, as things probably wouldn't get that far, because the moment they learned of the refugee problem, most nobles would refuse to attend. They were told that the supplies and knights that had arrived ahead were by the carriage. A knight reported that the tents for them to rest and were heavily guarded. Gus instructed the 3 children to go rest, saying he was also going to take a nap, claiming the long journey had exhausted him. But someone asked if they shouldn't distribute the rations first to the refugees. Gus scoffed, "What's the hurry? It won't be too late to distribute them after I wake up," and then stepped out of the carriage. Trace immediately realized Gus was delaying on purpose. The refugees were starving with every passing second, and their discontent was building, increasing the risk of a riot. A knight appeared and asked the children to follow him, offering to take them to the prepared tents to rest. But Trace announced that it wasn't time to rest yet. She went on to say that the knight could accompany them, but she had things she had to do. She went to a place where 2 knights were on standby. One of them turned to see who was approaching, realizing it was Miss Trace. She immediately asked them if the aid supplies for the refugees were ready. The knights, just as rumored, were charmed, thinking to themselves that she was acting so much like an adult, personally coming to inspect the work, which was both impressive and cute. A knight then reported to her that everything was ready. They went on to explain that, according to the plans set by the Marquis, they would first use the rations to build the refugees' confidence and calm them down, after which they planned to provide housing and employment opportunities to avoid chaos. Trace praised them, saying they did a good job. She stated that the food for refugee relief was the foundation of everything and requested a quick inspection first, and if there were no problems, to immediately begin distribution to the refugees. A knight then spoke up, saying that it was rumored among the cavalry that the plan was actually ordered by Miss Trace, and asked if this was true. Trace blushed, her eyes widening in surprise. The knight continued, saying everyone was praising Miss Trace as a once-in-a-century genius and admired her greatly. The embarrassed Trace said it wasn't that exaggerated, until a voice from a distance questioned what right she had to make decisions on her own. It was Ox. He claimed the young lady was just a 6-year-old girl and wondered how she could possibly organize such a thing. He explained that all the planning and arrangements were done by Lord Gus while assisting the Marquis. Now that the Marquis had fallen due to his frail health, all his authority had been entrusted to Lord Gus. They had brought the young master and young lady here simply for them to gain experience. A knight then conceded that it sounded reasonable and agreed that must be the truth. Trace realized Ox was manipulating people, thinking to herself that this guy was truly silver-tongued. Twisting facts and spouting nonsense was no problem for him at all. Ox then lectured the knights, instructing them to follow Lord Gus's orders as well. Without an order from Lord Gus, no one was to approach the supplies. He warned that if anything happened to the relief supplies, no one could bear the consequences and demanded the knights' cooperation. The knights immediately complied, apologizing and admitting their carelessness. Ox replied that it wasn't too late to correct it, and thanked them for their cooperation. A knight then turned to Trace, apologized sincerely, and explained that as he understood it, distributing the supplies required the Lord's command. Another knight told her to go play somewhere else and not to come near the supplies again, admitting they had almost believed the rumors and made a huge mistake. Upon reflection, they concluded that Miss Trace was only 6 years old and couldn't possibly be the one in charge of this operation. Trace watched in disbelief, thinking that just seconds ago these knights had trusted her, but just because of the phrase 6-year-old girl, all her achievements were nullified, and she was even excluded from the relief effort. If she tried to argue, no one here would believe or defend her. In this situation, she couldn't possibly win against him, so she just smiled and said it was okay. She left, telling the knights not to feel bad about it. However, she then suggested distributing some extra rations to at least help the children who were scavenging for food in the garbage. A knight considered it, saying that if it was just the surplus, then perhaps it would be possible, but Ox interjected. He said they had been searching here all this time, questioning what another half hour of waiting meant to them, and reiterated that only Lord Gus could decide on the use of the supplies. He added that Miss Trace was still young, so he figured she might not be able to understand the nuances of an adult's words. Trace thought this guy was really pushing his luck. She wondered if Gus had put him up to this, or if he was acting on his own. With an arrogant sneer on his face, Ox declared that it seemed the rumor of Miss Trace being a once-in-a-century genius was baseless. though her reputation for being stubborn and reckless was well-deserved. Trace found Ox to be much calmer than Gus, and therefore much more dangerous. She then turned and left, saying she would leave it to them. It was less than 3 days until the invitations for the Moon Viewing Festival were to be sent out, but Gus had slept through the night, delaying the supply distribution by a full day. Trace took out the knife Patrick had given her, hoping she wouldn't have to use it. Gus wouldn't let her interfere in this matter. If she wanted to pacify the refugees, she needed to find another opportunity. Just then, she noticed someone entering her tent. She readied herself warily and asked who was there. Getting no answer, she advanced with the knife, finally holding it to Oleg's throat, who was instantly terrified. Meanwhile, Trace felt uneasy about Ox, who appeared respectful but possessed a chilling decisiveness and will that surpassed anyone she had ever seen, far stronger than an ordinary person. This was the first time since coming to this world that she had felt so restless and uneasy. Oleg cried and sobbed, shouting, asking what she was doing and if she didn't know how dangerous this was. Trace retorted that he was the reckless one, asking why he came here instead of sleeping, especially coming over in his pajamas, which was quite casual. Oleg broke into a smile, saying he was worried she'd be hungry since she hadn't left her tent, so he brought her a glass of milk. Trace commented that he was being unusually proactive today and asked if he wanted something. Oleg asked if she saw through him that easily, wondering if she was really that smart. Trace replied that he was easy to read and then directly asked what he wanted. The embarrassed Oleg admitted he was scared to sleep alone and asked if he could sleep with her. Trace stared at him in shock, clutching the glass tightly. Meanwhile, Jean was making the bed, telling his young master Cal that if he went to see the young lady of the Viana family now, he could talk to her. Jean knew Cal had come back to stop the Viana family from canceling the engagement. Cal told Jean not to make it sound like he was acting on impulse. He had thought it through carefully. The marriage between the two families was a serious matter that required a formal discussion, and barging in at midnight would be extremely rude. Jean asked if that wasn't just an excuse, pointing out that this wasn't their first midnight rendezvous, and they had already done quite a few rude things. A silence fell between them until Cal asked Jean what he was trying to say. Jean clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. My point is that Cal's actions might have led the young lady to misunderstand him as a cold and arrogant person. As a result, she wanted to cancel the engagement." Cal thought for a moment, then said, "In other words, if I can change her opinion of me, she'll no longer want to cancel the wedding." He seemed to be pondering. Jean interjected that he thought Cal had already figured it out. Cal then told Jean that he admitted Jean's analytical skills were below average, but perhaps it was worth a try. On the other hand, Trace was trying to kick Oleg out, asking what was wrong with his brain and if he'd had a stroke. Oleg resisted, telling her to wait. He said that only by sleeping in the same tent could he be a good hostage. Trace stopped and asked what he meant by hostage and what he was talking about. Oleg explained that she brought him along because she was afraid of being hit by her father and that he had seen Gus hit her when he got into the carriage. Trace thought he was a little idiot, but also realized he hadn't noticed such details. Oleg continued, saying he knew she thought that as long as he was around, Gus wouldn't hit her, but honestly, Oleg added, her father hit him too, so he suggested she control her temper and stop provoking Gus. Trace watched as he chattered on and climbed in her bed as if it were his right. She angrily told him to get lost and threw him out, tossing the glass as well and telling him to take his trash with him. Unfazed, Oleg gave her a peck, saying she was so mean, drinking the milk without showing any mercy. Suddenly, Oleg noticed Cal right in front of him. He stood up and yelled at Trace that the annoying idiot from the Moobies family was here too, and that he must have come to sleep with her as well, because he was also scared to be alone. A shocked Cal stammered, asking what he was talking about. Cal yelled at Trace that it wasn't true, but Oleg mocked him, saying Cal's face was red, yet he wouldn't admit he was scared, telling him to just admit it and wondering what was so shameful about it. Trace had had enough of these two. Childish idiots. However, she realized that thanks to this little farce, she now knew what to do. Gus received a message that Trace had sent someone to ask if she could distribute some of his supplies. Gus called her a desperate little girl in a hurry. Ox relayed that Trace said she wouldn't go in person, so Gus didn't need to either, and that she instructed him to just tell the Knights to do it. She also said she didn't need to take credit for it, but pleaded with him to consider it for Viana's sake. Gus then asked if she knew how to back down now. As he had said before, she had no solid ground to negotiate with him, especially since she knew about his cooperation with the church. If he was to rule that territory in the future, He could not allow her to expose his secret and ruin his reputation. Ox assured him not to worry, saying everything was ready. Gus commented that the girl was cautious and shrewd, and the knights at the camp were also constantly on alert. If they were to make a move, it had to be executed flawlessly, with no one knowing he was behind it. He then told Ox to tell him the plan, while adjusting his tie and saying it suited him very well, certain it would help him look charming when commanding the knights tomorrow. An annoyed Gus said Ox was dodging his question and had suddenly started flattering him, even though he was just a servant. He really had a good eye. Gus stated that, given this, he wouldn't blame him no matter how bad his plan was, and told him to explain. Ox then whispered in his ear that his plan was indeed a bit risky, but it would surely create an opportunity to lure the young lady away from the knight's sight, and that he would send someone to set fire to the supplies. Suddenly, the knights started shouting that the supplies were on fire. Trace immediately rushed out of her cabin. A knight ordered everyone to put out the fire quickly and called for all hands to help. They ran to fetch water. Cal appeared at the scene. Ox then remarked that it seemed to have begun. Gus turned to him angrily, asking if he was the one who set fire to the supplies, stressing that he had never asked for such a thing. He called it insolent and asked if Ox had gone mad. Ox calmly told him to keep his voice down and explained that now that the supplies were on fire, the knights would be focused on extinguishing it and their security would be weakened. Miss Trace cared deeply for the refugees, so she would likely go to check on them, and that's when they could make their move. Gus asked about the refugees, saying that without supplies, a riot would break out. Ox replied that a riot was perfect. He said it would be the perfect opportunity to blame both the fire and Miss Trace's death on the refugees. Then they could send the knights to kill all the refugees, completely eradicating any possibility of them resisting. He continued to state that, in the end, it would be the refugees' fault for not knowing right from wrong, destroying the resources and killing Miss Trace. This way, Gus would have a just cause to dispatch the knights, and not only would he be free from blame, but he would also be praised for it. Ox concluded that it was just a small plan that would satisfy both him and the church, then asked if there was any problem with the plan. After a moment of silence, Gus responded that there was absolutely no problem, and it seemed Ox had planned everything meticulously. Ox then stated that Gus must know what to do. Gus asked what he meant, but just then, a knight appeared outside to report that the supplies were on fire. He requested Lord Gus's order to save the supplies. Gus looked at Ox in confusion, wondering if Ox had even predicted the exact moment the soldier would come to report. Ox urged him that now was not the time to be silent in shock, as everyone was waiting for his response. Gus found Ox's oppressive presence strangely familiar. He asked with some hesitation if Ox was a member of the church. On the other hand, a knight was telling the children that it was extremely dangerous near the fire and that Lord Gus had specifically ordered the three of them to stay behind. They must stay absolutely clear of the fire. Trace screamed, demanding to be let go so she could see what was happening. The supplies were crucial for settling the refugees, and they couldn't afford to lose them. The knight replied that all the knights had been dispatched to fight the fire, and that Lord Gus had appointed a general to oversee the situation. He demanded that she not go any closer to the fire, and if she insisted on not leaving, he would be forced to remove her by force. Oleg told Trace to just go, asking what she could do and saying they wouldn't listen to her, so she should just let her father and the knights handle it. Trace reflected that she had only needed to wait until tomorrow to make a difference, but now an accident had happened. Meanwhile, Cal watched in silence. He thought to himself that he needed to change her impression of him as cold and arrogant. Cal calmly instructed her to go back to her tent, asserting that he would handle this himself. What? Trace was struck speechless by his confident declaration, her brow furrowed. She remained doubtful, but he reminded her that he had promised to help before he left. Cal summoned Jean and ran toward the fire. A worried Jean, however, questioned how his master would succeed. After all, even Trace had been stopped. Trace watched in disbelief, wondering if he really intended to help her. With a determined gaze, Cal asked himself why he was doing this. The fire raged, and Jean opened a door for Cal, pleading with his master to be careful. Cal demanded a report, and Jean explained that he had used the hub's family name to get inside and ask a knight about the fire. Jean gave a grim and detailed assessment of the fire's rapid spread, explaining how many rows of supplies had already been lost. Jean warned that interfering would create friction with the Viana family, but Cal decided he had to act now. Cal reflected internally that Jean was right. Trace was just a child, and her wanting to cancel the engagement was an understandable reaction. He reasoned that helping her now was an opportunity to make her realize the power and value of the Hubbs family. He resolved to take action, hoping this display of his family's strength would persuade her to change her mind. With a whoosh, as Cal observed from a high vantage point, the red-haired boy spotted Trace climbing and frantically yelled for her to come down. Trace was perched on a tall tree overlooking the fire. She was looking for a way to stop the catastrophic blaze. In a flashback, a young boy and his father were reading quietly in a grand and sunlit room, as an attendant warned the father about political consequences. But the man coldly stated that they just needed to find someone else to take the blame. The attendant assured his master that there were plenty of peasants willing to be scapegoats for the Hubbs family, so he needn't worry. A young Carl looked up from his book, having overheard the unsettling conversation. His father asked if he had understood the lesson. The young Carl softly addressed him as father, and Carl apologized, admitting he couldn't comprehend his father's cold logic. His father explained the concept of equivalent exchange, that it was worth it for a poor family to take the blame in exchange for a lifetime of wealth. In a chilling lesson, the father asserted that everything has a value and chided Carl for not learning this as quickly as his siblings. The father looked down at his son, ready to offer a stern piece of advice. He coldly finished his thought, telling Carl that if he were him, he would learn quickly. Back in the present, a knight shouted for everyone to halt. The crowd was shocked to see the young master of the Hubbs family and his men arrive. Jean questioned Hubbs's plan, pointing out the hypocrisy of him calling Lady Viana a child when he was a child himself. Hubbs admitted that the knights wouldn't listen to him either, hinting at another plan he had in mind. In response to the fire, Hubbs gave Jean a firm order. Jean accepted the command and prepared to direct the knights as instructed. Jean relayed the order to create a firebreak with lime powder, which confused the knights, who noted the target area wasn't even on fire yet. He explained it was a containment strategy, but a knight immediately asked what they should do about the supplies that were currently burning. On behalf of his master, Jean coldly replied, "Let them be." This shocked the onlookers. Hubbs calmly explained that the choice was simple: abandon a part to save the rest, or let everything burn. The knights reluctantly realized the logic in his cruel assessment. Sacrificing some supplies was the only way to avoid a total loss. Hubbs asked how long it would take to acquire new supplies, and Jean confirmed it would take 2 days. Hubbs then announced that his family would replace all the sacrifice supplies, assuring them that the remainder would last until then. Convinced by his decisive plan, the knights agreed to follow the young master Hubbs's command to build the firebreak. A burly knight with a prominent mustache suddenly appeared, roaring, "Who dares to interfere?" Jean recognized the man as Lord Gus's envoy, while Tracy observed his strange behavior, suspecting he was deliberately worsening the situation. The envoy declared himself the commander, accusing Hubbs's group of overstepping their authority by giving orders to the Viana Knights. Hubbs calmly countered, warning that Viana's reputation would be ruined if it looked like they had become subordinates of the Hubbs family. The envoy ignored this valid point and furiously roared at his knights to listen only to him and get a move on. When a knight argued that Hubbs's idea was viable, the envoy flew into a rage, accusing them of trying to usurp his lord's authority. Hubbs calmly agreed with the envoy, admitting he was not the commander, but that the envoy was the appointed general. Gus's envoy sneered at the foolish order, while Hubbs conceded that although his plan was cruel, it had its merits. With a thud, Jean, confirming his master's intent, swiftly subdued the envoy and pinned him to the ground. The furious envoy struggled to get up, demanding to know what Hubbs thought he was doing, daring to attack the commander. Hubbs, holding a shovel, coldly informed the defeated envoy that he would be the one to deliver the new orders. In the firelight, Hubbs's expression was filled with cold, unwavering resolve. The envoy looked back at him, his face a mask of shock and rising fear. He defiantly asked if Hubbs was going to kill him, questioning if the Hubbs family would dare to commit murder openly and defy the law. Hubbs calmly stated that since losses were now inevitable, the only logical course of action was to minimize further casualties. Jean coldly stated the legal consequences, explaining that the penalty for assault was far lighter than for murder, especially for the Hubs family. Considering these factors, Hubs chillingly concluded that simply disabling the envoy's left arm should be enough. Clang! Hubs tapped the envoy's shoulder with the shovel, and the envoy flinched at the threatening gesture, terrified out of his wits. The envoy furiously accused Hubs of threatening him, calling him the genius young master of the Hubs family. He yelled about jail time and a ruined reputation, warning Hubs of the dire consequences of provoking a conflict between the two great families. With a clink, Hubs tossed a massive sapphire on the ground, offering a reward of 3,000 gold coins to anyone who picked it up. The envoy was stunned, realizing the sum was a lifetime of fortune for any commoner. He wondered in terror what Hubs was planning, fearing he had just put a bounty on his head. Jean clarified that his master had simply discarded a trinket, reframing the offer as a reward from the heavens for the brave. Jean then challenged the Viana knights, asking if any warrior would step forward to punish the wicked envoy and save the refugees. The knights hesitated, questioning the morality and honor of such a sordid method. Hubs scoffed at their sense of honor, sarcastically questioning if the Hubs family had truly prospered through lawfulness and integrity. A knight stepped forward to try and de-escalate the situation, but the envoy seized the opportunity, shouting for someone to report Hubs's insubordination to Lord Gus. Thinking he had won, the envoy smiled in relief. The knight refused the money, declaring that as a knight of Viana, duty and honor were all the reward he needed. The envoy flew into a rage, yelling at the knight who was bowing to Hubs. The knight drew his longsword, apologizing for the offense. The envoy babbled in terror as the knight knelt before him, ready to act. Hubs and Jean watched dispassionately as their calculated pressure brought the situation to a head. With a whoosh, the righteous knight raised his sword, preparing to strike. The envoy broke down completely, screaming that he would obey Hubs's orders. The firebreak was successfully created, containing the blaze and saving the remaining supplies. A flashback showed the Hubs family's brutal history of conquest, built on a philosophy of the strong devouring the weak. In the past, a hungry boy with white hair excitedly told his mother he had found food, but his mother was still and unresponsive. Before he could celebrate, another refugee attacked him, stealing his meager piece of bread. Defeated and alone, the boy stared into the abyss of despair. His sorrow turned to burning hatred as he whispered the names of those who had caused his suffering. Back in the present with Hubs, the now subdued envoy begged for his life. Hubs looked down at him, his purpose achieved, and turned to leave. Hubs casually asked Jean why he was just standing there. Jean apologized, saying he had been lost in an old memory. For a moment, Jean praised his master's genius, noting he had almost forgotten Hubs was no ordinary child, but Hubs found the flattery boring. Jean insisted that no other Hubs heir could have devised such an effective solution. Amid the chaos, he recited the Hubs family philosophy: use force, and, if that fails, use value to solve 99 of problems. Jean mused that the knight's selfless honor was the unpredictable one, a move that had even touched him. Hubs questioned the concept of chivalry, reasoning that honor was just another form of value, but paused to reconsider. In a moment of insight, Hubs understood that Viana herself represented that unpredictable one. With the situation under control, Hubs decided it was time to go back and tell Tracy the problem was solved. Tracy watched from her perch in the treetops, surprised to see the knight's complete change in attitude as they cordoned off the supplies under Carl's command. A wave of relief washed over her as the fire subsided. Tracy reflected on Carl Hubs's reputation as a prodigy, acknowledging he would be a powerful ally, but she had her doubts. She clenched her fist, questioning the true value of power gained through a political marriage. Russell, startled by a sound in the woods, she shouted, "Who's there?" She spotted someone fleeing the scene and found it suspicious that he was running away from the fire instead of helping. Her suspicions grew. The fire, which had started just before their 8 o'clock arrival, combined with a mysterious figure, all pointed to sabotage. The red-haired boy called out to Tracy, asking when she was coming down because he was sleepy. He looked up to find she had vanished from the tree. which confused him. While the boy wondered where she had gone, Tracy followed the suspicious figure into a dark alley, her expression firm as she concluded that the person she had been tailing was the arsonist. Peering into the alley, she found a child lying motionless and feared they had been silenced. She recognized a Viana family distress flare on the body. With a whoosh, she fired the flare, knowing it would summon the knights. Clutching the spent flare, she waited grimly for the signal to be seen. A sudden, powerful sense of familiarity struck her. She knew this child, and the realization chilled her. Memories flooded back, a robed figure, a sharp gaze, and a past connected to this very moment. His face sharpened in her memory as she recognized him as Ash. Watching over the unconscious Ash, she questioned whether their reunion here was pure coincidence or something more. A flashback revealed the church's dark secret, taking in exiled orphans and training them as deadly assassins. The story revealed that Ash was an orphan-turned-paladin, used by the church to kill Tracy in a past life, but was later redeemed by the heroine Isolde. Staring at Ash, she struggled to accept their meeting as a coincidence and weighed her options, including interrogation. Slap, slap. Tracy slapped the boy hard across the face twice, yelling at him, "Wake up." Waking to a blinding white light, the boy was lost and confused. He mistook her for a beautiful angel of death, while she, wondering if he was genuinely disoriented or just an idiot, slapped him twice more. She demanded to know who ordered the arson, but he just weakly asked why she was there. Ash explained that someone had told him setting the fire was a divine revelation, guided by fate. Frustrated, Tracy demanded a clear description, but he only offered a cryptic clue. They were blue and very bright. His consciousness began to fade from hunger and dizziness. She glared at him in annoyed silence, his vague answers testing her patience. Suspecting he might be acting, she decided to play along. She identified herself as Lady Viana and made a counteroffer, promising a better reward for his cooperation while pondering his strange clue. As they walked, she deduced the church was behind it, hoping Ash could provide the proof she needed to expose their crimes. She gritted her teeth, refusing to believe the convenient explanation of fate for Ash's sudden reappearance in her life. His attitude shifted as he excitedly asked about her promise of food, much to her annoyance. Annoyed by his quick recovery, she resisted the urge to vent old grievances and urged him to hurry up if he was hungry. Their path was blocked by a figure in the shadows, who announced they could not leave. This shocked Tracy, who demanded to know who was stopping them, her eyes wide with alarm. A man with unsettling blue eyes and a scar on his face sneered, confirming that her taking the bait was all part of the plan. Gripping an iron rod, he gloated that she had walked right into their trap. Ash recognized the man as the bright blue person who had ordered the arson, and Tracy finally understood. She pushed Ash behind her, scolding him for not warning her, admitting she couldn't trust him not to attack her from behind. The man mocked her for falling into the trap, playfully forgiving her mistake on account of her age. She realized she was the real target, but she wasn't surprised, having already prepared by firing the distress signal. Humph! The man sneered, confident he only needed to stall for a short while until his reinforcements arrived. Tracy braced herself, ready for whatever came next. The man faced her, confident he just needed to hold on a little longer. She tried to bribe him, offering 10 times his current pay, but he scoffed, questioning if she even knew how much that was. With a whoosh, he swung his weapon, mocking her offer and dismissing it as mere pocket money. With a crack, blood splattered as the attack was intercepted mid-air, his weapon clattering to the ground. Drip, drip. The man seethed in anger over the wound on his hand. The man raged, "How dare you?" "Ha, ha." Tracy glared back, clutching the bloody knife she had used to defend herself. She breathed heavily, desperately trying to identify the mastermind. Ruling out the timid Gus left her with a terrifying question. Who else could it be? With a bang, the man cast aside his distractions and lunged forward, roughly grabbing her. As he dragged her away, she desperately wondered why the knights were taking so long to arrive. Elsewhere, a knight explained to Sir Oaks that the distress flare was a directive for the Vienna knights to act, requiring an immediate response. Sir Oaks calmly faced them, stating he wasn't there to stop their rescue mission. He explained with a look of concern that the flare was likely fired by the men Lord Gus had sent to investigate, as they had not yet returned. A knight questioned his claim, just as multiple flares erupted in the sky, stunning the knight. Sir Oaks pressed his advantage, declaring they must rescue the men Lord Gus had committed to the mission. One knight worried that their manpower was already tied up with the fire, but another suggested splitting their forces. The lead knight took command, deciding to investigate the location of the first flare while the others headed in the other direction. As the lead knight headed toward the forest, he asked if Sir Oaks would accompany him. Sir Oaks agreed, feigning concern and praising the knight's past valor. But the knight insisted they must hurry to provide support. Halt! The knight stopped abruptly in his tracks, a chilling realization dawning on him. He turned to confront Sir Oaks, accusing him of witnessing Commander Rossi's inaction and deliberately choosing not to intervene. The knight began to question if Lord Gus was aware, just as he was stabbed through the back. In a flash of red, Sir Oaks twisted the blade in the knight's back, the betrayed man gasping in agony. As the knight's body fell, Sir Oaks coldly justified the murder as a necessary punishment for a subordinate's insubordination. He recalled ordering his men to fire additional flares after learning of Tracy's request for one, musing that his foresight had paid off. He tossed aside a bloody cloth, cryptically commenting that every show needs an encore. With a pop, he called the new flares a fireworks show with a sneer. Back in the alley, Tracy's attacker saw the sky light up with more signals and broke into a manic grin. The sky was brilliantly lit by countless flares. Watching the false signals, Tracy's hope shattered, her eyes filling with despair. Choking, her mind raced, searching for a way to survive the brutal assault. She desperately increased her bribe, offering 50 times the original price, but his hand remained like a vice. Her vision blurred as she struggled to stay conscious. Fear washed over her as she lost consciousness, her world fading to black. Meanwhile, the red-haired boy pouted, drawing in the dirt and muttering about the stupid Tracy. Hubs and Jean arrived, but the boy angrily reported that Tracy had ditched him to go find them. Hubs was shocked, while Jean connected her disappearance to the series of flares. Jean calmly suggested reporting to Gus and the knights. But when Hubs remained silent and unresponsive, he grew concerned. The red-haired boy sensed a shift in Hubs's demeanor and asked in a trembling voice if something had happened to Tracy. A panicked Hubs lost his composure, shouting at them to hurry and search the location of the first flare. The man screamed, releasing his grip on Tracy, much to her confusion. He staggered back, looking in horror as his hand turned a dark, necrotic purple, realizing he had been poisoned. His gaze shifted from his poisoned hand to the fallen knife, finally understanding her trick. He cursed her as a little devil and raised his hand for one last, desperate swing. Ash appeared. He blocked the man's attack as Tracy sat up, coughing violently and gasping for air. Catching her breath, she looked up at her savior, her mind reeling as she recognized Ash. The scarred man furiously demanded to know what Ash was doing, but Ash cut him down without a word, standing with cold intensity over the bleeding man he had just felled. Ash turned to her, assuring Lady Viana she was safe now, all because her promise of food was better than his previous payment. As she choked on the ground, Tracy realized her precarious situation as someone shouted for Lady Viana. Ash appeared with a knife. Tracy lay on the ground, gasping, trying to catch her breath. Ash stood over her, bloody knife in hand, his gaze cold and alert. He apologized profusely for not staying put and asked if Tracy was all right. Tracy clutched her throat, struggling to breathe, feeling dizzy from the lack of air. As her vision blurred, she heard a distant shout announcing that young Master Carl had found her. Hubs rushed to her side in concern, but Jean pushed past him, anxiously calling Tracy's name. Hubs gently carried Tracy in his arms to safety. She woke up surrounded by her friends, a wave of relief washing over her as they all called her name. Jean smiled, reassuring her that everything was fine and informing her they were returning to the Viana estate. Tracy protested their departure, insisting they had to turn back to address the refugee crisis. Confused by their decision, she asked what he meant, trying to recall what she had said. The red-haired boy explained that after they found her, she had been delirious, begging them to go to someone. Jean recalled her crying like a normal child for the first time, whispering that she was scared. The red-haired boy tearfully remembered begging the unconscious Tracy to stop crying. A flashback showed Tracy in a delirious state, trembling and asking to go back to her grandfather. She leaned against Jean, weakly agreeing to go home. Annoyed with herself for asking to leave, Tracy realized the attack was too well planned to be Gus's doing. She concluded the church was behind it, finding their attempt to kill a 6-year-old girl to be excessive. She pieced together their plot to frame the refugees for her murder as a pretext for sanctions against them. The church's grand plan was to use the fire and her death to sow chaos throughout Vienna. She gritted her teeth, determined to stop them, believing she was the only one who could. Tracy humbly apologized to the group for her rude behavior, her renewed determination surprising Jean. She asked young Master Carl to take her back to Cat's Eye Town, insisting she had to return. Jean was taken aback, reminding her that while he had promised to help, the situation had changed. The red-haired boy objected, questioning why she was pushing herself after a near-death experience and asking if the bet was really worth it. Jean was caught off guard by the mention of a bet. Tracy explained the bet was for the succession of her family's title, and Jean paused, realizing the implications. He concluded grimly that her success would mean the cancellation of their engagement. Jean was caught in a dilemma, struggling internally, knowing that helping Tracy would sabotage his own plans. He closed his eyes, choosing between reason and emotion. Damn it, he muttered in frustration, while Tracy watched him resolutely. Tracy reminded young Master Carl that his family shared responsibility for the town's plight. She declared that she would not beg, but she stated that if the Hub's family truly cared, they wouldn't stand idly by. She then asked if young Master Carl would help, and he listened with a serious expression. She took a deep breath, preparing to make a difficult request. For the first and last time, she asked for his help, her bruised face showing a determination he had never seen before. Jean remained silent, scrutinizing her intently. He internally confirmed his motive. His goal was to prevent Viana from breaking off the engagement. He questioned himself internally what reason he had to help her achieve a goal that directly opposed his own. The red-haired boy told Tracy to give up, certain Jean wouldn't help, while Jean suppressed a reaction. Jean quietly told Tracy to turn around. He then calmly instructed a surprised Hubs to act as he wished. Phew! Tracy let out a sigh of relief. Jean covered his face, seemingly deeply annoyed with the decision he had made. The red-haired boy sighed, exasperated by Tracy's stubbornness. With a whoosh, Hubs ordered the carriage to turn around, commenting on how stubborn Tracy was. A knight quickly jumped onto the carriage to join Hubs. Back inside the carriage, the red-haired boy sized up the silent Ash, asking what everyone should do with him. The red-haired boy questioned Ash's presence, but Jean explained that the boy had insisted on following them from the scene of the attack. Tracy suddenly looked at Ash. Her gaze met his as he sat quietly on the floor. Ash suddenly grabbed her hand, asking if Lady Viana remembered their promise, which confused the red-haired boy. Ash promised to obey her if she kept her word. He asked if she had any more requests, which startled Tracy. A close-up showed a bloody cut on her finger where the poison knife had pierced it. Holding the ornate knife, she realized the gift from Patrick had saved her life. She recalled Patrick's warning about the dangers of the festival and now suspected Ash's timely rescue had been secretly arranged. Struck by the connections, she rested her head in her hand, lost in thought. Feeling a wave of nausea, she suspected it was a side effect of the previous day's ordeal. Jean used a stick to keep Ash at a distance from Tracy, sternly telling him to back off. Jean's expression was firm and unyielding. Ash remained silent as he protected Tracy, his expression unreadable. The red-haired boy angrily defended Tracy's need for space, scolding Ash for his audacity. An irritated Tracy told them to shut up, complaining that their bickering was making her headache worse. Chastised, the three boys slumped in defeat. Oleg muttered that Tracy was bullying them, but Jean clarified that her headache was from her injuries, not them, and questioned why she was so stubborn about returning to Cat's Eye Town when even the knights wouldn't listen to her. Jean grimly pointed out that Cat's Eye Town must be in chaos after the fire and the attempted murder on her. He advised the determined Tracy to take a step back and consider the bigger picture. Tracy sighed in frustration and called out Oleg's name. She then looked at Carl, who looked up in surprise. Finally, she turned to Ash. Tracy took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over the three boys, her heart filled with a mix of apprehension and resolve for the dangers ahead. Elsewhere, Sir Oaks surveyed the bloody aftermath of the alley attack. In a memory, a refugee mother assured her hungry child that the Marchioness of Viana had promised them food. But in reality, the same child watched in terror as knights pointed their spears directly at the refugees. A knight confronted Sir Oaks, announcing that Lady Viana was missing, her blood-stained clothes found in the refugee camp. He accused the refugees of the unforgivable crime of attacking Lady Viana, fueling the existing dark rumors about them. A more cautious knight sought confirmation from Sir Oaks, suggesting a more thorough investigation was needed. Sir Oaks ended the debate by presenting a crest, declaring it was an order from Lord Gus. He pointed to a crucified knight, warning the others that the man had been executed for treason and that insubordination would be met with the same fate. A man with a red beard watched from a balcony, appalled, thinking this summary execution and collective punishment was insane. He suspected this might be the church's brutal method of purging dissenters, feeling it was too extreme. Sir Oaks made a mental note that he must obey Lord Gus's orders, who was in charge of the operation. With a cruel sneer, Sir Oaks ordered the arrest of all the ungrateful savages for interrogation in the dungeons. As the knights closed in on the terrified, fleeing refugees, Ash realized they had to stop the chaos before it escalated. With a thud, a refugee defiantly punched a knight, refusing to be taken. The knights realized the situation was spiraling out of control as the refugees watched in terror. The bearded man observed grimly, realizing the refugees had made a grave mistake. A triumphant sneer appeared on Sir Oaks's face. They had fallen right into his trap. He seized the opportunity to shout, claiming the refugees were rioting and had attacked a knight. He roared at the hesitant knights, questioning why they weren't raising their weapons. Bam! He ordered them not to spare a single one of the wicked monsters. Crack! Suddenly, Tracy appeared and slapped Sir Oaks across the face, interrupting his command. Her gaze was sharp as she challenged his authority, demanding to know who gave him permission to command her knights. The bearded man, peeking from behind a pillar, gasped in disbelief, whispering Tracy's name. Amid the chaos, Sir Oaks and Ash were locked in a silent, tense standoff. Jean led a group forward with purpose, holding Tracy and a bewildered Oleg in his arms. Tracy turned her attention to Jean, addressing him as young Master Carl. She requested to borrow his men. Jean watched with a curious expression. The Viana Knights were shocked to see Tracy, shouting that she was alive and well. Tracy, in Hubs's arms, declared that she was safe and vowed never to let the refugees be wrongly accused. Her gaze turned icy as she turned to face Sir Oaks directly. She coldly informed him that the slap was his signal to leave immediately. Sir Oaks mockingly called her remarks cute, dismissing her as a child. He then accused her of starting the conflict between the knights and the refugees with her little prank. Tracy's face filled with rage at his blatant attempt to shift the blame. Sir Oaks shouted angrily that the escalating chaos was all her fault. He condescendingly told her to stop causing trouble and go apologize to Lord Gus. He feigned pity, musing that her actions would surely ruin her reputation. Suddenly, a swift side kick sent Sir Oaks flying. What? He gasped, stunned by the sudden attack. Thud! Jean stood over the fallen Sir Oaks as the knights cried out in alarm. Watching from the balcony, Gus repeated Oaks's name in disbelief. As the knights rushed to his side, Sir Oaks coughed and glared up at Jean, whom he now recognized. Tracy coldly announced she was done talking and would now personally manage the refugee settlement. No, Gus furiously ordered Oaks not to let that brat get the upper hand. Panicked, Sir Oaks claimed Viana would only use this to level more false accusations against them. He shouted that the refugees were rioting and ordered the hesitant knights to raise their weapons. The refugees fell into disarray. Some questioned the accusations, while others advocated for taking the food by force. As a mother pleaded for peace, a radical voice rose from the crowd, urging everyone to charge and crush the knights. Sir Oaks, feigning concern, loudly demanded the knights take Lady Tracy away from the danger. Approach. Two knights moved toward Tracy, urging her to come with them for her safety. Hubs asked for her orders, ready to confront the Viana Knights on her behalf. Tracy looked down and thought, whispering, I know. She realized that if she couldn't command her own knights, and keep her promise, she would lose all credibility. Sir Oaks watched with a look of triumph, a smug sneer. Gus observed with satisfaction that Tracy's arrival had only worsened the chaos and praised Oaks for coming up with a useful solution. As Jean and Ash watched, Gus mentally commended Oaks, certain the refugees were no match for him. Jean offered to handle the situation, but Hubs insisted on continuing to hold and protect Tracy. Hubs's eyes suddenly widened, as if in realization. Tracy held up a scroll with a sly smile, commenting that winning sometimes requires taking a risk. The knights pleaded with Tracy not to make things difficult for them and demanded she be handed over. Hubs hesitated, wondering how he could take responsibility if she got hurt. Tracy desperately tried to get everyone's attention, but her pleas were angrily dismissed as nonsense. Grab! Sir Oaks seized Tracy's arm, declaring he would use force if necessary to ensure her safety. He snatched the scroll from her hand, lifted her up, and scolded her for playing with it. He warned Hubs not to interfere, asserting this was a private matter for the Viana family. He sharply reminded Hubs that his own family was in a precarious position in this matter. Shut him up. Freeze. Sir Oaks started to leave with the struggling Tracy, telling her smugly that she could no longer interfere with his plans. She retorted with a defiant sneer that he was the one who should be worried. She mysteriously asked if he had forgotten the real key. This made him whip his head around in shock. He was surprised to see Oleg, wondering why Gus's useless son hadn't run away. Tracy revealed her plan. She had a candidate to lead Viana in her place. This left the confused Oleg wondering who she meant. Sir Oaks was stunned, wondering why the cowardly Oleg would remain amid the chaos instead of fleeing. Unless a realization dawned on Sir Oaks as Tracy brandished a dagger with a look of determination. She lunged forward, plunging the blade into Sir Oaks's shoulder. Stab! Blood spurted from the wound as the dagger sank deep. Sir Oaks cried out in pain and fell to the ground. He clutched his bleeding shoulder, cursing in disbelief that she had actually attacked him, and she had hoped for a more peaceful solution. Tracy, holding the bloody dagger, explained that letting him continue would only fan the flames of chaos. The wounded Sir Oaks, on the ground, heard her throw his own words back at him, declaring he could no longer ruin her plans. Get up! Tracy suddenly burst into tears, dramatically wailing that she was injured, covered in blood, and dying. A knight who witnessed the bloody scene furiously accused Sir Oaks of attempting to murder Tracy. What? Stunned by the accusation, Sir Oaks tried to explain the blood was his own. A bystander screamed, asking what Sir Oaks was doing, as he appeared to be on top of Tracy. Playing the victim, Tracy cried out for help, begging not to be killed. A knight yelled for Sir Oaks to stop, seeing him over a struggling Tracy in a pool of blood, but Oaks insisted he hadn't done anything. In a moment of comical panic, Tracy thought anxiously to herself that she was trapped and about to die. Smack! A knight rushed in, punching Sir Oaks square in the face. Thwack! The blow kicked Sir Oaks off of Tracy. As he lay dazed on the ground, Tracy sat up and began to speak. Sir Oaks weakly reached for her, calling her a witch with tears in his eyes, just as he had suspected. Tracy remained silent, clutching her blood-stained hand as the scene faded. Sir Oaks lay unconscious in a pool of blood. Tracy wondered why he was so obsessed with targeting her. She recalled his hateful expression and the word witch. She wondered how he knew she wasn't an ordinary child. But a voice interrupted her thoughts, asking if she was safe. A knight hurried to her side, promising to take her to a doctor, but he stopped in confusion when he couldn't find a single wound on the blood-covered girl. The knight found the situation bizarre, but then jumped in shock, seeing that the heavily injured person was actually Sir Oaks. With an innocent laugh, Tracy asked if he would believe her if she said Sir Oaks had accidentally stabbed himself. Queen at 6. Tracy repeated her innocent act, asking if the knight believed her lame story about Sir Oaks. The knight knelt, completely unconvinced, and asked if she was taking him for a fool. Dejected, her act having failed, a dejected Tracy decided to tell him the truth. She began her narrative, explaining that Sir Oaks had planned to teach her a lesson and threatened her with a weapon. Phew! She continued her story, admitting she was scared and had wounded him with a dagger in self-defense. An enraged Sir Oaks then tried to strangle her in retaliation. She concluded that his grip only loosened when the sharp pain from his wound set in. She told the knight with a grave expression that she had truly been on the verge of death just now. The knight was shocked to see the faint bruises on her neck, evidence of her story. Rises. Despite the assault, Tracy got to her feet and pleaded with the stunned knight to save Sir Oaks's life. She explained that only if he woke up could they find out who ordered him to create chaos in the square. The knight, moved by her reasoning, agreed but asked what she planned to do next, warning her not to stay in the dangerous town. Jean stepped forward, smiling as he assured the knight that he would personally ensure Lady Viana's safety. Jean gently took Tracy into his arms as she entrusted Sir Oaks to the knight's care. As Jean carried her away, the knight stood frozen, marveling at Jean's skills. He then discovered the scroll Tracy had dropped, which had a stick figure drawing mocking Sir Oaks for being played. Scratch his head. The confused knight scratched his head, feeling like a fool and seeing stars. Elsewhere, Gus and Ash looked down from a high wall at the commotion in the town below. Ash was worried that Tracy and Jean hadn't returned yet. Hubs announced that the young master was back. Carl rushed over angrily, demanding to know why Jean had taken so long. He and Ash were stunned when they saw Jean holding a blood-soaked Tracy. Jean cheerfully reassured a worried Carl that the blood wasn't Tracy's. She was fine, though she did stab someone. Tracy smiled, glad everyone was safe, and deflected Jean's praise back to him. Carl scolded Tracy, calling her plan childish nonsense, and criticizing her for relying on luck and entrusting her fate to others. On the balcony, Carl argued that only settling the refugees would quell the chaos, condemning her for entrusting the task to an idiot. That idiot Oleg was trembling in fear. Carl observed that he looked like he was about to wet himself. A refugee wondered what Viana was thinking, sending another child, while a knight found Oleg's sudden bravery very out of character. A knight approached the frightened Oleg, demanding he come with them to see Lord Gus. Clinches. Oleg clutched a card tightly, steeling himself as the knight called for the young master. A flashback to 20 minutes earlier shows Oleg telling Tracy he wasn't unwilling, just terrified. In the past, Tracy asked a nervous and clumsy Oleg if he was sure about this. She handed him a card, telling him not to overthink it. Tracy promised that following the instructions on the card would make his grandfather proud. But Oleg protested that this was different. But she encouraged the anxious Oleg to be brave. Gently patting his head, Tracy reminded Oleg that he had claimed to be a hostage, which he confirmed was true. Her expression changed, becoming unusually firm. She told the surprised Oleg that now helping her was something only he could do. She declared resolutely that he was the real key. Grit's teeth. Recalling her words, Oleg firmed his resolve, deciding to trust Tracy. Russell, back in the present. Oleg opened the card and began to speak as the knights, refugees, and Gus all watched. Oleg began his declaration. He bravely shouted that he was willing to become a hostage of the Eastern Kingdom. The story of Queen at 6 to be continued. Queen at 6. Oleg promised the refugees could settle in Cat's Eye Town in exchange for their loyalty and labor. Clinches. He nervously added that until the next supply convoy arrived, he would share their hardships and live as they did. He stammered as he entrusted his life to them, assuring them that Viana would handle all supplies and housing. Fish. Watching from above, a stunned Carl asked Tracy if this was her genius plan. Tracy turned to Carl, confirming this had been her plan all along. She asked for his opinion, revealing she had conceived the hostage plan after Oleg showed her a sliver of kindness. The narrator explains that Oleg was no longer the cold tormentor he once was, but had become almost completely obedient. Tracy admitted that Oleg truly trusted her now, but a flash of guilt crossed her face. Tears welled up. Oleg recalled Tracy calling him the key. He felt utterly betrayed, thinking she had just used him, while Tracy privately admitted she had exploited his trust. After the speech, Oleg broke down sobbing, shocking the knights beside him. Watching him cry, Tracy's expression turned cold as she thought how pathetic he was. Hub scolded Tracy for being too cruel to her own cousin, warning that even his family could face backlash for this. Ash and Carl watched in silent disapproval of Tracy's cold methods. Tracy knew that only someone from the Viana family could lead, which made Oleg and Carl her only options, finding the situation amusing. She watched as Jean agreed to escort the young master from the square. Jean approached Gus, mistook him for Hubs, and admiringly praised his heroic plan to use his son as a hostage. Gus was caught off guard by the praise, but asked if Jean truly thought he was fit to be Viana's successor. The knights were stunned, mistakenly believing Gus had orchestrated the entire hostage plan himself. Flattered, Gus realized this was the first time he had ever earned the knights' admiration. Gus puffed out his chest and took all the credit, claiming such a strategy was only natural for him, as the future of Viana rested on his shoulders. Kyle watched in silence. Gus proudly shouted to his son. Oleg looked up and was shocked to see his father. Gus decided to go with the flow. He loudly encouraged Oleg and assured him the knights would protect him. Oleg was stunned by his father's support as Gus continued to cheer him on. Inspired by Gus's apparent leadership, the knights rallied to follow Oleg's orders and assist the refugees. Tracy watched silently from the wall as the situation unfolded. A knight formally announced Vianu's contract, asking the refugees to sign their names under Oleg's watch. A knight announced that rations would be distributed immediately to all who accepted the terms. A resentful white-haired child spotted Oleg. Recognizing him as the bratty kid who was with Tracy, Oleg confronted the boy, demanding to know where Tracy was and declaring he wanted to go home, leaving the child speechless. Scrape. The white-haired child signed his name on the stone tablet as Oleg watched. Shoo. The boy loudly swore an oath to be a citizen of Viana, pledging his loyalty. He then turned to Oleg, demanding food and telling him to do his part. Oleg realized the boy was relaying a message from Tracy and found his tough guy act incredibly frustrating. Feeling he could one-up her, Oleg ordered a knight to give the kid a large portion of food, but felt deeply influenced by Tracy. Bam! A man suddenly attacked the white-haired boy, forbidding him from taking the food. The blonde attacker glared fiercely at the boy, asking if he had a death wish. Oleg watched in confusion as the situation suddenly turned violent. Whoosh! The attacker turned to the crowd and shouted that the contract was a lie to enslave them, inciting another riot. On the balcony above, Carl and the others watched in horror at the escalating chaos. As Oleg told the bratty kid they should run, the child was lamenting his dropped bread. A knight asked Oleg for orders. Panicked, Oleg just wanted to flee, but the mob leader pointed at him, shouting to the crowd to seize the fleeing hostage. Oleg froze, wondering if they were talking about him, while the white-haired boy stood silently beside him. What? Oleg was stunned by the sudden, baseless accusation. The mob leader agreed that Oleg was an imposter. The white-haired boy angrily described their hard lives to prove it. He furiously pointed out Oleg's clean hands, soft feet, and the smell of fresh food on his breath as proof he wasn't one of them. Oleg questioned the accusation, asking if Tracy had put him up to this, but the boy laughed at his naivety. In a flashback, the boy explained that he had fired the first signal flare, but the enemy used a decoy, and he knew Lady Viana understood this. Tracy's voice from the past told him the conspirators were their final obstacle, but he could handle it. Back in the present, he pointed to specific people in the crowd, accurately identifying 7 traitors. Loudly, he shouted his accusations, declaring they were deliberately causing chaos to bring Viana to ruin. The identified traitors glared, realizing their plot had been exposed by one of their own. Oleg grabbed the boy, asking confusedly what he meant about a signal flare and a plot to ruin Viana. Freeze! The truth began to dawn on Oleg. He realized these were the accomplices of the person who tried to kill Tracy last night. He understood now that Tracy had known all along and had willingly returned to this dangerous place. It all made sense. She had come back to set this trap and end the threat for good. He remembered Tracy's fear during the attack and realized he wasn't the only one who had been scared. A memory surfaced, Tracy waking from her ordeal, her tears instantly gone. He remembered her bravely returning to the town square despite her injuries. Tracy's words echoed in his mind, telling him he was a Viana and must learn to speak for himself. He remembered her telling him this was a task only he could accomplish. Her words, "You are the real key," echoed in his memory. Finally, he recalled her earnest plea, "Help me, Oleg." Oleg was lost in thought, his resolve hardening. Whoosh! His courage found, Oleg ordered the knights to arrest the traitors. Damn it! The traitor leader lunged forward, scoffing that 2 little brats couldn't possibly stop them. Whoosh! A knight leaped to protect them, telling the young master to stand back. The white-haired boy pulled Oleg along, watching the confrontation unfold. To everyone's surprise, Oleg drew a short sword, ready to fight. Queen at 6. Clang! Oleg skillfully parried the traitor's attack, who was stunned by the boy's speed and his own carelessness. This Huh. The man, enraged, raised his sword again, threatening to kill the boy. Two royal knights quickly intervened, crossing their spears to subdue the traitor. Oleg watched with a grim, determined expression, having taken his first real step towards standing on his own. TSK. The white-haired boy spat at the subdued traitor that for daring to harm a Viana, he and his accomplices were the ones with a death wish. Watching from a distance, Gus was utterly stunned, muttering Oleg's name in disbelief. With newfound authority, Oleg ordered the knights to arrest the 7 instigators and punish them accordingly, earning their enthusiastic support. Oleg observed the results of his command with a determined look. Cheers! The knights joyfully tossed young Master Oleg into the air, celebrating his excellent leadership. An explanation came from the balcony that Viana had always been prepared to accept the refugees, who were now happily receiving rations, and their labor would help the domain grow. Hubs clarified that these refugees, who had resisted the church, were more valuable than mere labor if led properly. Carl noted the refugee plan was originally perfect, only failing due to internal sabotage, wondering if the Marquis had designed it and lamenting that a loyal Viana retainer was the true villain. As Carl shuddered at the near disaster, Hubs noted the chaos was over and the nobles could now attend the moon viewing festival in peace. Hubs asked whose name the crowd was chanting and, upon hearing they were cheering for young Master Oleg, commented that it was a shame as Tracy was about to lose their bet. Gus arrived proudly, announcing that Oleg was his son, a natural-born leader, shocking Oleg to see his father. Gus embraced Oleg, praising his shrewdness in resolving the crisis and winning the people's acclaim in a way the church never could. The dumbfounded Oleg whispered, "Father." Gus promised to reward him and ensure all of Viana knew he was superior to both Tracy and Carl. Gus raised Oleg's hand to the cheering crowd, declaring him a true prodigy, his treasured son. Through the crowd, Tracy's conspicuous golden hair was visible as she watched the scene. Oleg spotted her in the crowd and shouted her name in shock. Tracy looked back silently, her voice echoing in Oleg's mind, reminding him she hadn't lied and that obedience would bring praise. Solby. The overwhelmed Oleg clutched his father's coat, murmuring hesitantly. But he kept staring at Tracy, his mind filled with her name, as she disappeared into the jubilant crowd. The narrator confirms that Cat's Eye Town was filled with cheers for Gus and Oleg. Elsewhere, Hubs explained to Tracy that a knight was being punished for disobeying orders to put out a fire, pointing out that despite his good intentions, he had broken military law. To everyone's surprise, Lady Tracy suddenly cut the knight's ropes. Catch! A royal knight caught the freedman, and Tracy ordered him to hire a carriage to take him back. Tracy took full responsibility, telling the knights that since she was the one who freed him, her uncle couldn't blame them. The knight thanked her on the rescued man's behalf. Rides away, taking him away. As they left, Tracy quietly thought about the knight she had just saved. Hubs stepped forward, admitting the knight's fate was partly his fault and offered to give his family so-called compensation. Tracy flatly refused, stating that taking Hubs's gold would only humiliate the man who had sacrificed for Viana. Tracy firmly declared there would be compensation, but she would also ensure his honor was restored. An annoyed Hubs asked Tracy Viana if she always had to one-up him. Jean interjected, telling Lady Viana that Hubs was just worried because restoring the knight's honor would be exceptionally difficult. Jean mistakenly assumed Hubs would prefer other forms of compensation, leading Hubs to tell him his thinking was too one-dimensional. Tracy explained that to prove the knight's innocence, they had to uncover the full truth of the fire and hold Lord Gus and the church accountable. Hubs questioned if Tracy understood she could no longer win their bet, but she remained silent and resolute. He insisted that with everyone seeing Oleg and Gus as heroes, she couldn't possibly expose Gus as a villain now. He warned her she'd be seen as a petulant child trying to steal credit, or worse, she would provoke the church and put herself in danger again. Hubs concluded it wasn't worth risking so much for a nameless knight and a hopeless cause. Tracy finished his sentence, asking if he was trying to say that she should give up her inheritance and uphold their marriage contract. Hubs froze, realizing Tracy had known his true intentions for returning all along. Hubs, angry, accused Tracy of mocking him by leading him off track, but she calmly told him not to be angry and sincerely thanked him for his help. Hubs asked suspiciously if she meant it this time. Tracy confirmed she was grateful enough to tell the truth. With icy finality, Tracy told him there was zero possibility of her fulfilling the marriage contract. Queen at 6 credits. Through a sunlit window, a breeze rustles the leaves in a garden. Outside a fence, a lonely girl with long, golden hair sits on the grass, writing. The blonde girl looks up from her paper boat, a blue crayon in hand, a hint of sadness in her eyes. On a balcony, a black-haired man explains that Viana always intended to accept the refugees, seeing them as potential labor, not a threat. The black-haired man with glasses elaborates that, if led properly, these defiant refugees have more potential than cheap labor. His blonde companion reflects that the refugee plan was brilliant, failing only due to an insider sabotage, and wonders if the Marquis of Viana was behind it. The blonde man shudders at the near disaster, while the black-haired man states the chaos has subsided and the moon viewing festival can proceed. Below them, the crowd chants young Master Oleg's name, leading the blonde man to comment it's a shame, as Tracy is about to lose their bet. A red-haired man with a beard proudly declares Oleg is his son, a natural-born leader, as a shocked Oleg looks up at him and whispers, "Father." The father embraces his son, praising Oleg's shrewdness in resolving the crisis and winning public acclaim that surpassed the church's schemes. Oleg appears stunned as his father declares he is superior to both Tracy and Carl and promises to reward him handsomely. As his father praises him as a true prodigy, Oleg spots a familiar blonde girl watching from the crowd. Silhouetted against the cheering crowd, the girl watches Oleg and his father with a solemn expression. Oleg turns his head in shock, calling out her name. Tracy. Tracy looks back at him, her expression silent and unreadable. A single tear falls from Oleg's eye as he sobs, unable to finish his thought. Oleg thinks of Tracy, his expression filled with sorrow and confusion. Tracy turns and walks away, the noise of the crowd fading as the scene dissolves into a starry blue void. Tracy observes a knight tied to a post, recalling how he broke military law to help young Master Hubs, a good deed with grave consequences. To everyone's shock, Lady Tracy suddenly cuts the knight's ropes with a dagger. A knight in white armor caught the rescued man and was ordered to hire a carriage to send him away. Tracy took full responsibility, assuring the knights they would not be blamed, as she had saved the man with her own hands. The knight thanked her on behalf of Rode. The knight took the rescued man and left the high platform. Tracy refused Hubs's gold coins, stating that accepting the money would only shame the one who had sacrificed himself for Viana. Tracy firmly declared that she would not only provide compensation, but also restore the knight's lost honor. An irritated young Master Hubs called her by her name, Tracy Viana, questioning if she always had to one-up him. The blonde man, Jean, intervened, suggesting to Lady Viana that the young master was merely worried, as restoring the knight's honor would be very difficult. Jean cheerfully put an arm around young Master Hubs' shoulder, joking that he would rather find other ways to compensate her, which earned him an annoyed glance from Hubs. Jean told the young master his thinking was too one-sided, leaving him to quietly ponder his words alone. Tracy explained that to restore the knight's honor, they must uncover the truth of the fire and hold Lord Gus and the church responsible for the chaos. Hubs stated the harsh reality. The public believed it was Oleg and Lord Gus who quelled the crisis, so her accusations against Gus would never be believed. He warned her that trying to take credit would only make her look like a petulant child and reignite the church's anger toward her. He ended by asking why she would take such a risk for a hopeless cause. Tracy finished a sentence for him, calling out his unspoken proposal. She could give up her status as heir to secure the marriage contract with the Hubs family. She turned and asked young Master Hubs if that was the true purpose of his lecture. He froze, realizing she had seen through his ulterior motives all along. He became flustered, accusing Tracy Viana of making fun of him, but she calmly thanked him for his help. A doubtful young Master Hubs asked if she was being sincere or just telling him what he wanted to hear. Tracy looked at him with icy finality, stating that the possibility of them fulfilling the marriage contract was zero. In a flashback, she looked at her reflection in the mirror, noticing a bruise on her neck. She silently began to tie her long hair back. As she finished her ponytail, young Master Hubs's voice expressed his confusion, calling marriage the most stable of covenants. He argued that an alliance with his family would benefit both their kingdoms, but she was unmoved. Tracy countered that the covenant was made when Viana was strong, but the Hubs family of today would never consider her family a worthy ally. She looked down at the bruise on her neck and coldly stated that she didn't deny his assessment. Tracy finished tying her hair and glared at him with a determined gaze, her new look heralding a shift in her approach. A blushing young Master Hubs understood her reasoning and insisted that for that very reason, she needed the Hubs family more than ever. Russell, Jean was preparing the carriage as young Master Hubs and Tracy continued their conversation nearby. He awkwardly justified their past judgments based on Viana's decline, which Tracy listened to silently, while Jean muttered aside about his master's bluntness. He reminded her that he had been assisting her during the crisis, even when it went against his own interests. Tracy listened to his plea with a cold and skeptical expression. He promised he could secure his father's support, which would protect Viana from the royal family and free her from her obligations. Young Master Hubs leaned in closer, arguing that there was now no reason to break the engagement, but Tracy remained silent and unmoved. A flashback revealed that Viana was targeted because her grandfather refused to support the Queen's plot with the church to murder political enemies. Tracy admitted to herself that things would indeed be different if she had the support of the Hubs family. In her thoughts, she imagined a future where her grandfather was safe, Gus was thwarted, and Tracy didn't have to die. Tracy told young Master Hubs he had almost convinced her, but pointed out that he had misunderstood a key point. A surprised young Master Hubs asked what he had misunderstood. Tracy confronted him, questioning the double standard. It was an honor for him to inherit his lands, but a sacrifice for her. As he stood there confused, she touched his back, noting that such a thought had likely never crossed his mind before. She dismissed his grand reasons, stating that the real reason she didn't want to marry him was actually simple. With a slight smile, Tracy told him bluntly that they didn't like each other and asked if that wasn't reason enough. A shocked young Master Hubs angrily asked if she was really going to ignore her family's best interests for personal preference. Tracy challenged his logic, suggesting he be the smart one and officially call off the engagement first. She explained it was a thank you for his help, as it would spare him the embarrassment of Viana being the one to cancel. He was struck speechless. She turned away, making one last request for him to be the one to break the engagement. Tracy closed her eyes, thinking resignedly, "I failed." Afterward, Jean pointed out that Tracy was provoking him, but young Master Hubs said he knew she wanted him to cancel the engagement because she was about to lose their bet. Jean calmly explained that by having him cancel, Tracy was protecting Hubs's honor at the expense of Viana's, which was indeed an act of gratitude. He told Jean he had been foolishly deceived, calling Tracy's kindness a facade and citing her treatment of Oleg as proof of her cunning nature. Jean asked Hubs why he didn't just cancel the engagement as she wished, warning that the Duke would not react well to the situation. As they sat in the carriage, Jean asked his master why he had suddenly gone silent. Lost in thought, young Master Hubs reflected that both Lady Marquis Viana and the Sacrificed Knight had erred because of their foolish ideals of justice. A shimmering memory of Tracy and him surfaced, and his thoughts lingered on her name. Tracy Viana. In his memory, Tracy offered a knowing, confident smile. The scene shifts to Tracy in a sunny garden, watching a red butterfly fly away. Tracy instructed a knight in white armor to inform her when the rescued man woke up, as she had many questions for him. She asked to see the 7 arrested rebels, only for the knight to report that they had already been taken away. Looking at the empty tent, Tracy exclaimed in shock, realizing someone was trying to silence the prisoners right under the knight's noses. She furiously ordered the knights to bring them back, but they couldn't comply. A familiar voice announced, "That was my order," and Tracy turned in shock to see her grandfather. The Marquis of Viana, a man with an eye patch, explained that the Marquis had rushed over as soon as he woke and learned Tracy had left. Tracy tried to justify her actions, but her grandfather cut her off sternly, stating he wasn't asking if she had succeeded. The Marquis of Viana pulled his crying granddaughter into a tight, emotional embrace. He gently cupped her face, and she looked up at him in confusion, whispering, "Grandfather." Her grandfather gently chided her for her disobedience, telling her that her safety was what mattered most. He knelt and continued to hold her tightly as she nestled into his embrace. With tears in her eyes, Tracy quietly apologized to her grandfather. A boy with white hair and red eyes sat up in bed, holding a piece of bread and thinking about the soft blanket. As Tracy examined an open chest, an unseen person asked if Lady Viana needed help. A red-haired man with a beard asked his father what brought him here and how his health was. The father ordered his son to go home, but then stated that Oleg must stay to maintain the refugee's trust, while an eye-patch-wearing Nalan promised to protect him. Oleg nervously asked his father if Tracy had said anything bad about him, but his father countered by asking if there was anything for her to say, causing Oleg to demur. Oleg fretted internally, worried that Tracy's disappearance had nearly caused a disaster and fearing she would lie to evade responsibility. Oleg's father remained silent, his expression grim and thoughtful. Back in the tent, the white-haired child, Ash, asked if Tracy would take them with her, but she simply asked why they hadn't eaten the bread yet. Ash looked down sadly at the uneaten bread clutched in their hand. Tracy firmly told Ash to eat the bread immediately, wanting to watch them finish it. Munch, Ash understood and quickly stuffed the bread into their mouth. Tracy watched, thinking with a hint of melancholy that the child was very obedient. Ash looked up with a bright smile and affirmed with a MHM. Ash pointed to a wound on their arm, explaining they had fallen, and a visual showed the fall. As Tracy gently pulled their arm to inspect the wound, a surprised voice exclaimed off-screen, "Lady Viana." Tracy used a ribbon from her own dress to bandage Ash's arm. She assured them the ribbon was clean and would suffice for now. Ash looked up at her, completely speechless with astonishment. Tracy tied the makeshift bandage with a serious, focused expression. After tending to the wound, Tracy looked at Ash and asked if they had something to tell her. Startled by the direct question, Ash stared back with wide, uncertain eyes. Ash began to confess, saying a man had approached them and told them they were chosen by fate. They recalled the strange encounter, explaining that despite being face-to-face with the man, his features were completely blurred. Tracy pressed, asking if they couldn't see him at all. Ash admitted they only remembered being told to wait for a man in green and follow his orders. Ash revealed that the man in green brought a potion that would turn believers' eyes blue and allow them to see a divine revelation. Meanwhile, Oleg thought that Tracy must be handled with extreme caution. Tracy was shocked to hear the revelation, proclaimed she possessed the wisdom of a witch who would destroy the world. Confused by the prophecy, Tracy asked Ash what that meant, and if they had seen the vision too. Ash sadly admitted that only true believers could see the vision, and when they drank the potion, they saw nothing. The implication dawned on Tracy. If only true believers could see the vision, then anyone who claimed to have seen it was likely lying. She reflected on how the witch hunter, Seth, had treated her normally, while Oleg's attitude was completely different, making her question the reason for the change. Tracy's head throbbed as she realized she was being targeted and that Ash, the novel's protagonist, was involved, cursing the painful side effect. As Tracy clutched her head in pain, Ash sat beside her, watching silently. Suddenly recovering, Tracy glared at Ash and sternly demanded to know what they had just said. Ash innocently praised the soft blanket, saying it smelled nice, just like Tracy. Tracy dismissed it as nonsense, but Ash insisted it was true. Tracy was internally stunned as Ash confessed they initially thought she was a god who had come to take their soul. Ash continued to praise Tracy, calling her beautiful and pure, saying that if a god existed, they would look exactly like her. Ash swore absolute loyalty, begging for a chance to follow her and offering to be her faithful dog. Tracy listened to the desperate plea, her expression softening with a hint of contemplation. Ash bowed their head, making one last plea to be allowed to prove their loyalty. A sudden wave of drowsiness hit Tracy, and she began to lose consciousness, weakly calling Ash's name. A voice from outside announced the carriage to Viana was ready, and Tracy promised to be there soon. As she watched Ash being loaded into a caged wagon, Tracy let out a cold smirk, feeling inwardly apologetic as she realized her sedative had taken effect. With perfect timing, She recalled bandaging Ash's arm, revealing that the ribbon she used was coated with a sedative. Ash cried out to her, but Tracy cut them off coldly, calling their earlier flattery too obvious. With a severe gaze, Tracy posed a sharp question to Ash. "You hate us, don't you?" Ash denied it, but Tracy revealed she knew their fainting spell was just a ruse to lure her into an ambush. Tracy accused Ash of planning to stand by and watch her be murdered unless she poisoned the attackers first. Ash cried out, "It's not like that," struggling to explain, but at a loss for words. Tracy cut them off coldly, declaring that Ash was the very trap set to kill her. From the cage, Ash argued that they had saved Tracy and helped find the dissenters, to which Tracy calmly agreed. Tracy explained that this was precisely what made Ash so terrifying. They took bribes and carried out orders without question. She exposed Ash's betrayal, recalling how they had set fire to people's food and participated in the deadly riot. Tracy confronted Ash with their hypocrisy, reminding them of how they had sold out their own people, just to get into her good graces. In the caged wagon, Ash desperately argued that they had helped in the end and chosen her. Ash continued to plead, revealing they had even spared the son of the Hub's family, so he could stay by Tracy's side. Tracy bowed her head, her hair obscuring her face, and thought silently. "That's right, Carl." Her thoughts revealed that in the original novel, Duke Hubs had conquered the Eastern Kingdom, leading Ash to harbor a deep hatred for the Hubs family. A hazy flashback showed a man threatening and kneeling Ash with a stick, followed by a close-up of Ash's resentful expression. Tracy looked at Ash, admitting they were more resilient and astute than she had thought, while Ash quietly called her my lady. Tracy's thoughts condemned Ash's means of survival, suppressing hatred, viewing all killing as equal, and resorting to deceit and betrayal. Thump, thump. Ash's heart pounded with fear as Tracy's words hit their mark. Tracy bowed her head gravely, questioning if this version of Ash would one day betray her ruthlessly for something even more trivial. Click, clank. The cage door was chained shut. Ash could only stammer, but gripping the bars, Ash desperately pleaded with Tracy, admitting they were wrong and promising to be obedient from now on. Tracy turned slightly, her expression unmoving. She told Ash that wasn't enough. Tracy declared that crimes must be punished according to the law, but Ash protested tearfully, reminding Tracy that she had promised they wouldn't go hungry again. With a pained expression, Tracy quietly agreed, "Yes, I promise you that." A brief close-up focused on Tracy's hand near the delicate black lace of her dress. Ash's face lit up with hope, asking if promises must be kept and eagerly beginning to speak. "Turn." Tracy turned and walked away, with Ash calling out my lady behind her. Her long, golden hair flowed behind her as she left the camp. With grim determination, Ash watched her go, whispering in despair, "Lady Viana, I don't want to be locked up." Ash's despair turned to silent fury, thinking how infuriating this was and repeating Tracy's name with seething anger. The scene shifts to a written announcement stating that invitations for the Moon Viewing Festival have been sent, along with an explanation of the event. A narrator explains that while some Easterners will return to their homes, many have decided to stay in Viana to start new lives. The narrative gives credit to the brilliant Oleg M. Viana. The scene shows Lord Gus proudly watching his son sit with the Marquis. Gus proudly shows his father the custom outfits he had made for the three of them, his father and Oleg. He encourages his father, who is busy reading, to try on one of the outfits and asks if he is well now. The Marquis brushes him off, needing to confirm Nalen's report first. Gus, meanwhile, coldly suggests putting the savage Easterners to hard labor. Tracy eavesdrops at the door, overhearing her Uncle Gus comment on the profits they are making. Gus dismisses the report and urges his father to look at the clothes, but the Marquis tells him to handle it. Gus flashes a smug smile at his father's response. Tracy peeks from behind the door, watching the scene with a sharp, calculating expression. Gus with a sly smile. Gus proudly explains that the custom buttons on the clothes will mark them as a family, while Tracy listens silently at the door. Tracy clutches a book and looks down with a melancholic and disappointed expression. A promotional illustration for the Queen is 6 years old marks the end of the chapter. A beautiful art piece depicts Tracy holding small dolls of Oleg, Hubs, and Ash. The scene returns to Oleg. He is holding a book with a pensive look on his face. Tracy, with a serious and determined gaze, looks back. Tracy calls out to a surprised Oleg, summoning him to her side. Slide, Gus proudly pulls Oleg onto his lap, praising him and saying he looks wonderful. Gus tells Oleg the jewel on his collar doesn't suit him and must be replaced with the heir's crest, which Oleg silently accepts. Oleg gently suggests that his father should also rest and try on the clothes, but is met with silence. As Gus holds his son, his thoughts drift to Tracy while looking at the now empty doorway. As a maid brushes Tracy's long hair, she mentions the commendation banquet is tomorrow. The maid continues to lament that after the banquet, no one will ever know how much Tracy silently sacrificed for the refugees. The maid reminds a somber Tracy that she is destined to lose the bet since her efforts won't be recognized. While helping Tracy into a new dress, the maid tells her with a small smile that she hasn't lost yet. Tracy internally narrates her meticulous work, researching past cases and compiling all her notes and documents into irrefutable proof of her contributions. A close-up shows Tracy's determined eyes as she continues to think. She recalls secretly distributing copies of the evidence to every knight in the order. Tracy thinks with satisfaction that her grandfather, Nayland, and everyone in the mansion received a copy, ensuring they all know the credit rightfully belongs to her. The maid questions Tracy's timing, wondering why she would wait to publicly embarrass someone at the banquet instead of revealing the truth now. Tracy huffs and declares that public humiliation will teach him a lesson, and her maid playfully agrees that she is very scary. Tracy's expression turns somber as she silently admits there is another reason for her plan besides punishing Gus. Tracy reflects that a guilt-ridden Oleg has been avoiding her and staying by his father's side ever since he returned. Tracy remains silent, her expression a mix of sorrow and resolve. Tracy turns to her maid and asks Winnie to run an errand and deliver a message to Oleg for her. She gives Oleg a chilling ultimatum: confess the truth himself or face ruin when she exposes him. Winnie mistakes this as Tracy giving Oleg a chance to confess and praises her, to Tracy's annoyance, who thinks the maid has misread the threatening atmosphere. As Winnie gives a confident thumbs up, certain that Oleg will do the right thing and confess, Tracy silently thinks that her maid is too optimistic and thinks too well of people. Tracy sits alone, reasoning that if Oleg had truly intended to confess, he would have done so already. Arriving at Gus's mansion, Winnie nervously tells the guard she wishes to deliver the letter to Oleg personally. Told to wait, Winnie remains outside the mansion gates until late at night, but Gus and Oleg never return. Tracy narrates that, unfortunately, she and Winnie hadn't anticipated the guard would conveniently forget to pass on the message. The next day, the commendation banquet, hosted by Gus, began in a lavishly decorated hall. Nearly all the knights were in attendance, except for Nayland and a small group who remained in Cat's Eye City. A guest praised Oleg's performance, marveling at the wisdom and courage he displayed despite his young age. Gus smugly boasted that everyone present was impressed by his son's actions. Gus questioned why the Marquis wasn't wearing his new clothes, then dismissed it, telling him to save them for the upcoming festival. A guest declared that Oleg had already overshadowed the hub's heir, suggesting the title of the kingdom's prodigy would soon be his. As the praise mounted, Oleg was declared the shining hope for Viana's future, yet he sat uncomfortably silent at the end of the table. Tracy quietly buttered her bread, listening to the proceedings in silence. Gus grandly announced that he and Oleg would lead Viana, urging his father to rest, but the Marquis cut him off with a stern Gus. The Marquis interrupted the praise, sliding a document across the table and telling a surprised Gus to look at it. Gus took the paper with a curious glance, sipping his wine and guessing aloud if it was a list of rewards. Suddenly, Gus choked on his wine, staring at the paper in disbelief and stammering. The document was revealed to be an exhaustive report on Cat's Eye City, detailing population, labor needs, and projected growth. The Marquis coldly informed a stunned Gus. This detailed report was written by Tracy herself. From her seat, Tracy watched Gus sputter, trying to process the revelation. Gus quickly dismissed the report, accusing Tracy of giving it to his father to steal credit and claiming she had simply copied it after the fact. The Marquis repeated Gus's words. Copied? His tone made Gus shrink back in confusion. The Marquis revealed his trap. Everyone at the banquet was holding a page from the report. The Marquis announced that the full document was irrefutable proof of countless hours of planning, and that Gus and Oleg were the only ones left in the dark. The Marquis looked at his son with deep disappointment and said, "I had expected honesty from you." Gus paniquet. Gus desperately muttered denials, thinking no one would believe a 6-year-old girl could write such a detailed report. Gus erupted, shouting that even if Tracy was involved in the planning, it was Oleg who had bravely stood with the knights. Gus furiously accused Tracy, claiming she had run away and nearly started a riot. But a voice suddenly cried out, "That's not true, father." Startled by the interruption, Gus turned and hesitantly called his son's name. Oleg? Oleg stood up and directly contradicted his father, declaring, "It's not how you described it." The series credits page marks the end of the chapter. Following Oleg's declaration, the entire banquet hall fell into an awkward silence. Tracy calmly sipped her drink, watching the drama unfold with an unreadable expression. Across the room, the tension was thick between Gus and Oleg. Oleg finally confessed the truth to everyone. It was all Tracy. "She told me what to do and what to say." Cornered, Gus furiously screamed at his son, refusing to believe his confession and dismissing it as nonsense. "Russell," Oleg calmly stated he had proof, pulling something from his coat as his father watched in disbelief. He revealed a note in Tracy's handwriting, musing that he was likely the first to receive her instructions. Oleg confirmed the note contained the very lines Tracy had written for his performance in Cat's Eye City. Losing his senses, Gus raised his hand to strike his son, screaming for him to shut up. The Marquis intervened, grabbing his son's arm with cold fury and warning him that everyone was watching. The Marquis glared at his son, Gus, with seething anger, his hands still gripping Gus's arm to restrain him. The banquet guests whispered in shock, noting that Lord Gus was acting like a child and resorting to violence to hide the truth. A desperate Gus appealed to the crowd, asking why they would believe a 6-year-old girl over him. Stans, a nobleman, stood up, testifying that he had witnessed Lady Tracy's kindness firsthand when she prioritized feeding the hungry refugees. Knight Commander Nayland also vouched for Tracy, recalling how she had selflessly asked him to save her attacker, Sir Oaks, and find the truth. Gus scoffed at their words, arguing that a child couldn't possibly have devised such a plan and accusing them of trying to steal credit. Russell, another man, stood to challenge Gus, pointing out that he had witnessed Tracy's incredible courage and determination in saving a man named Rode. Gus looked utterly confused, demanding to know who on earth Rode was. From her seat, Tracy quietly explained that Rode Elric was the knight murdered by Sir Oaks and a comrade to many in the room. Stans, another knight, stood up. Gus defensively shouted that he couldn't tell knights apart in their helmets and angrily questioned why everyone was standing up in open defiance. Stans, the Marquis, stood up and coldly told Gus that it was his own despicable behavior that had led everyone to believe Tracy. Over him, clatter, the Marquis confined his son for a month, threatening to revoke his inheritance if he didn't reflect on his mistakes. Crash, clank, Gus flew into a rage, screaming that everyone was conspiring against him, as the Marquis called his name in shock. Gus turned his fury on his father, accusing him of orchestrating this all along, causing a frightened Oleg to whisper, "Father." He angrily accused his father of staging a farce to take his inheritance, claiming he still favored William's daughter, Tracy. A tense close-up focuses on the ornate red brooch on Gus's collar, symbolizing his contested status. Approaches, Gus lunged toward his father, demanding to know what right he had to take away his rightful inheritance as the eldest son. Gus unleashed a torrent of insults, calling his father a useless bag of bones and blaming Viana's troubles on his stupidity, until Tracy's voice cut in, warning her uncle to watch his words. Gus froze as Tracy calmly pointed out that the Supreme Court would be investigating, questioning his implication that a certain official was behind this. After Gus's denial, Tracy pressed him, asking exactly who Steward Sir Oaks was. When Gus played dumb, Tracy reminded him that he was the one who stabbed Oaks, who was now lying unconscious in her home. Tracy bluntly stated that Oaks had overstepped his authority and murdered Knight Rode. Gus dismissed her claim as nonsense, insisting it was a lawful execution of a disobedient knight under his authority. The Marquis warned Tracy that accusing someone of murder without proof would only invite more trouble, even though he knew she was trying to calm the situation. As the camera pans over the chaotic dinner table, the narration reveals that Tracy had never intended for the problem to escalate this far. Tracy gently took her grandfather's hand and sweetly asked him to take a seat first. She assured the Marquis she wasn't trying to create more trouble, only that she was worried about her uncle. Her uncle scoffed at this, his face full of disbelief. Holding her grandfather's hand, Tracy directly questioned her uncle, asking if he had truly considered the actions of the man he was defending. Tracy listed Oakes's crimes: obstructing the rescue, ignoring the fire, and inciting a riot, and asked Gus how he thought the court would view these offenses. Gus dismissed the accusations as trivial mistakes, confident that the court could not convict Oakes. Tracy laid a trap, asking her uncle if he was certain the court wouldn't investigate him for conspiracy if Oakes had been acting on his behalf. Gus finally understood her true strategy. She was using Oakes to expose his connection to the church, and he swore he would never let her succeed. Gus decisively abandoned his subordinate, declaring that Sir Oakes had acted entirely on his own accord, without following any of his orders. Tracy revealed a cunning smile, expressed her relief, and proceeded to twist his words, saying this meant Sir Oakes must have been issuing false orders. Tracy pushed the logic further, concluding that if Oakes was acting alone, then the badge of succession he used must have been stolen. Oh my! Tracy feigned shock, declaring that Sir Oakes's actions now sounded like outright treason. She urged her grandfather to imprison Sir Oakes immediately, calling it the only way to prove her uncle's innocence to the only way. The Marquis remained silent in shock, realizing his granddaughter had so cleverly turned a murder accusation into a charge of treason. Knight Commander Nayland agreed to the order, and his subordinate confirmed they would take Oakes to prison. A sweating Gus realized that Tracy had not only saved him from investigation, but had also given him credit for it, making him wonder if she was actually helping him. Tracy asked her uncle if he would have any objection to testifying that Oakes was guilty of murder, treason, and insubordination. He very reluctantly agreed. Tracy beamed, giving 2 thumbs up and praising her uncle for his sharp eye in uncovering the conspiracy. Gus managed a weak response, and Tracy beckoned him closer for a private word. As Gus leaned in, Tracy's eyes flashed with a menacing purple light as she thought to herself that after he had betrayed the church's man, Sir Oakes, the church would never let him go. Tracy coldly posed a hypothetical scenario to the red-haired man, suggesting the church would blame him for betraying Sir Oakes. Gus flinched, clearly terrified by her sharp accusation. In a panic, he shouted to recall the messenger knights at once. A small hand grabbed his coat, stopping his frantic retreat. Tracy calmly told her uncle that recalling the messengers wouldn't solve anything, prompting him to demand what she really wanted. Tracy paused thoughtfully, considering the price of his silence. To the side, the Marquis watched the intense exchange in complete silence. Tracy sweetly suggested they move somewhere more private, using the presence of servants as an excuse. In another room, her uncle's patience wore thin, and he demanded she get to the point. She made a bold promise. If she couldn't convince him in 10 sentences, she would never interfere again. He scoffed at her challenge, but she began her countdown, warning that the court would expose his ties to the church regardless. She continued, offering to help cover it up purely to keep their grandfather from being heartbroken. In her 8th sentence, she laid out her terms. He must end all cooperation with the church and stop hurting their grandfather. Her uncle angrily dismissed her reasoning, defiantly asking why he should listen to a child. Tracy turned away, letting his challenge hang in the silent air. After a moment, she pressed on, revealing that his upcoming month of confinement would sever his ties to the church anyway. With cold, red eyes, she explained that the church would inevitably see his forced absence as a betrayal. As the horrifying truth dawned on him, Tracy delivered the final blow. Betraying the church meant death. Holding up 3 fingers, she offered to help him make the decision to sever those dangerous ties. When he questioned her loyalty, she pointed to the Marquis, declaring that only his father could truly protect him. She held up one last finger, preparing to deliver her final command. She ended her argument with a hard punch to his chest, barking at him to show some respect. An enraged Tracy declared her 10 sentences were up, leaving her stunned uncle speechless. She then had a brief moment of panic, realizing the last sentence was technically the 11th. Her uncle turned away, silently processing the undeniable truth in every one of her words. He admitted to himself that she was right. Just then, the Marquis returned, asking if they were done talking. Tracy cheerfully announced to her grandfather that she and her uncle had successfully reconciled. She re-emphasized the importance of family loyalty and asked her uncle if he agreed, while he could only stand there in defeat. The Marquis stared at his son's submissive posture, calling his name in confusion. Goose. Tracy quickly changed the subject to dinner, leaving her grandfather to marvel at her cleverness. The banquet resumed as if nothing had happened, but the atmosphere had irrevocably shifted. Gus formally invited his father to be seated, a respectful act that left the Marquis utterly stunned. The Marquis's face was a picture of comical confusion, completely bewildered by his son's sudden deference. With his head bowed, Gus sincerely apologized to his father for his previous terrible behavior. He continued his apology, vowing to remember that family must always support one another. Gus bowed deeply, promising to follow his father's teachings without question from now on. The Marquis, still overwhelmed, was trying to process his son's dramatic change. Beside him, the young red-haired boy also watched in confusion, quietly addressing Gus as father. The Marquis glanced at Tracy, wondering how she had managed to bring about such a radical change in Gus at the dinner table in just a few minutes. The new family dynamic was on full display as Gus stood respectfully by his seated father. Tracy sipped her tea, privately musing on the sincerity of her uncle's forced public apology. The Marquis played along, accepting Gus's apology and expressing his relief. As the Marquis placed a hand on his son's head, Gus looked up, a flicker of genuine emotion in his eyes. The Marquis believed that with a sincere apology, even his son's greatest mistakes could be forgiven. Tracy thought to herself that as long as her grandfather was no longer suffering, she could accept this manufactured peace. The Marquis announced that he would grant Tracy her inheritance as promised, which took the dazed Gus by surprise. Both the Marquis and Gus turned their gazes to Tracy, the new focal point of the family's future. The Marquis formally declared Tracy the winner of the conflict and vowed to give her the promised spoils of victory. Thud! Gus collapsed onto the table in utter defeat. The Marquis began his formal proclamation, announcing that Tracy's place in the line of succession was now ahead of Gus, officially naming her the heir of Viana. As the other nobles murmured amongst themselves, Tracy's gaze remained firm and unreadable. The Marquis observed Tracy, thinking to himself that she was truly William's daughter. The Marquis raised his glass for a grand toast to celebrate the outcome. A shocked Gus questioned his father's decision, unable to believe a girl was the heir apparent and wondering why the room was so silent. A desperate Gus reminded the Marquis that he had apologized, but his father simply looked down and said his name. Defeated, Gus told Oleg they were going home, but Oleg protested, asking him to wait. Oleg formally addressed him as Lord Gus, stopping his father in his tracks. Oleg repeated the title and reminded Gus that he had promised to take him to Cat's Eye Town if he recited the passage about love and family. Gus sneered inwardly, realizing Oleg was bringing up the lie Tracy had used to taunt him. Oleg apologized for only just now having memorized the passage, but a frustrated Gus dismissed it as nonsense. Oleg turned to Tracy with a heartfelt plea, asking if he could continue living with her and their grandfather. Tracy considered for a moment before giving a quiet, non-committal agreement. Oleg then formally requested the Marquis's permission to stay. The Marquis, smiling gently, granted Oleg's request. An enraged Gus grabbed Oleg's wrist, accusing him of betrayal and desperately trying to drag him home, promising not to hit him anymore. The Marquis intervened and pointed out that this was the first time Oleg had sincerely shown the fruits of his labor. In a commanding tone, the Marquis gave Gus one last chance, ordering him to let go of Oleg, sit down, and listen. Gus silently took his seat at the dinner table. At one end of the grand, ornate dining room, sat the tense family. A nervous Oleg began to recite a story about a farmer and a goose that laid golden eggs. The story continued, describing the farmer's growing greed. Gus sat quietly as a heavy realization dawned on him. Struck by the story's reflection of his own actions, Gus began to cry, finally understanding the depth of his folly. During Gus's confinement, Tracy contemplated her future as the new heir and the inevitable danger from a church. Despite her worries, Tracy suddenly shed tears of pure joy, basking in her happiness. She excitedly rummaged through her wardrobe, wondering what to wear to the upcoming moon viewing festival. Her good mood was briefly interrupted by a split end in her hair. She suddenly realized she now had to write the letter to the Hubs family to break off the engagement. Tracy collapsed onto a pile of dresses, dramatically lamenting how hard the life of a formal heir was. Rustle, a faint sound from outside her window, caught her attention. As she lay on the floor and was startled awake, Tracy shot up, demanding to know who was there. Knife in hand, she flung open the curtains, revealing a terrified Oleg clinging to them. As Oleg dangled precariously, Tracy questioned why he always had a knife before asking why he was there. Oleg proudly announced he was officially living in the room directly above hers. Tracy offered a flat and unenthusiastic congratulations. Sensing her mood, Oleg nervously asked if she was angry, reminding her that she had agreed to let him stay. Tracy admitted she found him annoying and had only agreed because his arrival was inevitable. Oleg asked if she hated him for his past actions, including his role in her father's downfall, and for abandoning her. Tracy stated coldly that with Gus gone, she had no reason to pretend to be friendly with him anymore. A crestfallen Oleg pleaded with Tracy to explain what she meant. As Tracy tried to send him away, Oleg desperately grabbed her arm, begging her not to leave. Oleg frantically promised to obey her every command as long as she didn't push him away. He stammered that it wasn't fair for her to be angry now that he was telling the truth. Oleg peeked out from behind the curtain, nervously begging Tracy not to be so mad. Tracy clarified that she was no longer angry about being tricked into becoming a hostage. With a hopeful, tear-stained smile, Oleg asked if they could make up. The Tyrant's First Love, produced by the Yuku creative team, with original author, screenwriter, director, animation, art, music, sound editing, production, marketing, and distribution. Main voice cast, with special thanks. Copyright information. Tracy seemed taken aback, quietly saying the first part of Oleg's name. She turned away, lost in thought. Tracy grabbed Oleg and ordered him back to safety, but he cheerfully insisted his physical strength was fine. Creak. As Oleg began to slip down the outer wall, he screamed for her to stop pushing. Tracy was startled by a voice, and the red-haired boy hiding with her panicked, thinking his grandfather had arrived. The boy, feeling hopeless, remembered his grandfather's order to stay in his room and frantically looked for an escape route without being seen. An old man with a cane spotted Tracy by the window and calmly asked what she was doing there. Tracy lied that she heard a noise outside, deliberately looking out the window to divert his attention. Her grandfather was suspicious of her claim, but followed her gaze out the window to investigate the supposed noise. Unseen by the grandfather, the red-haired boy was hiding behind the curtain. The grandfather let out a soft sigh, seemingly unconvinced but not pressing the matter. He revealed that Oleg had told him everything that happened, admitting it was wrong for the boy to lie. Tracy turned away coldly, declaring that she hated the boy. The boy hiding behind the curtain was visibly shocked by her cruel words. Tracy listed his past offenses, telling her grandfather how he had spread rumors that she was a bad omen and stolen her things. Oleg listened with a pained expression, whispering Tracy's name in guilt. The grandfather agreed that Oleg's actions went against the family's teachings and asked Tracy how he should be punished, causing Oleg to freeze in terror. Tracy suggested casting him out of the family, demoting him to a commoner, and banishing him forever, which made Oleg scream internally in disbelief. The grandfather and Tracy calmly plotted how to abduct Oleg that night, discussing how to avoid his guards while he trembled in fear. As the grandfather left to get a rope and sack, Oleg realized with horror that they were actually going through with the plan. Thud! Oleg burst out from his hiding spot, desperately pleading with Tracy not to do this, because they were family. He stopped mid-sentence, a look of sudden realization on his face. Tracy and her grandfather stood together as she revealed with a smirk that she was just kidding. With a bright, triumphant smile, Tracy called him a fool for believing her act. Oleg was left dumbfounded and speechless by the elaborate prank. Russell, he collapsed to the floor by the window in utter defeat. The scene shifts to a dream sequence where a heroic heroine encounters the descendant of an evil dragon. The dragon's fiercely hostile eyes glowed gold, but it was surprisingly small. Instead of fighting, the heroine gently befriended the little dragon, stroking its head. Wow. She taught the dragon to control its fire breath to help cultivate barren lands, earning the people's admiration. 10 years later, the now-grown dragon flew through a sky filled with arrows, as nations had united to destroy it. The very people the dragon had once helped now stood before the soldiers, crying out that the dragon was their guardian. The story shifts to a man named Sir Patrick, riding late at night in a carriage, who is startled by his companion. Sir Patrick flusteredly explains he is learning to write fairy tales for a little girl he hopes to meet. He confesses he wrote the story to win the girl's favor, and his companion praises his thoughtfulness. They arrive in lakeside town, and Sir Patrick thanks his companion for the long journey back from Vienna. His companion offers him some encouragement, insisting that everyone likes a gentleman like him. Sir Patrick thoughtfully repeats the encouraging words to himself. He sighed with a hint of a smile, hoping it was true. In the distance, a group of children could be seen hiding from him. As he looked ahead, a determined, almost unsettling smile crossed his face. Back in her room, Tracy woke up to find a small, ornate box on her bed. She opened it to find a beautiful, shiny brooch engraved with her name. She was amazed by the gift, wondering how it was finished and delivered so quickly. A man peeked into her room, apologizing for missing the banquet. Tracy happily greeted Sir Nayland. She ran to embrace Sir Nayland, excitedly telling him the plan was a success. Tracy announced that her uncle would no longer trouble her grandfather or Sir Nayland, and Sir Nayland pledged his support for her as the new heir. Sir Nayland looked at her with pride, calling Miss Tracy a true miracle. He playfully lifted the cheerful Tracy into the air as she proudly held up her gift box. Elsewhere, a young lord's attendant handed him 2 letters from Vienna, worried they might announce the dissolution of his engagement. The attendant lamented that it seemed they couldn't stop the broken engagement after all. Arriving at a grand estate, the young man was formally welcomed back and addressed as young Master Carl. Carl took the letters, deciding to bring them to his father himself. The scene shifts to Duke Richard Hubbs, who was complaining about the slow pace of gem processing. His daughter, Leisha Hubbs, explained that the supplier's methods were inefficient. Carl entered and confronted his father directly, demanding to know why he hadn't broken off the engagement with Vienna. Carl nervously reported to Duke Richard Hubbs and his sister that Vienna was more capable than they had anticipated and needed to be reevaluated. Duke Richard Hubbs relented, agreeing to give Vienna more time to prove itself. He then asked if Carl had anything else to report. Carl hesitated, clutching something tightly in his hand as he looked down. He finally presented a letter, informing his father it was from Vienna. Duke Richard Hubbs asked what the letter said, but Carl remained silent. Carl's sister dismissively assumed it was just a standard annual invitation, declaring there was no need to check it. Carl went along with it, and Duke Richard Hubbs chided him for wasting his time on such trivial matters, and dismissed him from the room. Carl thought about the letter's true contents. The broken engagement had been agreed upon. He read the details, learning that Tracy would be named heir and realizing it was all her doing. Good heavens! He was startled when his sister appeared behind him. She found the situation amusing. Carl addressed her as Big Sister Leisha, and she immediately accused him of trying to fool their father. Leisha smirked, pointing out the contradiction between his words and the letter from Vienna confirming the broken engagement. She presented 2 possibilities for his predicament, concluding that either way, Carl was the one being played. Poke! Leisha playfully teased her sullen brother, asking if he got dumped. Her expression softened as she observed his troubled face, noting she had never seen him like this. Leisha warned him that his lie would be exposed when they all went to the banquet in Vienna. A frustrated Carl admitted he couldn't think of a way out of his predicament. Leisha's expression turned stern as she repeated his words, confirming he had no plan. In the grand, empty hall, she declared that he was finished. The scene shifts to a happy Tracy, enjoying a tall strawberry parfait for afternoon tea. Oleg sat across from her, demanding to know why he didn't have any cake. Tracy explained the dessert was a reward for her becoming the heir. Oleg's eyes sparkled as he called her reward dazzling and wished he had one too. Thud! Tracy slammed a thick book on the table and ordered him to recite from it, catching him off guard. Hey! Oleg smugly held up the book, arguing that he had already recited the section on the Viana territory last time. Tracy said his last recitation was a disaster, but he cheekily countered that she only said to recite, not to recite it correctly. He continued to argue, claiming he was just exploiting a loophole and learning from the best. With a determined look, Oleg vowed to get smarter so she couldn't bully him, telling her to be nice to him while she still could. Tracy stared at him, momentarily speechless at his declaration. She let out a soft sigh, and fond smile playing on her lips. Tracy called for Winnie, and a maid immediately appeared at her side. Winnie served a very surprised Oleg an exquisite piece of cake. Winnie explained the recitation was just a joke and that Tracy had prepared 2 desserts all along, which Tracy called a reward for his help with the refugees. Chomp! Touched by the gesture, Oleg took a bite of his cake. His mood quickly soured as he defensively complained that her parfait was much more extravagant than his sad little piece of cake. At the Viana High Court, a guard reported to an official that the criminals from Cat's Eye Town had arrived. The official, a blond man, asked about the red-eyed child in the cell. The guard identified him as the injured arsonist. When the blond man offered to change the child's dirty bandages, the child flinched back with a shout. Blink! The guard expressed concern, but the man knelt and gently asked the child why he was there. The child cried and confessed that he had deceived the lady, been abandoned, and was now filled with regret. The guard suggested waiting for evidence, but the blond man insisted there was no need to be so strict with the law. He decided that regardless of innocence, there was no reason to subject the child to unnecessary risk. The blond man extended a friendly hand, warmly inviting the child to come work for him. He introduced himself as the Chief Justice sent to fight injustice and assured the boy he was very powerful. The child's hope was renewed, believing that helping this powerful man might earn him the forgiveness of the Lady of Viana. A title card shows a beautiful illustration of Tracy, corresponding to the tyrant's first love. A vibrant promotional image shows Tracy having fun at a festival. Elsewhere, a man with a goatee expressed his concern that Miss Tracy's growing and inspiring reputation was becoming a problem. His companion, a man with an eye patch, realized this meant she could face the same danger from the church as her father. He proposed seizing the opportunity to eliminate the threat by forcing a man named Oaks to confess the church's conspiracy in court. The man with the eye patch noted the high judge had arrived in Vienna, seeing the upcoming festival as a chance to expose the church's crimes. The man with the goatee agreed, hoping to finally end the long struggle and drive out the church. Thinking of Nayland, he and his companion stood by a carriage and agreed on a course of action. An unseen speaker declared this was the best chance they'd had in 5 years. The man with the goatee waited pensively outside a grand entrance. Accompanied by a knight, he clenched his fist, recalling how he had avoided conflict with the church since the incident. The knight noted he was soaking wet and offered to call a doctor. He refused, explaining he was just lost in memories of the past. A man greeted him, introducing himself as Kale, the Lekna's court clerk and assistant to the high judge. He pointed out the risk of clashing with the church again. As they walked, the Marquis explained he had come because he suspected the mob from Cat's Eye Town was manipulated and wanted the high judge to investigate. Colette asked if someone was deliberately disrupting Vienna's peace, and the Marquis affirmed his thoughts. Calla warned the Marquis that accusing the church without evidence could lead to his ruin. The Marquis confidently began to mention his evidence, but stopped, realizing Kali had already assumed the church was the target and questioned how he knew. Kali stopped him in the long, empty corridor. Kali revealed that another guest had told him the Marquis would be coming for this purpose and led him down another path. The Marquis seemed deeply unsettled by the news of another guest's involvement. Elsewhere, a voice complained to Tracy from a dark, narrow space, pleading to be let out. Whoosh! Tracy and Oleg peeked out from their hiding spot, Oleg relieved that his grandfather was gone. Kaylee questioned the Marquis's trust in a scandalous lie and warned that there was no turning back once a war began, leaving the Marquis confused. Sensing something was wrong, the Marquis anxiously asked if Kaylee wasn't taking him to see the high judge. Kelly explained that the guest wished for a reconciliation. Just then, an old man in robes appeared and greeted the Marquis. The Marquis was stunned, recognizing the man and whispering in disbelief, "Seth, father." Nearby, Oleg asked Tracy about the plan to infiltrate the building. Seth pointed to a sturdy, old oak tree outside, commenting on its resilience after nearly dying last year. The Marquis nervously demanded to know why Seth was there. Seth feigned a headache, complaining that the criminals from Cat's Eye Town were sent to court behind his back to slander him. The Marquis angrily reminded Seth that he should have considered the consequences of his actions. Seth lamented that the Marquis seemed bent on destroying him when they could have coexisted peacefully. The Marquis turned to Calais, realizing Seth was the one who wanted to make peace. Kali explained that Her Majesty had tasked him with arranging the reconciliation. Seth announced it was just the two of them now, as he placed a hand on the Marquis's shoulder. Seth said they could finally have a proper talk. Seth suggested Her Majesty shouldn't have provoked him and invited the Marquis to sit. The shocked Marquis realized his father, Seth, must have bribed the court with the Queen's help. Seth asked the Marquis why he hated him, chiding him for his cold eyes and for forgetting their past friendship. The Marquis coldly retorted that hatred could never be considered a bond. He wiped his son's face. Seth insisted that he had truly come for a reconciliation this time and proposed a deal: execute Oakes and the instigators to appease the Marquis. This would allow Viana to save face while keeping the church out of the matter. The Marquis realized that the High Judge was not under Seth's control and demanded permission to conduct an investigation to expose Seth's crimes to the nobles. Seth's expression turned sinister as he reminded the Marquis of the incident that led to the death of his most talented son, revealing that this was the secret that had kept him silent all this time. Just as Seth was gloating outside, Tracy was instructing Oleg to aim a slingshot at the hat of the figure by the window. Tracy assisted a blinking Oleg with aiming the slingshot, her expression cold and resolute. A vibrant promotional illustration showed the main characters, with Tracy at the center radiating a golden glow.